taking into account the historical and linguistic mutations of this quasi-concept, holds above all political implications that continue to be significant for us today. 9. And I emphasize, for my part in any case, the word quasi, in quasi-concept, because it is not without relation to the fictional logic, the possibility of feint, or even feint, with effacement of the trace and the fabulous element of the as if, that are important to us today. Why does the question of the bet so regularly call for fabulous responses and as if concepts, quasi-concepts? Now here is a vital Ronell, 28 pages later, even as she is devoting to it a book that bears this title, Stupidity, asking herself, in parentheses, and not without the irony for which she is well known, if one can consider stupidity a concept, it remains to be seen whether stupidity can be viewed as a concept. 10. After having recalled a whole semantic range of Greek words related to stupid, apaidesia, not cultivated, aphronesis, lacking in judgment, anaesthetos, insensitive, agroikos, uncouth, an uncultivated man from the country, a peasant, etc., she turns her analysis around this untranslatability by privileging not a word but a singular occurrence of the word dummheit, bêtise, if you will, which Heidegger used to characterize what? His error? No, something else, more and something other than his error. When he not only joined the Nazi Party, he remained a member until the end, but assumed his commitment to Nazism in 1933-34. A political bêtise, then. But a bêtise as act, operation, moment, accidental faux pas and not as a permanent and structural character trait. Heidegger did not say, I am bet, how bet I am, or I'm always bet, or even, I am bet in politics, always bet as to politics or political commitment. No, he said, that day, I did a bêtise, an accidental faux pas, with the implication, that I regret even though one is not always entirely responsible for a bêtise, and this is the responsibility, difficult to assign, that we are talking about. Let me read a long extract from a vital Ronell. For the ancient Greeks, stupidity cannot be seen as belonging to the domain of the political because it indicates that which lacks politics, it is being outside the political. In terms of a political anthropology, the Greek approximation or anticipation of stupidity would have to be located in the pre-political, in the forgetting of politics. The stupid one is incapable of living in a community. Essentially autarkic, the pre-political stupid one is marked by an absence of relationship or link, atoktos. For Plutarch, the term idiot expresses social and political inferiority. It is not a certificate of citizenship. The idiot is the one who is not a citizen, polites. Dummheit retranslated into Greek means a suspension of the political at the very moment when Heidegger offers one of his minimalist utterances concerning his link to the politics of the Third Reich. At this point, it would be prudent to introduce the problem of untranslatability that will dominate the pages to follow. There was already an internal fissuring within the Greek approximations of stupidity, a linguistic instability that could be overcome only by means of considerable rhetorical violence. On another register, the movement between French, German, Spanish, and English appropriations of stupidity reveals more than the matter of semantic variance. Stupidity resists transfer into dummheit, just as it can hardly inhabit the premises of bêtise, with its attendant zoology, the animals or animality that populate the few but noteworthy discussions of stupidity in French. Here she adds a note: the French term denoting stupidity is of course bête, tying dumbness to the animality of animals. You don't have to be vegan or an animal rights activist to note how unfair this is to animals. Only humans can be, or be predicated as, bête. And she continues, no longer in a note still, on another level, there exists a dissociation of meaning and intention that can be said to occur within English usage, a dissociation that compels a second reading of Heidegger's single reference to his own dummheit. And here the matter of untranslatability becomes even more tricky, if equally fundamental. What would happen if we were to translate this avowal of dummheit according to common usage, as stupidity? Would another translation, equally acceptable though less common, alter the horizon of meaning? Let us say that Heidegger referred to his dumbness of 1934 rather than to his stupidity. The date remains the same, but the moral meaning has shifted, taking on another value. This intralinguistic twister repeats the interlinguistic not tying up stupid with bet. The difference between avowing stupidity and claiming dumbness for oneself, that was dumb, I was really dumb in 1934, is a significant one. While the disclosure of dumbness leaves no recourse or room for argument, stupidity is linked to an effect of malice, indeed, it calls for judgment. In other words, whereas dumbness might be part of the irreparable facticity of existence, there is an ethics of stupidity, or let us say simply that it calls for an ethics. Etc. etc. A reference to Henri Michaud and Benerbet. In Benerbet Henri Michaud exclaims, Il n'a pas de limites, pas de. Ils tellement certain il me désespère, he has no limits, no. He is so sure he leaves me in despair, so stupid is he. The voice narrating is rendered desperate by the boundless certitude of the one who comes off truly as stupid. There are at least two moments in this utterance of which to be aware. First, there is the question of limit. Stupidity knows no limit, offering one of the rare experiences of infinity. Brecht once noted that intelligence is finite but stupidity, infinite. Point 11. What Avidal Ronell sees clearly, and what matters to us here, is that if stupidity, and I must keep the English word, is neither a concept nor a non-concept but, as she says, a quasi-concept, and this concept of the quasi, of the as if, carries the whole charge of the equivocation, this hangs on the fact that it has no status, by which we have to understand both no stability and no legitimacy accredited once and for all, and this non-status depends on an undecidability, an indeterminacy. Of course, but not any old indeterminacy or any old indecision. It makes your head spin. The point is that it is a matter of an indecision or an indeterminacy between a determinacy and an indeterminacy. So that to link up more visibly and clearly with the problematic of sovereignty that actually has not left us, I would be tempted to say that any decision, and sovereignty is a power of absolute decision, is both mad, every decision is madness, says Kierkegaard, and bet, or stupid, that it involves a risk of, or a leaning toward, bêtise. Having noted, a little like Deleuze, to whom she often refers, moreover, that there had not been enough philosophical attention paid to the problem of bêtise, Avidal Ronell insists on this oscillation between determinacy and indeterminacy. Once again I am going to cite and translate her at some length, because the book is probably not very accessible in French for the moment. While its stupidity has not been a great theme among philosophers, there is no tome that would bear the title Vom Wesen der Dummheit, on the essence of stupidity. Stupidity can be seen to have settled within the philosophical project. If I comment rather than translating, this means that if philosophers have never dealt with stupidity, the essence of stupidity, that's perhaps because there was stupidity in philosophy itself. Defended against the rents in knowing, philosophers are those who dwell in the problem and live by enigmas. Though their tone is often superior, it is in their job descriptions to avow that they are confounded by the limits of the knowable, to begin their reflections, if they are true philosophers, in a mood of stupefaction. They begin in stupefaction, that's the origin of philosophy. Yet this is an aspect of philosophical inquiry that is often veiled by forgetfulness, put away as if a link to fundamental stupidity were unsayable. In other words, philosophers have never dealt with stupidity, perhaps because there is stupidity in the philosophical project itself, and one gets the impression that, in the description, a link to fundamental stupidity is unspoken, hidden as though ineffable, unsayable. There would be no philosophy without this abject and largely repressed condition of its possibility. One could even pursue the point further by observing that the more successfully repressed philosophy is, the closer it comes to the core stupidity. The better the philosophy, if you like, the more it represses stupidity. And the theme of stupidity. Who has not recognized certain philosophical assertions as being stupid in the end? Arguably, there is nothing more stupid, finally, than Hegel's absolute knowledge, etc., etc. Fundamental stupidity has not really been upgraded to the level of a problem, however, for philosophers have rarely tended to address the question of stupidity. It is therefore not a question but strictly out of the question, or when they have broached the topic, as in the case of Hegel's disciple J. E. Erdmann, their attempts have been greeted with laughter and derision. When a philosopher tried to talk about bêtise, he was laughed at on es est futile oui. On some level, then, stupidity has no legitimate status in our discursive encounters. Etc., etc. Ronel cites Flaubert, Musel, Baudelaire, Nietzsche, etc. and gets to this point, which I'll translate to. So we are arriving at some sort of minimal consensus, at least within this community of two writers, Musel and Flaubert, on a determination of stupidity. Baudelaire and Nietzsche pose further problems for the modernist topos in the context of art, artifice, etc. It is certainly difficult, moreover, to speak convincingly of determination, i.e. the determination of stupidity, when stupidity appears principally to be of and about indeterminacy. Nonetheless, let us continue these ruminations. In other words, we're going to try to determine stupidity where philosophy has always avoided it, and we well know, precisely, that stupidity or bêtise, if that's how you translate it, is all about indeterminacy. A little later, p. 69. We persistently oscillate between two sides of determination, at once marking both the intermination and sheer determination of the stupidity cycle. Point 12. We are far from having finished with this problem of translation. But you already see clearly that even where we understand, up to a point, even to a great extent, Ronel's text, which is written, basically, in a sort of transfer or shuttle between more than one language, German, and a specific German, that of Heidegger, Musel, Erdmann, Dummheit, French, and a specific French, that of Flaubert, Valéry, Deleuze, bêtise, but especially English, which dominates and provides the meta-language and the signifier of the general equivalent, stupidity. The fact remains that this general equivalent is only a general quasi-equivalent. This quasi-equivalent remains inadequate, and we understand it, each in our idiom, only by retranslating it, for example, by bêtise in French, and not by stupidite, by ceaselessly retranslating it while knowing well or feeling sure, at least confusedly, indistinctly, bêtement if you will, idiotically if you prefer, that where we are dealing, precisely, with the idiom, i.e. with that extraordinary magnetic field of meaning and uses that link in Greek the idios of the particular or singular idiom to the idiots, the idiocy of the idiots who can be the indigenous inhabitant, the simple citizen, and also the ignorant man, without experience, naked, savage, innocent, while knowing well and feeling sure, then, at least confusedly, indistinctly, bêtement if you will, idiotically, that in this retranslation of stupidity by bêtise, or vice versa, between dummheit, bêtise, and stupidity, there is a remnant, a remainder that is untranslated and untranslatable. And that this remainder cannot be reduced to the reference made by French alone, or some other language, but rarely, to the beast. What remains absolutely untranslatable, one can say so a priori, what remains untranslatable in the very economy of the word, in the word for word or one word for one word, is the totality of the idiomatic network that coordinates all these values, all these connotations, all these quasi-synonymies or even homonymies. For example, the homonymy between the bêtise of someone who is bet and the bêtise one does, the bêtise one says, and the bêtise, the almost nothing, the trifle that one gives or receives, etc. So again I ask and again launch the question of a little while ago, what is the point of untranslatability and what is at stake here? Why this symptom, itself untranslatable, point de-introducibilite, 13 well, so as to mark clearly, to mark as well as possible, the absence of all purity and all decidable limits here, neither pure and simple translatability nor pure and simple untranslatability. There is a point of untranslatability, and there is not any point untranslatability. What links the meaning and the syntax in the French usage of the word point is untranslatable, but relatively untranslatable. The response is always economical, i.e. impure. Point is untranslatable by one word when its syntax plays between the point and the negation ne. Pa, but easily translatable if I devote a page of explanation to it, and then it will not be purely and simply a translation. To sharpen up this question, one must first bear witness to or take stock of the fact that the absence of a general equivalent, namely a univocal concept absolutely idealizable in its meaning, thus transcendent with respect to all the practical or pragmatic uses that one can make of a word, of the lexicon of bêtise, of the adjective bête, of the adverb bêtement, of the noun bêtise. This absence of a pure general equivalent, as an operator of a translation without remainder, does not only not exist between languages, as is only too obvious, but above all exists nowhere. It does not exist either within each language, in the domestic interiority, itself supposed to be pure, of a language or an idiom. It does not exist there purely and rigorously, objectifiable in a pure theoretical knowledge, in an objective science or consciousness. It only exists there in an approximative, relatively stabilized, stabilizable and more or less decidable manner. And here you can begin to see what is at stake in this point of untranslatability from the point of view of our problematic, and why I had seemed to bet, at the beginning of the session, that it is impossible to swear that one knows what one means to say and what one means to do and know how to do and make known when one says bet. It is because I am making of this non-knowledge on which I am betting, this not knowing what one is saying or meaning or has said or does, when one says, in French, bet, because I am making of this non-knowledge or of the impurity, non-rigor, essential incompleteness of this knowledge, of this science or this conscience the axiom, the prime mover, the spirit, or the inspiration, the raison d'être, if you prefer, of the seminar that gathers us here, this non-knowledge as to what bet, the noun, or the adjective, the becoming adjective of the noun, means to say, has one say, or does in being said. The choice of the title for this seminar, La Bête et Souveraine, was designed in the first place to keep bringing us back to this first side of decision, as to the immense question of the living at bottom. What is irreducibly bête, we shall have to say this often, is life pure and simple, which is both infinitely bête and cunning, intelligent, bête, and anything but bête. It is the living in life itself which outplays the opposition between bêtise and its supposed contrary, the decidable limit between the two, both in what is called man and in what is called the animal, the living being in general that is both bête and not bête, idiotic and cunning, naive and smart, etc. Nietzsche is doubtless one of the most eloquent witnesses on this theme. I was saying then that the choice of this title for the seminar, La Bête et Souveraine, was designed in the first place to keep bringing us back to this first side of decision. As to the immense question of the living and of the relation between what is proper to the so-called animal living being and what is proper to the so-called human living being, namely the experience of language, sign, or speech, of manifestation and comprehension, interpretation, etc. That will always have been the ultimate criterion, let's not forget. Now if even within a single language, one and the same supposedly coherent, consistent idiomatic system, I cannot manage to determine, isolate, objectify and therefore idealize as the same, a single meaning for the lexicon of bêtise, bêtise, bête, bêtement, etc., if each time the use I make of this lexicon is not constative but performative, always both indeterminate and therefore overdetermined, depending on an incalculable number of conditions, protocols, contextual variables, if every occurrence of this lexicon corresponds to an evaluation, for bête, bêtise, bêtement is always the axiological correlate of an evaluation that is itself always relative, it is always a negative, depreciative evaluation, an insult, a denunciation, an ironic offense, etc., then there is no general equivalent that would allow me to say in all rigor, this is the objective and ideal meaning of what I meant to say or do in performatively producing this evaluation, this value judgment, this accusation, this categoria, this denunciation, this insult, this offense. Of course, you will say, I am not completely powerless and absolutely without resource in this respect. I can begin to understand and to explain, therefore to translate, to sketch, to test out general quasi-equivalents, more or less satisfactory, consensual, convincing approximations, and that is what we are doing here, basically, and what we were doing in translating approximatively the passages from Ronell I was quoting just now. But you can see that this success is relative, always perfectible, and that in the case of Ronell's book, a large number of contextual conditions were already required, beginning with a certain relative and shared knowledge of 3 or 4 languages, Greek, English, German, French, common references, the existence in French of a neighboring word, although one different from stupidity, etc. What do I have in view with this point of untranslatability? Well, to say it too briefly, if the accusation of bêtise, if the evaluation of bêtise, the evaluative and therefore prescriptive or proscriptive, normative, normalizing, and socio-political accusation, always perspectival, if this insult as an act of war remains untranslatable because it is always bound and therefore contained, circumscribed, constrained in a singular situation and a contextualized strategy, this is because it does not have as a transcendent rule what, with Husserl, one could call a free ideality. Husserl, in a word, calls ideality in general what, as object or signification, is constituted and repeated identically, as the same, across a multiplicity of subjective acts, for example, the number 2 or a literary work or the meaning of a word, or even anything else that remains the same across an infinite number of different subjective acts, it is each time the same number 2, or the same work, ideally such and such a poem, which is intended across the acts or persons who, billions of times, can intend them in the course of different spatio-temporal experiences. But among all these ideal objects, among these idealities independent of the empirical subjective acts that intend them, Husserl distinguishes between bound idealities, tied up, gebundene idealities, which are ideal only in the body, itself ideal, of a particular, not absolutely universalizable, existence, and those that are absolutely free and absolutely independent of their occurrences. For example, the number, I repeat, the number 2, the objective number, beyond any language, is an absolutely ideal object, universally intelligible, and so free, detached, unbound, but the words do, to, zwe are the same only each in its own language, they remain the same object intended in each language as often as whoever repeats them, but as they remain bound to a language, not universal, they are bound, and chained idealities relatively limited in their ideality or in their process of idealization or universalization. Well, the meaning of the words bêtise, as meanings of French words, have an ideal meaning, but one bound to the French language, and so to French history, culture, and society, and thereby in the end, more seriously, always bound to determinate uses and contexts which to that extent limit their translatability or universalization, not only from one language to another but within one language. I choose phenomenological vocabulary and Husserlian conceptuality to describe this situation because one finds in it this motif of freedom and therefore the correlate of that responsible, free, and sovereign personality that is so often implied to explain to us, for example, as Lacan and Deleuze do close to us, but as has always been done, that cruel bestiality and bêtise are proper to man and cannot be attributed to so-called animal beasts. At bottom, what Lacan and Deleuze are telling us about bestiality and transcendental bêtise is that they are reserved for mankind, that they are the proper of mankind, that the beasts are incapable of them, that one cannot qualify as bestial or bet in the sense of bêtise, beasts that have no relation to the law, that they cannot be cruel and responsible, i.e. free and sovereign, sovereignty being, even before defining politically the essence or vocation or claim of a sovereign of a nation-state or a people, the very definition of the juridical person, as a free and responsible person, able to say or imply I, me, to posit itself as I, me. If, then, the very meaning of the lexicon of bêtise or being bet, of bestiality or bêtise, cannot be absolutely translatable, as a free ideality without equivocation, as a semantic object that is pure and independent not only of such and such a language but of pragmatic, performative, polemical, or strategic and violent contexts, then it seems impossible strictly to reserve them to man as sovereign and free. This is why I said last time that this abyss of translation obliges us to revise everything as to the supposed translation or non-translation between the so-called animal order and the so-called human order, between the supposed reaction and the supposed responsible response, between the so-called language of animals and the so-called language of man. I would prefer to say between the trace of beasts supposed to be without bêtise and the bêtise of human speech supposedly capable of this privilege. That is still called bêtise, and the right to bêtise. A meaning the ideality of which is bound determines a language that participates as much in reaction, within programmatic constraints that can be highly complex and overdetermined, as they are, moreover, both for animals and for humans, as in response. If meaning remains linked to a determinate situation, a warlike or polemical pragmatics, for example, an engagement and a vital investment, of whatever nature, libidinal, hunting, or seductive, to a relation of forces, then the distinction between reaction and response, that everyone from Descartes to Lacan makes the criterion of what is proper to man, of his rationality, freedom, sovereignty, relation to the law, this distinction loses its rigor and decidability. This is why, without concluding that bêtise is proper to French, even if the word bêtise belongs only to the French language, but why, in fact, I also recalled that we should start out again from the famous statement in a very French work of our time, Valéry's Monsieur Test. This work opens with a sentence that is well known, in France and, as we were pointing out last time, in Welt literature, la bêtise n'est pas mon fort. Translated into English, you remember, this gave, I am not very strong on stupidity 14. I am not saying this to discredit the discourses that are doing everything they can to specify humanity as much as possible, a properly human character of bestiality and bêtise. Nor am I saying it to confuse, to say that there is no difference between animals of a non-human type and human animals. On the contrary, it is to refine differential concepts that I am emphasizing a non-pertinence of the concepts and the logic that are employed to reserve the privilege of what one thinks one can define as bestiality and bêtise to reserve the right or the privilege, than to that properly human animality supposedly free, responsible, and not reactive or reactional, capable of telling the difference between good and evil, capable of doing evil for evil's sake, etc. I should like to clarify here, before concluding for today, the sense of my reservations as to the discourse of the tradition in the original form it takes in Deleuze and Lacan. When, in the Schellingian vein that I recalled, Deleuze says that bêtise is not animality or that animals are as it were forearmed against this ground, by their explicit forms, he implies that man, at the very point at which his form, the determination of his individuation, forearms him against the groundless ground, grund as ungrund, man nevertheless remains, as an indeterminate freedom, in relation to this groundless ground, and it is from this that this properly human bêtise is supposed to proceed. But what allows one to say this, in this form? Let us re-examine this statement, animals are as it were forearmed against this ground, by their explicit forms. First, if they are forearmed, then they must be in a relation, in some relation, with this ground and the threat of this ground. And what is more, who is not tempted to perceive in, let's say, many animals, a relation to the groundless ground, a more fascinating and fascinated, worried, anxious relation, one at least as abyssal as in man, and even in what would thus forearm them, a proximity that is pressing, obsessive, threatening, a proximity with precisely the ground against which but like humans animals supposedly forearm themselves. And what is more, at the moment at which, in trenchant fashion, Deleuze intends to separate man from animality as to bêtise, saying without equivocation, decidedly and determinately, that bêtise is not animality. 15. Why does Deleuze introduce formulas that are as resistant to trenchant opposition as it were, forearmed, a notion that always implies a degree, a more or less of forearming against something with which one remains in relation, as some animals do with an earthquake still imperceptible to humans, and above all a formula such as explicit forms. And what of the implicit, then? This question of the implicit, of the difference between implicit and explicit, opens not only onto gradations, a seamless differential of mores and less, but also onto the question of the unconscious, to which we shall return in a moment, and which Deleuze has quickly set aside or not even taken into consideration in this context, presuming, like Lacan no doubt, this time, that animality has no unconscious. Even the human unconscious, repression and resistance, are not taken into account in Deleuze's analysis of bêtise. To the point that, however funny and sometimes salutary Deleuze's, or Deleuze and Guattari's, ironic and sarcastic vigilance around psychoanalysis may be, I have already said why it is difficult for me to laugh with them for very long. For conversely, why not recognize that man, inasmuch as he also has explicit forms of individuation, also forearms himself, as it were, against the groundless ground and, to this extent at least, should, like the animal, know nothing of pure bêtise? Once again, I do not wish to homogenize things and erase differences, but I believe that the conceptuality put forward furnishes no sure criterion to posit clearly that bêtise is not animality and that man alone is exposed to it. For example, in the following sentences, I don't see in what way the very equivocal figures of mining, of the work of mining that comes from the ground, and of work, of being worked on by, could not be applied to animals. Unless one supposes, with Descartes and Kant, not only that the animal cannot constitute itself into an I and a me, but that anthropology, the essence of what is proper to man, is circumscribed by the possibility of the I, me, or even by the ability to say me, I. That is a question I shall take on immediately after this. Here is what Deleuze says, read and comment. Now animals are as it were forearmed against this ground by their explicit forms. It is not the same for the I and the me, undermined by the fields of individuation that work on them, defenseless against a rising up of the ground that holds out to them a distorted or distorting mirror, in which all forms, now thought, dissolve. Bêtise is neither the ground nor the individual, but rather this relation in which individuation makes the ground rise up without being able to give it form. It rises though the I, penetrating to the depths of the possibility of thought, constituting the unrecognized of all recognition. Point 16. This is to recognize that bêtise is a thing of the me or the I, and is not to name something like a form of psychic life, whether one call it ground or not, that would not have the figure of I me. Now, without needing to give credit to this or that construction of Freudian metapsychology, one can avoid reducing the whole of psychic or phenomenological experience to its egological form, and one can avoid reducing all life of the ego, all egological structure, to the conscious self. In psychic or phenomenological experience, in the self-relation of the living being, there is some non-ego, on the one hand, and there is even, Freud would say, some of the ego that is unconscious. If one does not wish to invoke Freud's authority and discursivity, it suffices to admit that the living being is divisible and constituted by a multiplicity of agencies, forces, and intensities that are sometimes in tension or even in contradiction. I am deliberately, in speaking of a differential of intensities and forces, using a Nietzschean-style language more acceptable to Deleuze. But you see clearly what is at stake around this ego-logics of I and me. Given this, not to forget our problem of the beast and the sovereign, if the sovereign is always the agency or a me I, of a subject saying me I, or even we, a first person, supposed to decide freely, sovereignly, supposed to lay down the law, to respond, to answer for itself, to dominate the rest of psychic life, conscious and unconscious, then who is bet? Or what? Me or it moi ouca, 17 to whom, to what does bêtise belong? Is this not again the question of the fellow and the other, revisited from another point of view, and from another point of interrogation? To ask the question bêtement, Am I, me bet? Is me, I bet? Is bet always said of a me, of one who says me? Who is more bet in me, the one says me or something else, at bottom, at the bottomless bottom of me without me, that the me ego is powerless to dominate, silence, suppress or repress? The common sense reply, a reply that is always double, with a duplicity that one must know how to hear, would perhaps be that I am always more bet than another. One should understand by that that what is bet, always more bet than another, is me, a me ego, is what says, consciously, me, even if it is to say, like Monsieur Test, from the start, la bêtise n'est pas mon fort, a proposition in which one hears echoing or welling up, muffled but insistent, from the abyssal depths of a bottom. The pretension of an incorrigible and unfathomable bêtise. How bet or even con do you have to be to dare to say la bêtise n'est pas mon fort? The me, I is what is more bet than another, be it more bet than the other in me I, but the conscious and responsible me I is also what claims to dominate the beast and the bêtise in me. The me or the ego is always both more bet and less bet than that than id, whatever you put under that. Who is thus always both less bet and more bet than what? More or less strong fort than what, with only this essential difference that force can be on the side of bêtise, that bêtise can be, sometimes, force itself, what is strong in force, which obviously complicates everything. If you take up these formulas again and give full rein to these lapidary statements, the me or the ego is always both more bet and less bet than that than id, whatever you put under that, or again I am, or the I is, always both more and less bet than that, you will have in a few words the essential part of what I would like to have you hear, at the moment of launching again and putting in question again the assurance of traditional discourses, which I would certainly not call a little bet all the same, including those of Lacan and Deleuze, so original, though, and, especially in the case of Deleuze, so unusually open to another interpretive experience of animality and bêtise. The common assurance, however, of both Lacan and Deleuze when they both finally stake everything on a sovereignty of the responsible human me, capable of responding freely, and not only of reacting, retaining a relation of freedom with the indeterminacy of the ground. The distinction between response and reaction, between responsible response and irresponsible reaction, and thus between sovereignty and non-sovereignty, freedom and unfreedom, as the difference between man and beast, fails to recognize, which can come as a surprise in a discourse held in the name of psychoanalysis and a return to Freud, at least the possibility of what is called the unconscious. But at this point, we do not need that word, or any theoretical construction, metapsychological or other, ego, id, superego, ego ideal, or RSI, real, symbolic, imaginary. It suffices as a minimal requisite to take into account the divisibility, multiplicity, or difference of forces in a living being, whatever it be, in order to admit that there is no finite living being, a human or human, which is not structured by this force differential between which attention, if not a contradiction, is bound to localize itself within different agencies, of which some resist others, oppress or suppress others, trying to implement and have what we shall call, so as not to forget La Fontaine, the reason of the strongest prevail. And in these antagonisms made possible, in every finite living being, by differences of force or intensity, bêtise is always necessarily on both sides, the side of the who and the side of the what, on the side of the one that manages to posit itself as sovereign, and on the side of what the sovereign denounces or attacks as the bêtise of the other. Even if it were saying, sovereignly intelligent, something as stupid as la bêtise n'est pas mon fort, which has always passed, in French literature, until now, until this evening, for a supreme manifestation of critical intelligence positing itself and proudly claiming its rights, of the pitiless lucidity of the cogito, of a hyperconscious and triumphant intellectualism, whereas for my part I hear in it, perhaps another bêtise, the bêtise of the self-moi, the bêtise of the self itself, of the conscious self-positing self, bêtise as such, my very bêtise, which posits itself, still triumphant, as intelligent, which is nothing other than the self-confidence and the self-consciousness of a vigilance that is non-bet, not so bet, inasmuch as it posits itself as such, inasmuch as it posits and posits itself, and finds itself. Positing, thesis, the thesis of self, the triumph of self-positing, reflects and reflects itself as bêtise. Bêtise always triumphs, it is always, in the war we are talking about, on the side of the victor. There is a certain triumph of life in bêtise. A certain triumph over which a certain life tries also to triumph. This is why it is vital for bêtise not to find itself bet, that would be suicidal. Valery writes in the logbook of Monsieur Test the following, which one can read simultaneously as a desperate struggle against bêtise and the very signature of bêtise, its triumphant seal: I am not bet because every time I find myself to be bet I deny myself, I kill myself. 18. What is more bet? Where is bêtise going to lodge, preferably? Where is there the more characterized bêtise, in the conscious self or in the bottom of the unconscious self, in consciousness or in the bottom or non-conscience? The arrogant bêtise of whoever dares to declare, basically without enough reflection, already a little like the marionette that he wants to kill within himself, the bêtise of the initial statement, of the incipit, la bêtise n'est pas mon fort is not necessarily that of Valery, la bêtise n'est pas mon fort is not necessarily that of Valery but no doubt that of his literary quasi-double, even though one can presume in Valery some admiring and ambiguous fascination for this quasi-double, for his character, his creature, his marionette, Monsieur Test, one can presume Valery to be as abyssally attracted, to the point of identification, by a fictional creature busy with intelligence, Monsieur Test, as Flaubert was attracted, as though toward a gulf and something bottomless, to the point of drowning himself in identification, to Bavards and Pacuchets besieged by bêtise. Fascination, fetishization, conscious or unconscious projections, what is less bet or more bet, more or less cunning, consciousness or the unconscious? Each says, both say to each other, one is more bet than the other. Disaster and triumph. One is stronger than the other. Therefore one is weaker than the other. This undecidable alternative, both strange and familiar, uncanny, unheimlich, would go just as well for life and death, the living and the dead, the organic and the inorganic, the living being and the machine, the living being and its mechanization, the marionette, the mortal and the immortal. One is always more bet than the other. The truth of bêtise is no doubt this reciprocal upping of the ante, this denying hyperbole that always adds bêtise, a supplement of bêtise, to the self-proclamation of its opposite. Next time, we shall probably set off again from the marionette. Not only that of Monsieur Test, who, among other declarations that we shall read, is supposed to have killed the marionette, perhaps in order to deny or kill within him the undecidable internal strangeness, both intestinal and radically other, vertiginous, unheimlich, in order to resist, repress, or master a certain unheimlichkeit. When he spoke, he never raised an arm or a finger, he had killed the marionette. These last three words in italics: how can one kill a marionette? He did not smile, did not say good day or good evening, he seemed not to hear the how are you. Not only Valéry's marionette, then, but also the much more thought-provoking one, with respect to the unheimlich, of Cellen, whose the meridian begins, as you know, with Die Kunst, das ist, sie erinnern sich, ein Marionettenhafts. Kinderloses Wesen, and in the magnificent work of editing, analytic reading, and translation by Jean Launay, which has just appeared at the Editions du Seuil, art, you will remember, has the qualities of the marionette and the iambic pentameter. Furthermore, and this characteristic is attested in mythology, in the story of Pygmalion and his creature, it is incapable of producing offspring. 19. And a little later, but we shall come back to all this, Cellen turns toward the vertiginous and abyssal thought of what remains unheimlich, in the passage that I shall simply read, and to which we shall be returning no doubt next week. Read and comment. Lenz, that is, Buchner, has alas, art disdainful words for idealism and its wooden puppets. He contrasts them and they are followed by the unforgettable lines about the life of the most humble, the movements, the suggestions, the subtle, scarcely perceptible play of their facial expressions. He contrasts them with that which is natural, with all living creatures. And he illustrates this conception of art by relating a recent experience. Yesterday, as I was walking along the edge of the valley, I saw two girls sitting on a rock, one was putting up her hair and the other was helping, and the golden hair was hanging down, and the face, pale and serious, and yet so young, and the black dress, and the other one so absorbed in helping her. The most beautiful, the most intimate pictures of the old German school can convey but the vaguest impression of such a scene. At times one might wish to be a Medusa's head so as to be able to transform such a group into stone, and call out to the people. Ladies and gentlemen, please take note, one would like to be a Medusa's head, in order to comprehend that which is natural as that which is natural, by means of art. One would like to, not, I would like to. Here we have stepped beyond human nature, das ist ein Hinausstritten aus dem Menschlichen, gone outward, and entered an uncanny realm ein sich aus Big Ben in ihnen dem Menschlichen Zugewanten und unheimlichen Bereich, yet one turned toward that which is human, the same realm in which the monkey, the automata, and, accordingly, alas, art, too, seem to be at home. This is not the historical lens speaking, it is Buchner's lens. We hear Buchner's voice, even here art preserves something uncanny for him. Die Kunst bewahrt für ihn auch hier etwas Unheimliches. Point 20. 7th session. February 13, 2002. The Feminine Beast and the Masculine Sovereign. Marionette and Marionette. There are marionette and marionette, that's the hypothesis, and the wager. There are two experiences, rather, and two treatments, let's say also two arts of the marionette. But also, perhaps, two fables of the marionette. Two marionettes whose fables intersect, two marionettes. Do marionettes have a soul, as people used to wonder about both women and beasts? Are they merely substitutes and mechanical prostheses? Are they, as is said, made of wood? Insensible and inanimate, spontaneously inanimate, not having sovereignly at their disposal the source itself, spont sua, their animation, their very soul? Or can they, on the contrary, lay claim to that grace that grants life or that life grants? The marionette who or what? And what if it, the feminine marionette, were between the two marionettes, between the who and the what, both sensible and insensible, neither sensible nor insensible, sensible insensible, sinnlich unsinnlich, as Hegel and Marx said of time, for example, sensible insensible, living dead, spectral, uncanny one unheimlich. We have known in any case since the beginning of the seminar that we wouldn't deal with the beast and the sovereign without dealing with the immense question of what is called technology, the technology of the living being, political biotechnology or zoopolitotechnology. What we named, on the basis of Hobbes's Leviathan, prosthetics sent us down this track, in which it was no longer possible to avoid the figure of a prosthetic supplement, which comes to replace, imitate, relay, and augment the living being. Which is what any marionette seems to do. And any art of the marionette, for, let's never forget this fact, it's a question of art, of technique as art or of technique between art and technique, and between life and politics. And it is, moreover, art itself. You remember, that Celan, at the beginning of the Meridian, compares to a childless marionette, die Kunst, das ist, sie erinnern sich, ein Marionettenhafts. Kinderloses Wesen. There seem to be then, I was saying, two arts of the marionette, two marionettes whose fables intersect, two marionettes. Art is perhaps the name of what decides as to what the marionette will have been. The feminine beast and the masculine sovereign. We have not finished with sexual differences. With them else. Whereas everywhere, among those who philosophize, people think they've done with them. Done with else. Point 2. Even if there are marionettes of both sexes, the association of the name goes more spontaneously, from the start, to the figure or figurine of a girl, of a virgin, since the name marionette comes first from a miniature representation of the Virgin Mary, of Mariolette, a diminutive of Mariole. Monsieur Test, for his part, of whom the narrator says that he had killed the marionette, 3 is a monsieur. In other words, a man, as his title indicates. Besides, can one imagine a woman in this role? Could a woman hold this discourse? And say la bêtise n'est pas mon fort as her first words, as soon as she opens her mouth, as does the narrator, that other man who is neither Valerie nor Monsieur Test but who seems to encounter in Monsieur Test a sort of fascinating double. Because don't make me say a bêtise, it is not Monsieur Test, as you know, nor Valerie, who says la bêtise n'est pas mon fort, it is another man, the narrator. But a narrator who is a bit of a ventriloquist, who, as a possible double for Valerie, will immediately identify with Monsieur Test, and will speak in his place, will give voice to the kind of marionette that a character in fable, fiction, or theater always is, here the so supremely, so sovereignly intelligent marionette that Monsieur Test is, and who, the narrator tells us, had killed the marionette. Like a marionette that was alive enough to kill in itself another marionette alive enough for one to need to kill it. But if the narrator speaks of the marionette that kills this other marionette that Monsieur Test is as a fictional character, this same narrator is already himself a sort of marionette, both because he is manipulated and ventriloquized, as a theatrical fictional character, by Valerie, and because he identifies himself without delay with this other marionette, Monsieur Test, just where Monsieur Test claims to have killed the marionette within him. There are only doubles of marionettes here, and it's difficult to know who controls them, who makes them speak or who lets them speak, who gives them to speak, who is the boss, the author, the creator, or the sovereign, the manipulator and the puppeteer. Just as it's difficult to know what a marionette is, if it is something of the order of the mechanical and inanimate thing, reacting without responding, to pick up our Cartesian Lacanian distinction again, or if it is of the order of an animated, animal thing, a living being of pure reaction and presumed to be without speech and responsible thought, or if it is already of the human order, and thereby able to emancipate itself, to respond autonomously, as it were, and to take hold prosthetically, prostatically, of a sovereign power. Remember these 2 moments in Kleist's text on the marionette theater, not only at the end, when the return of grace is possible just where it appears impossible, when consciousness has passed through an infinity and appears in its purest form in an anatomy without consciousness, unconsciousness at that point coinciding with an infinite consciousness, that of a god or a mannequin, but also before, when there is an allusion to a grace of the prosthesis, when there is an allusion to cripples dancing with mechanical and prosthetic legs made for them by artists, specifically English artists. These men dance with an ease, grace, and poise that every thinking person must be astonished by, for that the narrator speaks immediately with the voice of Monsieur Test, his double or his marionette, that he lends him his voice, or borrows it from him, he says so himself, the narrator, in any case the one who says I and who declares, with the comical assurance of quiet strength, la bêtise n'est pas mon fort, in the very first words of La Soirée avec Monsieur Test. The narrator has us know that he is speaking of his double, he allows his look-alike to speak, or makes him speak. For as early as the 2nd page, he recounts how he made the acquaintance of M. Test, how he was already, even before making his acquaintance, I quote, attracted by his particular manners, he had studied, he says, his eyes, his clothes, etc. He recognizes that he is imitating him and he admits, I would go over again in my mind the sober gestures that he let slip. I had nothing left of the sort to learn when we entered into relations. 5 He already knows everything about Monsieur Test when he meets him, he knows him like himself, and it is as if he had made him. As a marionettist knows his marionette. So he is speaking of his double, or it is his double who is speaking in him, ventriloquizing him, or being ventriloquized by him, like a marionettist or like a marionette, as you wish, but undecidedly, and the atmosphere is a little nothing surprising here, like that of one of Poe's fantastic tales. Valerie, in many statements that I'll leave you to read, placed Poe higher than anybody and anything else. In particular at the end of a hyperbolic eulogy of Eureka, in the course of which it is written that universe, then, is only a mythological expression, where Valerie writes, and it is the last word of this text, in the beginning was the fable. It always will be. 6. Not in the beginning was the act, or the verb, or the word, or the logos, but the fable, concerning which one must of course recall, but we will talk a lot more about fables, that this fable is, as its name indicates, first of all speech. So the narrator and his double, Monsieur Test, is or are two men who speak, two substitutes who speak, one in the place of the other. The one for the other. The one has the other say, or lets him say, la bêtise n'est pas mon fort. I shall return later to my question, can one imagine a woman holding this discourse, by allowing Madame Test to speak, in giving a voice back to Madame Emily Test, at least as Valerie or the narrator hears her, or rather lets her write a letter, for if Monsieur Test and the narrator of Monsieur Test speak, if they raise their voices, Madame Emily Test, for her part, only writes, she is not present, she writes a letter, the letter of Madame Emily Test. Monsieur Test is not only a man, a seer, a sire, a sir, he is also, then, a husband. And his double, the narrator of La Soirée avec Monsieur Test, is also a man who only meets Monsieur Test at night, and once even in a brothel, in a sort of b. Says the text. Point 7. Before continuing down this track, let me emphasize at least, for I presume it is quite obvious, the general reasons for which I am again focusing on the figure of Monsieur Test and his double, on someone who not only claims so openly to rise above bêtise and who declares, you recall, so as not to be put to death and denied by bêtise, that he goes faster than bêtise and kills bêtise in himself in an odd combat logbook of Monsieur Test. I am not bet because every time I find myself bet. I deny myself, I kill myself. 8. So as not to be killed by bêtise, he kills it first, as he has killed the marionette in himself. An odd combat, a duel to the death between two living beings. Earlier, from the same logbook, we read a remark about Sodus which is not bêtise but is right next to it, and which also finds a dwelling place in those who are not necessarily the blessed simple in spirit or the poor in spirit from the Gospels. I recommend that you also read, in the logbook, the development entitled The Rich in Spirit. This remark, then, analogy of de Maistre remark about the consciousness of an honest man. I do not know what is the consciousness of an idiot sot, but that of a clever man homme d'esprit is full of idiocy sottises. 9. If he hastens, I was saying, to kill the bet in himself, it is always by positing himself as I, a lucid consciousness, a pitiless intelligence that gives in to no physical or social reflex, to no coded reaction. I kill the marionette, i.e. the animal machine in me, the animal that reproduces, that repeats betment the coded programs, that is content to react, good day, good evening, how are you, so many idiotic stereotypes and repetitive automatisms, so many stubborn 10 programs and reactions that Monsieur Test no longer wants to obey, for he intends to affirm his liberty, the spontaneous and sovereign liberty of his I think, of his pure egological consciousness, of his cogito. Above this form of bêtise, he had killed the marionette. He did not smile, said neither good day nor good evening, he seemed not to hear the how are you. 11. How can one kill a marionette, we were asking last time, without assuming it has some life, and therefore some psyche, some animality, some animate desire, and some stubborn, obstinate movement to remain in life? Is a marionette that one wishes to kill still a marionette? Is a marionette of which one can only rid oneself by condemning it to death, by removing its life, still a marionette? A mere marionette? What is a mere marionette? To have to kill it, even if it is inanimate, it must be already an other. And the question then is no longer what is the marionette in me, that I wish to condemn to death, but rather what is the other in me, dead or alive, animate or inanimate, that I want to annihilate so I can finally be myself, alone, sovereign, properly, who and what I am. How can one kill a marionette, then, without assuming it has some life, and so some animating psyche, some animate desire and some stubborn headstrong and obstinate movement to persevere in being? And what if bêtise alone had as its distinctive feature stubbornness, stubborn obstinacy, the conatus of a perseverance in being? If I had to continue, beyond any pure concept, in spite of all the discouragements and all the trials we were speaking about last time, to seek the essence of bêtise, even as I believe I know that it has no qualifiable essence, I would seek on the side of essence, precisely, essence itself, essence as headstrong stubbornness in being, of what in the head gets into its head to continue to be what that is, self-identically, without thinking of anything else, to want perseverance of essence. Obstinately to want the essence of the only thing that exists without concept, namely individual existence, which is why Deleuze is right, in spite of everything, to link it to individuation, but individual existence in so far as it posits itself and reposits itself with stubborn obstinacy, in pig-headedness antediment without concept. Bêtise is pig-headed. It has only pig-headedness in its head. At bottom, we certainly have no concept of bêtise, in the conceivable and receivable sense of the concept, as I was trying to show last time, but that does not prevent us from having examples, from having no doubt about certain examples, of pig-headed bêtise. Bêtise seems to be this strange, unheimlich thing, of an example without determinative or reflective concept, a thing without a thing, a pig-headed thing that has no cause, a becoming thing with nothing, that gets pig-headed, that goes to one's head, that comes from the head and stands head to head, that hits you over the head, always in a pig-headed, capital, decapital, or even acephalic manner. This is why the question of bêtise, so neglected by philosophy, ought to be at the head, ought to come first, like the question of the ark and of archisovereignty. At the head, like the title or the first chapter, the incipit of the first chapter of every philosophical treatise. Where Monsieur Test is no doubt right, even if he is wrong to believe that bêtise is not his forte, is when he recognizes in fact, in act, that one must begin with bêtise, begin by having it out with bêtise. Not that one knows in advance what ought to be at the head or what the head is. On the contrary, it is on the basis of conceptless examples of bêtise that one can perhaps begin to think what is a head, and for that matter a face, eyes, lips, a tongue, teeth, etc. Can one say of a living being without a head that it is capable of bêtise? Perhaps bêtise is not what is proper to man or to living beings in general, but the possibility of all living beings that I would call capital beings, the only living beings that have, along with the cerebral or central nervous system, a head, a face, eyes, and a mouth. That doesn't mean all living beings and all beasts, but it does include a lot. It includes a lot of beasts and a lot of heads, beaucoup de bêtes et beaucoup de têtes, well beyond humanity. A lot of heads, and thus as many virtual testes, because we hear tête and test in test, head, examination, and pig-headedness, and then all men and beasts with testicles, and then again to test, in justice or law, and testimonial or testament or testis, the third party, terstis, and the witness. We talked at great length about this etymology here a few years ago in the seminar on testimony. As for the word tête, it is one of the richest in the French language, and I believe, pending further investigation, that the article on it in Littre is the longest of all. As for the testimonial value, Valery notes it himself in Toward a Portrait of Monsieur Test. He states it without commentary in a single sentence, M. Test is the witness. 12 on the same page, a little aphoristic series puts the I in its place, as it were, and contains the premises for a networking of the many agencies of which the sovereign I would be merely a part, constituted by the illusion of being the whole. This sort of three-part aphorism begins with a word in English. Conscious test, testis. Supposing an eternal observer whose role is limited to repeating and reprimanding remonter the system, I wonder if one should not have transcribed remonter winding up, the machine of the universe, the mechanical and repetitive system, the universal clock, or that of the psychic totality of which the I is that instantaneous part that believes itself to be the whole. The I could never engage if it did not believe itself to be the whole. Point 13. And in the same breath, later, this definition of bêtise that seems to flow from what I have just read. Bêtise would be a way for that particular thing that the I is to take itself for the whole. The bêtise, says Valery, who puts the word bêtise in scare quotes, the bêtise of everything makes itself felt, so no limit on bêtise, whence the scare quotes, everything is bet, once it consists for everything in taking itself to be everything, for every particular thing to take itself for the whole. Bêtise, i.e. particularity as opposed to generality. Smaller than becomes the terrible sign of spirit. In other words, the spirit, if there is any, in opposition to bêtise, consists in being, knowing oneself to be, accepting that one is, smaller than everything, than the whole, and it is obviously terrible. To be rich in spirit is to know that one is smaller and therefore perhaps poorer than everything. This whole claim of Monsieur Test to condemn to death, in himself, the marionette, the automate, the repetition compulsion, the machine, or the mechanical, is thus the mark of the self-affirmation of free sovereignty over the social body and one's own body, these two bodies being held, precisely, to be the threatening places of pig-headed bêtise. But the paradoxical effect of this duel with the marionette is that it can transform the winner himself into a machine that wants to play the angel and therefore plays the beast. Point 14. Monsieur Test acts as though he didn't live in society and didn't have a body, or again, given that this as if can only be an untenable fiction, a fable, he acts like someone who, analogous in this to an absolute monarch, has two bodies, the king's two bodies, one of which is a purely immaterial, angelic body. Asexual besides, which rises freely above the other one, the mortal marionette or the living animal, which remains on the ground, eats badly, and screws badly, as we shall see, be it away from home, at the brothel, or at his own place. So there is a sort of quasi-Cartesian politics in Monsieur Test. But if we had time, I don't believe we do have time for this, alas, it would be interesting and highly complicated to articulate the implicit politics of a Monsieur Test with the politics of Paul Valéry, with many other explicitly political, or rather politological, texts by Valéry. To limit myself to a few reminders, let us not forget that Valéry was nevertheless quite scornful with respect to politics and party politicians, as those who are on the side of marionettes and idols. That did not prevent him, in The Idea of Dictatorship, in 1934, in the preface to a book on Salazar, from offering a prudent but imprudent eulogy of Salazar in a text that begins thus, still in the name of purity, at least of the purity of the concept, and which I am recalling here, among many others, because it names bestiality. I know almost nothing about practical politics, in which I assume that everything I flee is to be found. Nothing must be as impure, i.e. mixed with things the confusion of which I dislike, such as bestiality and metaphysics. The word bestialite here no doubt covers all the domains of being bet, from animality to bêtise, etc., i.e. everything that are often claimed to be the opposite of metaphysics, whereas Valéry supposes for his part some continuity or some contract, some indissociability between bestiality and metaphysics. They would be one and confused together. It is from a spirit of confusion that one ignores this confusion and seeks to distinguish them where they remain incidibly united and complicit. Bêtise is metaphysical, force and right, faith and interests, the positive and the theatrical, instincts and ideas. Point 15. And then in numerous texts, all highly interesting, and I cannot analyze them here, I did so a little in the other heading. 16. Valéry insists on the fictional structure of the social. Any social state demands fictions. 17. He also insists on Europe, which, he says, is clearly aspiring to be governed by an American committee. 18. 1927. He further declares, the weakness of force is to believe only in force. 19. This is where we would need a close analysis of what is meant by force and Montfort in la bêtise n'est pas Montfort, which means not only I have no taste for bêtise, no affinity or complicity, no privileged or specialized alliance with it, but also I have no weakness for it. Is there a determinable difference between la bêtise n'est pas Montfort and la bêtise n'est pas mon faible in this sense of I do not have a weakness for it? If the two expressions are equivalent, that makes one think about both the untranslatability we were talking about last time, because this equivalence is more untranslatable than ever, and the paradoxical equivalences between strength and weakness force et faibles. In Valery there are many highly topical reflections, as they say, on idolatry and publicity. Politics and freedom are mutually exclusive, because politics is idols. Valery's emphasis 20. Therefore marionettes. And to limit myself to what touches our theme narrowly, the beast and the sovereign, bêtise and sottise, here is an insistent distinction between the political le politique and the politics la politique that one does, practical politics, the politics of politicians, a distinction that takes the form of sententiae that could well come from Monsieur Test in Valery. All that is practical politics. Valery's emphasis is necessarily superficial. 21. And again, same page, one cannot do politics without pronouncing on questions that no sensible man can say he knows. One must be infinitely idiotic sot or infinitely ignorant. He does not say bet, but it is once more very near if not identical to have an opinion on most of the problems posed by politics. On the next page we find the wolves, and the lamb, and the ecological paradox of the reason of the strongest. Like the paradox of political struggle as a war between species, the wolf depends on the lamb who depends on the grass. The grass is relatively defended by the wolf. The carnivore protects the grasses, which feed him indirectly. Or again, to moderate what remains political cruelty, but subject to the law, among old wolves, the battle is more bitter and more clever, but there are some concessions. Or again, right is the interlude of forces. 22. So we would have to articulate the position and the fiction of Monsieur Test with Valéry's politics or metapolitics. The fact remains that Monsieur Test, to come back to him, this fictional character, this marionette, is, like his narrator, not only a man qua man, homo, who has sworn the death in himself of the pig-headed bêtise of the marionette, he is also a man qua man, sieur, vir, a monsieur, in the filiation of sieur, a contraction of seigneur lord, he is a sir, or even a bourgeois sovereign, a monsieur, a man whose virility never misses a chance to call attention to itself or to call to order. What order? Well, the order of the sexes. The narrator and he, as we noted, sometimes meet in a brothel. As soon as he has said, and they were his first words, la bêtise n'est pas Montfort, the narrator or spokesman of Monsieur Test enumerates, as though he were reaching the end of his life as he is writing his memoirs, everything he has done. And indeed they are acts, doings, fates, et gests, that he always recalls in the first person. With active and transitive verbs in the first person. Things don't happen to him, he does them and makes them happen. He is an I, who always acts, always does this or that. And among all that I have done, all that the I does, there is a I have touched on women, j'ai touché à des femmes, the grammar of which is, once again, difficult to translate. He does not even say, I have touched women, but I have touched on women. Listen to all these connotations in the narrator's mouth. From the start, from the opening, as soon as the narrator opens his mouth, because all this is principally a question of the mouth, as you are going to see it is to say. Bêtise is not my strong point. I have seen many individuals, I have visited a few nations, I have played my part in diverse enterprises without loving them, I have eaten almost every day, I have touched on women. 23. This sequence is full of symptomatic signatures. Through the disappointed and condescending disdain of the blasé monsieur, the gentleman with no illusions, who says in the past tense, oh, I've seen many individuals, anonymous and sexually undifferentiated crowd, I've visited a few nations, I've played my part in diverse enterprises without loving them. Admire the statistical curve of the decreasing degrees of participation, many individuals, a few nations, my part in enterprises 24. The whole without love, I played my part in enterprises. Without loving them, you clearly perceive a lovelessness, a lack of love and desire that colors and connotes by contagion the whole series of doings, of acts, for they are always actions rather than passions, and the decreasing statistical series of little participation will become more accentuated, after many, after a few, and my part comes the almost of almost every day, I have eaten almost every day. This illusion of the narrator as double of his creature or alter ego will find its echo on the following page, when it will be said of Monsieur Test, who is married though never seems to eat his meals at home, he took his meals in a little restaurant in the Rue Vivienne. There he ate as one purges oneself, with the same kind of energy. Sometimes he allowed himself elsewhere a slow, refined meal. And finally, to come back to the opening, before the final point of the serial collapse, finally, after I have eaten almost every day a semicolon and before the period, I have touched on women. Not I have touched women, but I have touched on women, just as, one scarcely touches on one's food, hardly tastes it, with a look of distaste. 25 He has eaten almost every day, not every day, and has touched on women. Scarcely touched, and not touched, transitively, but touched on women. As though from afar, distractedly, mechanically, without desire, in passing flings with passers-by whom one scarcely touches, whom one brushes against or fondles, and with whom, touching on them, one barely flirts. One senses here not love but distaste en y sent palam or ici mais l'amour. Touching on women, whom clearly he loves no more than his part in diverse enterprises, I have played my part in diverse enterprises without loving them, rather than touching women, he touches on women, he takes them on les entreprend, for it's a kind of enterprise, he takes them on without loving them, he doesn't make love, or scarcely, so little, he doesn't love, he doesn't make love, he shows distaste ilne fait pas l'amour, il fait l'amour. L'amour is a very interesting word, and as untranslatable as it is interesting. L'amour is always something one does, moreover, on fait l'amour, and it is, among other things, this terrible proximity, signifying the insignificant, between faire l'amour and faire l'amour that forever resists translation. In French, l'amour is always what one does with one's mouth, while speaking or not, with one's lips. L'amour is a sort of coded grimace to signify the insignificant, lack of interest, scant taste, or even distaste that the thing inspires in us. We may say that Monsieur Test's double fait l'amour, we see his mouth faire l'amour, we see a kind of disgusted grimace accompany everything he says. This can go as far as repulsion, aversion, a silent but eloquent manifestation of impotent rejection, sometimes in situations of utter extremity. Montaigne says that among the North American Indians, the prisoner spits in the faces of those who kill him and fait l'amour at them. 26 And so Monsieur Test recognizes 27 after having said I have eaten almost every day, that I have touched on women. This man who has sovereignly touched on women is the double or spokesman of Monsieur Test, who is not only a man but a husband. And the narrator is not only the double of Monsieur Test, he presents himself as doubled, tripled, multiplied. Read carefully all that follows, the 2 pages before the narrative of the encounter with Monsieur Test, in particular what concerns his self-multiplication, this arithmetic, his word, that counts with self, counts out the self, calculates or tallies up his own multiplicity. For example, in the paragraph that follows the one we have just read, and after speaking of something that remains, what could remain did so, the narrator tells of the profit, the saving, the economy that he finds in this arithmetic. This accounting of the self, as you will hear, not only allows him a certain economy of self, a wisdom that allows him to tolerate himself and grow old with himself, but also discreetly opens the quasi-infinite field of a hyperbolic upping of the ante that gives him a right and a power superior to sovereignty, superior to that of superior men, more than sovereign, in sum, more than superior, as it were. This is a superiority that can no longer restrain itself, both infinitely cunning and infinitely bet. This is in any case how I would interpret the following lines, read and comment. I have retained neither the best nor the worst of these things, what could remain remained. This arithmetic spares me from being astonished at growing old. I could also tally up the victorious moments of my spirit, and imagine them to be unified and welded, composing a happy life. But I believe I have always judged myself well. I rarely lost sight of myself, I have detested myself, I have adored myself, then, we grew old together. If I had decided like most men, not only would I have believed myself superior to them, but I would have appeared so. I preferred myself. What they call a superior being is a being who has been mistaken. To be astonished at him, one must see him, and to be seen he must show himself. And he shows me that the idiotic mania of his name possesses him. 28. Read what follows, and you will see that the only company, the only society, that the narrator or the double seems prepared to tolerate, and it will begin soon with that of Monsieur Test, is that of those absolute solitary types who bear multiplicity within them, who double, triple, and multiply. And what seems most interesting here is that this incalculable arithmetic, this economy of a fathomless escalation, has the effect of transforming these supermen, in sum, in the sense that Nietzsche places the superman beyond the superior man, of transforming these supermen into things, making these whos mutate into whats. Arithmetic, even hyperbolic and incalculable arithmetic, number itself, suffices to transform the who into what. Whence what Valery calls the admirable mathematical kinship of men. 29, I encourage you to reread this whole sequence, itself admirable, about the thing, the one, and the self. What, the what, one can call that the thing, the res, or the nothing rein of the thing, a thing that is not someone, neither a subject nor a self, nor a consciousness, nor a human being, nor a Dasein, the thing that does not think, does not speak and does nothing, the thing that remains silent. Coit, if you want to play on this homonym whereby the qua remains coi, coi, i.e. mute and immobile, a tranquil force, and coit, coit meaning not coitus coit but coming from quietus, which means at rest, tranquil, impassive. Well, the arithmetic we are speaking about, even hyperbolic and incalculable arithmetic, number itself, suffices to transform the who into what leq and qua. To count, to calculate is to produce the becoming or the re-becoming what of who, the becoming thing of the person. They were, invisible in their limpid lives, solitary people who knew before anybody else. They seemed to me to double, triple, multiply in the dark every famous person they who disdained to publish their chances and particular results. They would, in my view, have refused to consider themselves as anything other than things. These ideas came to me during October 93, in the instance of leisure in which thought plays merely at existing. I was beginning to think about it no more, when I made the acquaintance of M. Test. I think now of the traces that a man leaves in the small space in which he moves each day. 30. This internal multiplicity, the self-accounting, of all these doubles and shadows, doubles et doubleurs, these third-party witnesses and witnesses of witnesses with whom we have been counting for a while, Valery, the narrator, Monsieur Test, so many selves and agencies themselves multiplied up and engaged in an escalation of sovereignty, rising above superior men and seeking to subject all the others to them, to ventriloquize them or silence them, this battlefield between agencies short on sovereignty. This is already like an inner society, a war or a contract, an alternation of war and peace, of selection and election, of competition, rivalries, jealousy even, of actions and reactions, shared responsibilities or limited responsibility, in the way we speak of shared sovereignty or a limited liability company. And Valery is aware of the political or quasi-political character of this field. He says, for example, in the extracts of the logbook appended to Monsieur Test 31, if I'd picked up this interesting use of the word cap, cape or head, I would have cited it in l'autre cap, where I already took into account a number of caps in Valerie, who decidedly wagers a lot, stubbornly or pig-headedly, on this word. 32 Valerie constantly has in his head this word, which bespeaks a head, all heads. Man always standing on cape. Le cap pensée, wide-eyed before the limits, either of things, or of sight. Man always standing on cape. An extraordinary figure, because of the cape, of course, which is a head on which the man is standing, but also because the name of this cape is thought, like a proper name, with a capital letter, not the thinking cape or the cape of thought or the thought cape or cape thought, but cape thought, with a capital for thought. Valerie continues. It is impossible to receive the truth from oneself. When one feels it forming, it is an impression, one forms by the same token an other unaccustomed self, of which one is proud, of which one is jealous. So one can be jealous of oneself as of another, and it is always the most invincible jealousy, by definition, and it is the moment of truth, the moment when the truth comes to us like a guest, like a visitor, we receive it, says Valerie, and immediately after having said this and used 3 suspension points, it is impossible to receive the truth from oneself. When one feels it forming, it is an impression, one forms by the same token an other unaccustomed self, of which one is proud, of which one is jealous. Valerie adds in parenthesis. It is a high point of internal politics. 33. There's certainly politics here, because there's what I amuse myself by calling a multiplicity, a city as multiplicity of agencies or a plurality of worlds and of selves, of subjects who, like countable citizens, share out and fight over the truth, nothing less than the truth, argue about a truth, but a received truth, a truth always received, but this politics, this apparently internal politicity, this inner multiplicity, this multiplicity of self, here reaches its high point, comble, acme is Valerie's word, high point of internal politics, not only because it is full, fulfilled, accomplished, saturated, but because, since it's a matter of the other in the self, and of the other in the self of whom one is forever jealous, this internal politics reaches its high point in the excess that exceeds and uncounts it, namely the other and the outside. Jealousy is always the high point that simultaneously completes me, supplements me, and exceeds me precisely because it receives, welcomes, and can no longer chase out the other in me, the other me in me. One is only ever jealous of oneself, of the self-same, and that doesn't fix anything, and it doesn't merely explain passional dramas but explains all the loves and all the wars in the world, which take place between the same, the others as the same. And that happens as soon as there is any cape and some man always standing on cape thought. Man always standing on cape thought. This figure, this turn tour of the phallic erection, this turn of the double erection, standing, and being on a cape, the turn of this double erection of capital, of this capitalized erection that is here called thought, this double turn that makes one think of the double tower la tour of some World Trade Center 34 towers, or turns jealous of themselves, this double surrection, this resurrection of the standing position, recalls us not just to the human but to the virile, and so to the point from which we started out and on which I shall conclude today. I had thought I would finish with Valerie and move from his marionettes to Celin's marionette, or even Kleist's, have them chat among themselves, but I shall do that only next time, the point from which we started out and on which I shall conclude today, namely that Monsieur Test and his doubles and his third parties and his witnesses, Valerie, the narrator, etc., are men, are male, are husbands. It is men who speak and have the right to speech. And when they consent to allow a woman, Madame Emily Test, to speak, it is so that she will write, among other things, these 3 or 4 motifs, from which I'll have to content myself for the moment with a few quotations. We shall come back to them next time, but I recommend that you read them all, because you will find much more than I can bring out here, in the little time left. First motif, the hardness of Monsieur Test according to Madame Emily Test, but a hardness so hard that it changes back into its opposite. The machine of his monotonous acts explodes, his face shines, he says things that very often I only half understand, but which never fade from my memory. But I wish to hide nothing from you, or almost nothing. He is sometimes very hard. I do not think anyone can be as hard as he is. He breaks your spirit with one word, and I see myself as a failed vase, which the potter throws into the trash. He is as hard as an angel, monsieur. He does not realize his force, he says unexpected things that are too true, that annihilate people, wake them up in the middle of their sottis, face to face with themselves, completely trapped in what they are, living so naturally on idiocies. But do not imagine that he is always difficult or overpowering. If you only knew, monsieur, how he can be quite different. Of course he is hard sometimes, but at other times he adorns himself in an exquisite and surprising sweetness that seems to come down from heaven. His smile is a mysterious and irresistible gift, and his rare tenderness a winter rose. However, it is impossible to foresee either his ease or his violence. It is in vain that one expects his rigors or his favors. He outplays by his profound distraction and by the impenetrable order of his thoughts all the ordinary calculations that humans make as to the character of their fellows. I never know what my kindnesses, my indulgences, my distractions, or my little failings will get from Monsieur Test. 35. 2nd motif, this hardness deprives Madame Test of love and transforms her into a beast. I believe this is not a good thing, but I am like that, in spite of reproaching myself for it. I have confessed to myself more than once that I thought I would prefer to believe in God than to see him in all his glory, and I have been blamed for it. My confessor told me that it was a bêtise rather than a sin. I cannot say that I am loved. You should know that this word love, so uncertain in its ordinary meaning, hesitating between many different images, is completely worthless if applied to the emotional relations rapports du cœur of my husband toward myself. His head is a sealed treasure, and I do not know if he has a heart. Do I even know if he thinks me special, if he loves me, or studies me? Or if he studies through me? You will understand if I do not emphasize this. In short, I feel that I am in his hands, in his thoughts, like an object that sometimes is the most familiar, sometimes the strangest in the world, according to the variable type of gaze that adapts itself to it. If I dared to communicate to you my frequent impression, as I tell it to myself, and which I have often confided to L'Abbé Mawson, I would say metaphorically that I feel as if I live and move in the cage in which the superior spirit locks me by its existence alone. His spirit contains mine, like the spirit of a man contains that of a child or a dog. I am a fly that buzzes and gets by in the universe of an unwavering gaze, sometimes seen, sometimes not seen, but never out of sight. I know at every minute that I exist in an attention that is always vaster and more general than all my vigilance, always more prompt than my sudden and most prompt ideas. Are the greatest movements of my soul little insignificant events to him? And yet I have my own infinity, which I feel. Back to my fate, I feel that he is what he must be. I tell myself that I want my fate, that I choose it anew at every instant. I hear within me the clear deep voice of M. Test calling me. But if you knew by what names. There is no woman in the world named as I am. You know what ridiculous names lovers exchange, what dog and parrot names are the natural fruit of carnal intimacy. The words of the heart are childlike. The voices of the flesh are elementary. What is more, M. Test thinks that love consists in being able to be bet together a full license for idiocy and bestiality. And so he calls me in his way. He almost always designates me according to what he wants from me. All by itself, the name he gives me makes me understand in a word what I should expect, or what I must do. When he desires nothing in particular, he calls me being, or thing. And sometimes he calls me oasis, which I like. But he never tells me that I am bet, which touches me very deeply. 36. 3rd motif, the centaur, Monsieur Test as a centaur. His heart is a desert island. It is the Abbé speaking. all the extent and all the energy of his spirit surround him and defend him, his depths isolate him and guard him from the truth. He flatters himself that he is quite alone. Patience, dear lady. Perhaps one day he will find a certain print in the sand. What a happy and sacred terror, what salutary terror, when he knows from this pure vestige of grace that his island is mysteriously inhabited. Then I said to L'Abbé that my husband often made me think of a mystic without God. What insight, said the Abbé, what insights women sometimes draw from the simplicity of their impressions and the uncertainties of their language. But immediately, to himself, he replied. Mystic without God. Luminous nonsense. Easy to say. False light. A mystic without God, madam, but there is no conceivable movement that does not have its direction and its meaning, and that does not finally lead somewhere. Mystic without God. Why not a hippogriff, a centaur? Why not a sphinx, Monsieur L'Abbé, 37. Fourth motif, Death and Botany, read. We go, in the end, to this antique garden where all people with thoughts, cares, and monologues go as evening comes. They are scientists, lovers, old men, the disillusioned and priests, all possible absent ones, of all sorts. It is as though they are seeking their mutual distances. In this place worthy of the dead. It is a botanical ruin. Monsieur Test lets himself be distracted by these large living drops, or else he moves slowly among the green tagged beds, in which specimens from the vegetable world are more or less cultivated. He enjoys this somewhat ridiculous order and amuses himself spelling out the Baroque names. Antirrhinum siculum. Solanum warsawezii. And this Sicimbriae folium, what lingo? And the vulgar, the asper, palustres, sinuata, and the flexuosum and the praeldum. It is an epithet garden, he said the other day, a dictionary and cemetery garden. And after a time he said to himself, Die learnedly. Transiat classificando. 38. The incalculable multiplicity 39 of these marionettes that double and triple has something strange and disquieting about it and, I would say in German, to translate this being at home with the other, something unheimlich. I use this word to graft on all the Freudian and Heideggerian problematics of Unheimlichkeit and the Dienon that we studied here some time ago. But one feels that, in Valerie, everything tenses up in a movement of intellectual vigilance to master this Unheimlichkeit, sovereignly to neutralize its affect, and this neutralization undoubtedly has a political import. Things may be different, perhaps, with other marionettes, those of Kleist and especially those of Celan, which we shall speak about next week. But the contrasts may not be as simple or trenchant in this multiplicity of marionettes summoned to appear in court. 40. 8th session. February 20, 2002. The phallus, I mean the phallos, is it proper to man? And if said phallus were proper to the sovereign, would it still be proper to man? Would it be the proper in what sense? And of man in what sense, proper to man in what sense? And what if the phallus were Betis itself? Let's leave these questions to prepare themselves in the wings or in their dressing rooms, they will come back on stage and into the glare of the limelight, and surprise us when the moment comes. That's it too, the art of the marionette or the marionette theater. As if a marionette, far from being content to react after the fashion of a beast, supposed, by our classical thinkers, able only to react rather than respond as if a marionette, then, rather than being content to react and even to respond, still had the power to ask us questions, in the wings. As if it were still asking us. The feminine beast and the masculine sovereign, so what? So who? Between the two, between the beast and the sovereign, would be the art of the marionette, the two arts of the marionette, that we're keeping waiting, and the wolves, so many wolves. Not whether fit for dogs, but so many wolves non potempstician, mais tant et tant de loups. 1. Wolves of the world I leave you to complete or supply. Wolves of the world, there's a call that seems to have been resounding for months across the spaces of this seminar. So many wolves have already responded, from so many different places, countries, and states, so many different cultures, mythologies, and fables. Every wolf in this gene-lycology or this politico-lycology could hear this call, both as beast and as sovereign, as beast and sovereign, be the wolf an outlaw or be he above the laws like the werewolf, be he outside the law insofar as he makes the law or above the law like the sovereign possessing the right of pardon, of life, or death over his subjects. The wolf is then also the sovereign, the lord, the sire, the sir, monsieur or his majesty. His Majesty the Wolf, Sir Wolf. Sire, Your Majesty. This is what the lamb calls him, you remember, sich, this is how the lamb addresses the wolf when he speaks in La Fontaine's The Wolf and the Lamb. Sire, replies the lamb, may your majesty not grow angry, and rather consider that I am slaking my thirst in the current. More than 20 paces below him. Point 2. It was with this fable that we began, in the beginning was the fable, says Valery, in order to ask on the threshold of the seminar the question of force and right, not force and justice but force and right, the right which, Kant reminds us, with good sense itself, already in its concept implies the means, and thereby the coercive force, of its application and its implementation. A right without force is not a right worthy of the name, and it is primarily for this reason that the troubling problem imposes itself, which is the very problem of sovereignty, the sovereign always representing the most powerful power, the highest, greatest power, all power, the strongest strength, the most eminent capital or capitalization, the extreme monopolization of force or violence dwelt in the figure of the state, the absolute superlative of power. The troubling problem of a force, then, that because it is indispensable to the exercise of right, because it is implied in the very concept of right, would give right or found right, and would give reason in advance to force, as is said in the first line of this fable, as the first line of the fable with which we opened this seminar. The reason of the strongest is always the best. As we shall shortly show. Always, in always the best, bespeaks universality and recurrence or regularity, always thus, everywhere and all the time, every day, in all places and at all times, always already bespeaks the law, the day, and the phenomenal appearing of the universality of the law, the daylight of all the days of the law, or a natural and observable law, describable. In fact this is always how it is, it's clear even if it is not just, or on the contrary the other light of a prescriptive law, it must be. Thus, it is good and just that it be thus, one must act so that it remain always thus. This equivocation of the concept of the law, of a law described or a law prescribed, prescribing, this equivocation that concentrates the whole problem and thus lurks in the always, this equivocation had already marked the use there too highly idiomatic of the word reason, in the reason of the strongest is always the best. The word reason denotes or designates both and equally two things. On the one hand, the reason given, alleged, presumed by the stronger, whether or not he be right avoir raison, whether or not this reason be rational or not, I can advance a reason, my reason, even if I am not right, and reason, on the other hand, can name the right that he has la raison ila, the good and just reason he has to exercise his force and make it predominate, his greater and higher power, his sovereign power, his all-power, his superlative power, his sovereignty. Whence this third meaning or third implication of the idiomatic use of the word reason, namely that the sovereign, or the wolf in the fable, acts as if he had reason to judge just and legitimate the reason he gives because he is the strongest, i.e. because, in the relation of force that here makes right, that here gives reason, the strongest one, the sovereign, is he who, as we say in French, a raison d'être prevails over the others three, who wins out over the less strong, and treads on the sovereignty or even the reason or sanity of the others. Is there any point recalling so many examples from our modernity when, as Hannah Arendt insisted, it is the most powerful sovereign states which, making international right and bending it to their interests, propose and in fact produce limitations on the sovereignty of the weakest states, sometimes, as we were saying at the beginning of the seminar, going so far as to violate or not respect the international right they have helped institute and, in so doing, to violate the institutions of that international right, all the while accusing the weaker states of not respecting international right and of being rogue states, i.e. outlaw states, like those animals said to be rogue animals, which don't even bend to the law of their own animal society. Those powerful states that always give, and give themselves, reasons to justify themselves, but are not necessarily right, have reason of the less powerful, they then unleash themselves like cruel, savage, beasts, or beast full of rage. And this is just how La Fontaine describes the sovereign wolf in the fable. The wolf is described as, I quote, that animal full of rage, ready to launch punitive, even preventive, or vengeful expeditions. Listen to the wolf when he takes the lamb to task and prepares a preventive offensive against the one who might take over his wells or food sources. Who makes you so bold as to muddy my drink? Said this animal full of rage. You will be punished for your temerity. Punishment and penal law. The motif of revenge comes to close and seal the fable, as if at bottom the penal law exercised by the strongest, as if the punishment it inflicts, you will be punished, were always retaliation or revenge, talio, an eye for an eye, rather than justice. I must avenge myself, says the wolf at the end. Note, with what are called current events in mind, that in La Fontaine's fable revenge has to unleash itself blindly against all those who are presumed to be related, allied, socially or by blood, by a link of fraternity, with the presumed guilty party, be it a child, a powerless lamb that is basically accused of being guilty before even being born. The lamb is accused of having muddied the wolf's water, his source or his resource, before even being born. And when the lamb argues back and says, I wasn't born yet, the wolf replies forthwith and without a moment's hesitation the famous phrase that accumulates all the perversions of collective, transgenerational, familial, or national, nationalistic and fraternalistic accusation, if not you, your brother, then sicens toi, c'est dans ton frère. You are therefore guilty at birth, by your birth, guilty for being born what you were born. Originary culpability, responsibility, or liability, ursprung like skoldig sein of the lamb, the figure of which you can, if you like, reinterpret either on the basis of the Bible and the Gospels, the Christly lamb, or against a Greek background. You remember the passage from Plato's Phaedrus that I quoted at the beginning of the seminar. It also put on stage, in an erotic scene this time, the appetite of the lover who loves his beloved as the wolf loves the lamb, to the point of eating it. At this point I can only encourage you to read a text that ought to be quoted and studied in extenso for an infinite amount of time. This text is entitled The Love of the Wolf, 10 pages by Helensixus, published in the Theatre Review La Metaphor. 5 through readings of a very large number of texts, from Pushkin to Shakespeare, from Tsvetaeva to Ingeborg Bachmann and Afanasiev, via Little Red Riding Hood and the Eumenides, or Helensixus deploys all the paradoxes, reversals, and hyperbole that are at work in the genitive in Love of the Wolf, the ambiguous expression Love of the Wolf, which gives her text's title all its potential, objective genitive or subjective genitive, Love of the Wolf by the Lamb or Love of the Lamb by the Wolf, the Lamb loves the wolf who loves the Lamb, love of the wolf that sometimes drives to renunciation, she says, among so many other things, with Christly love, those are her words, and sacrifice of the wolf 6 Helensixus makes very clear, and this is precisely the strength of her text and her argument, how the love of the wolf can be inseparable from love of fear. And all the force of force, the force of desire, the force of love, the force of fear conjugate here. The text says, we love the wolf. We love the love of the wolf. We love the fear of the wolf. 7 The fear of the wolf can also be heard according to a double genitive, the fear of the wolf who has fear of the lamb who has fear of the wolf. We have fear of the wolf who has fear of us, and that is the whole love of the wolf. but happiness is when a real wolf does not eat us 8. So read The Love of the Wolf. I would say, diverting a bit, that the wolf boasts of 9 loving the lamb, of loving his enemy's weakness, of loving it to the point of taking it into himself, ing his love, consuming himself with love in consummating his love, i.e. in eating him with one bite. The wolf boasts of loving the lamb, who loves him back. The love of the other is their strength, and you see where it leads them. Nothing is stronger than love, save death. In La Fontaine's fable, when the lamb protests his innocence and says that he could not have muddied the water and the drink of his majesty the wolf because he is lower, so much lower than he, his majesty the wolf replies, and you are going to see once more the association between the motif of sovereignty and that of cruelty, of the cruel beast. You are muddying it, replied this cruel beast. And I know that you spoke ill of me last year. How could I if I was not yet born? Replied the lamb, I still suckle my mother. 10. If not you, your brother, then. I have no brother, so one of your people. For you scarce spare me. You, your shepherds, and your dogs. People have told me so, I must take my revenge. And with this, to the depth of the forests. The wolf carries him off, and then eats him. Without further ado. Without further ado sends autre for me de procès, without any other form of trial, an exercise of force, then, as punitive justice in the interests of the sovereign who sets up no tribunal, not even an exceptional or military tribunal, and who, in the name of his self-defense 11 his self-protection, his supposed legitimate defense, annihilates the defenseless enemy, the enemy who doesn't even have the defense given by a defense counsel in a regular trial, etc. In this fable dedicated, in 1668, like La Fontaine's other fables, like the whole volume of fables to Monseigneur Le Dauphin, in this fable, then, the wolf and the lamb, of which Chamfort already said, everyone knows this fable, even those who know only this one. 12 In the wolf and the lamb, then, the wolf is called Sire and Your Majesty. The wolf figures the king, the grandeur and highness of king and dauphin, a grandeur and highness that the dedication evokes literally. Once we have allowed for convention and a generic law for this type of dedicatory address, we cannot fail to notice a certain analogy or magnetic attraction of vocabulary in recalling the wolf and the lamb, and especially the language of the lamb, a humble citizen addressing the sovereign, His Majesty the wolf. Sire, replies the lamb, may your majesty not grow angry, and rather consider that I am slaking my thirst in the current. More than 20 paces below him, one cannot fail to notice the dedication, or rather the envoy in prose, before the dedication in verse. This envoy also names the majesty of the father king, the father of the dauphin, who is 6½ years old at the time, the majesty of the father, the king, Louis XIV, known as Louis Le Grand, and the same envoy to Monseigneur Le Dauphin insists on these figures of highness and grandeur which are proper to majesty, to majestas. La Fontaine speaks humbly of him on whom his majesty and so your father cast his eyes to instruct you. Casting an eye is what a lord does, from high to low. There follows the praise of the monarch, of the qualities that our invincible monarch gave you with your birth. What follows is all about the great European designs of Louis Le Grand, of his wars, wars that are always imposed upon him by aggressions but that are always in the end triumphs for him. Louis Le Grand is also compared to Augustus and Alexander, Alexander the Great, and Alexander also means the great man. Everything converges, we may well say, on the figure of grandeur, on the eminent erection, the eminently phallic, excellently eminent and excellently phallic erection of sovereign highness, its transcendence, political grandeur, but also the grandeur of soul that the Dauphin has inherited from his father. I invoke as testimony those noble worries, that vivacity, that ardor, those marks of spirit, of courage and of grandeur of soul the kid is 6½ that you show at every moment. 13. And the metaphor of grandeur, highness, erection, i.e. of phallic eminence, comes close to the signature, almost to conclude the envoy, the irresistible growth and erection of an immense tree, a ligneous line that dominates and covers its whole domain. It is a highly agreeable spectacle for the universe to see growing thus a young plant that will one day cover with its shade so many people and nations. 14. Grandeur and highness, erection, majesty. In the wolf and the lamb, the expression 20 feet below him H, this precision as to the inferior place in which the lamb is humbly situated, clearly signifies, like the capital letter on sire or majesty, that what marks majesty is grandeur and highness. Sire is not far from Sir and Sire and the Monsieur test that we were talking about last time. Even before the wolf and the lamb, and still on the theme of the reason of the strongest is always the best, or at bottom the theme of might making right, might giving right, the right of the stronger, in the fable entitled The Heifer, the Goat, and the Ewe in society with the lion, this latter, the lion, attributes to himself, along with the right to divide up the stag, their common prey, and in so doing he makes the law, he is the law, he is the law above the laws, the law is always a law. Of dividing up, nomos, nemein, the lion attributes to himself, along with the right to divide up the stag, the right to keep everything for himself, to monopolize everything, and he does so in his capacity as sire. And it is as sire that he declares the right of the strongest, that he says what he is doing in doing what he says, authorizing himself with the very performative that he declares himself. Then into so many parts the stag he took for himself the first in his capacity as sire. It should be mine, said he, and the reason. I emphasize again this appeal to reason, to a reason that is not one, which is only, as reason given, as reason alleged, the fact of the name and the force of the stronger. Is that I'm called lion? Nothing to be said to that. Arbitrariness of the name, which has no sense or justification, I am who I am, my name is lion, that's my quality as sire, and from my birth no one could change anything about it, not even I, nothing to be said. The second by rights should fall to me too. The second portion of the stag, he's just taken the first. This right, as you know, is the right of the strongest. As the most valiant I claim the third. And if any one of you girls touches the fourth, I'll strangle her right now. 15. And so, progressively, 1, 2, 3, 4, on the pretext of sovereignly making the law of the division into 4, he appropriates it all in the name of the right of the strongest, a right of the strongest that moreover he states, emits, both produces and performs himself. First, the first portion, in his quality as sire, in the name of his name, lion, then, second, the second portion, by right, common right, indeed, since they are 4 of them sharing it, he is also like the others, so he is both king and subject. The king has the same rights, he has no fewer rights than his subjects even if he also has more rights than they and in fact every right, and he also posits this right to every right as right of the strongest. Third, the third portion, the courage and valiance he shows and that give him the right to take and do what he has the courage to take and do in saying so, the courage of the absolute performative. Finally, fourth, the fourth portion, the threat or fear that he inspires in the others. Remember Hobbes, one becomes subject to the sovereign out of fear, here not fear of the wolf but fear of the lion. And if any one of you girls si quelqu'un touches the fourth, I'll strangle her right now. This quelqu'un reminds us that the lion possesses and subjugates to himself, hence subjects to himself, while violating their rights, 3 beasts the names of which, in French, are feminine and all 3 of which have a certain relationship, a certain family resemblance, to the lamb, la jeunesse, la chèvre, and la brebis. La bête and le souverain, la jeunesse, la chèvre, and la brebis in society with le lion. La bête in society with le souverain, the beasts, and the sovereign, who is the only one to name himself, to refer himself, ipsi, to himself, to his title, to his name, and to his might. To his ipsiety. The beast and his majesty the sovereign, his grandeur the sovereign, his highness the sovereign. What is majesty? You know that this Latin word, majestas, which comes from magnus, major, signifies grandeur, highness, dignity. At bottom, Kant's wordy is a majesty of man, a dignity attached to the human person as an end in itself. In Latin, in Roman, majestas is also sovereignty, that of the state or that of the Roman people. Jean Bodin, who passes for the first great theorist of sovereignty, opens chapter 8 of his book, The Six Books of the Republic, entitled Of Sovereignty, by recalling that sovereignty is the absolute and perpetual power of a republic, which the Latins call majestatem, the Greeks akron exousian, and Curian arch and Curian politeuma, the Italians signoria. The Hebrews call it tismer shabet, etc. 16 Majesty is thus another name for the sovereignty of the sovereign. And majestas indeed names, as the superlative of magnitude or grandeur, the majority of the great, of the magnus, the major, the male erection of a grandeur grander than grandeur. The king, the monarch, the emperor is up majori, erected, and I mean erected for a reason that will come out in a moment when we speak about marionettes again, erected to a height that is majestic, upped, augmented, exaggerated, higher than the height of the great, incomparably higher than height itself, even sublimely higher than height, and this is already the height of the Most High. The sovereign in its majesty is most high, greater than great. He is great like Louis the Great. This standing, erect, augmented grandeur, infinitely upped, this height superior to every other superiority is not merely a trope, a figure of rhetoric, a sensory way of representing the sovereign. First, it is not just sensory, since the majestic Most High rises above all comparable and sensory height, whereby it is also sublime, or in any case lays claim to being metaphorical and metaphysical, more than natural and more than sensory. So this is not a figure, but an essential feature of sovereign power, an essential attribute of sovereignty, its absolute erection, without weakness or without detumescence, its unique, stiff, rigid, solitary, absolute, singular erection. And concretely, this translates, in the political effectivity of the thing, not only as an all-power of the state over life-death, the right of pardon, generation, birth, sexual potency as generative and demographic power, but also the height from which the state has the power to see everything, to see the whole, having literally, potentially, a right of inspection over everything. I was quoting a moment ago the praise of Louis Le Grand and his Dauphin by La Fontaine. This was praise of majestic height that covers not only, like a tree reaching to the sky, the whole national territory of its subjects but virtually the whole world. It is a highly agreeable spectacle for the universe to see growing thus a young plant that will one day cover with its shade so many people and nations. And today, the sovereign power, the international power of a national sovereignty is also proportionate to its power to see, power to have under surveillance, to observe, take in, archive from a super-terrestrial height, by satellite, the whole globalized surface of the Earth, to the centimeter, and this in the service of the economic strategy of the market as well as of military strategy. This erection toward height is always the sign of the sovereignty of the sovereign, of the head of state or simply the head, the dictator we were talking about recently, il duce, the Führer, or quite simply the political leader, his leadership. 17 Of course we shall soon see how and why this erection to the heights, to the height of the head or the capital, can give rise to the marionette, to a becoming marionette. Translated into the theatrical space of the politics of our time, namely the public space called televisual media, all political leaders, heads of state, or heads of parties, all the supposedly decisive and deciding actors of the political field are consecrated as such by the election of their erection to the status of marionette in the puppet show. 18 Translated as it happens into French as the Bebête show. 19 So many animal marionettes, anthropozoological puppets, so many fables for our time. The most significant feature of the thing being the desire of said notables to be elected to this erection to the status of marionettes. Election to the erection. Their ambition, the declared sign of their ambition, is the urgency of the desire with which they hope, expect, demand, sometimes with considerable edginess, champing at the bit to appear on the Bebet show, as though this election to the status of marionette was the true and ultimate selection, as though the metamorphosis into a Bebet were the supreme legitimation. As long as you don't appear, they seem to say to themselves, as a Bebet on the Bebet show, you have no chance of becoming sovereign, prime minister or head of state. That's what Ovid's metamorphoses have become today on Canal Plus. The word majesty, Majestat, appears at least once in Celan's Meridian, which we are getting close to. Point 20. The word Majestat appears at least once in the German text, and we shall see it later picked up or repeated a second time in the French translation of this text by Jean Launay, the exemplary translator and editor of this admirable volume. In the Meridian, the word majesty stands in the vicinity of the word and the lexicon of monarchy, which was so much at issue in this speech, the monarchy decapitated during the French Revolution, but this vicinity is there for contrast, as we shall see, to mark a difference between the majesty Celan is talking about and the majesty of monarchy. But it is too soon to make this clear, we have to wait a little and proceed by slow and prudent approaches, for things are more complex and subtle and evasive, more undecidable even, than ever. Let us return to the marionette. There is more than one of them, we were saying. We are going to approach Celan's, Die Kunst, das ist, sie erinnern sich, ein Marionettenhafts. Kinderloses Wesen, at the point where, as I was suggesting last time, the marionette of the Meridian comes to us, gives itself to be read and thought, through an experience of the foreign, das Fremd, and of the unheimlich, das Unheimlich, that all Monsieur Test's marionettes seemed most often, I want to be prudent, seemed most often to try to reduce or suppress, repress, purify of equivocation. Marionette and marionette. There is marionette and marionette, that's the hypothesis and the wager I risked last time. There are two experiences, rather, let's also say two arts of the marionette. But also, perhaps, two fables of the marionette. Two marionettes whose fables intersect, two marionettes. If I place so much emphasis on the fable and the fabulous, it is undoubtedly, and too obviously, because of fables, like La Fontaine's, that put on the political and anthropological stage beasts that play a role in civil society or in the state, and often the statutory roles of subject or sovereign. But there's another reason for my emphasizing the fabulous. The point is, as the fables themselves show, that the essence of political force and power, where that power makes the law, where it gives itself right, where it appropriates legitimate violence and legitimates its own arbitrary violence, this unchanging and enchaining of power passes via the fable, i.e. speech that is both fictional and performative, speech that consists in saying, well, I'm right because yes, I'm right because, yes, I'm called lion and, you'll listen to me, I'm talking to you. Be afraid, I am the most valiant and I'll strangle you if you object. In the fable, within a narrative that is itself fabulous, it is shown that power is itself an effect of fable, fiction, and fictive speech, simulacrum. Like that law, that force of law that Montaigne and Pascal said was essentially fictional, etc. Between the two fables of the marionettes, one would perhaps be a poem, the other not, one perhaps make one think, the other not. I always say perhaps. Perhaps too, it's never certain. The difference between the two would be, perhaps, almost nothing, scarcely the time or the turn of a breath, the difference of a breath, the turning of a scarcely perceptible breath, Atemwend, Celan would say, precisely. Atemwend is not only the title of one of his collections of poetry, it is the word he uses in the Meridian to attempt a definition of poetry, Dichtung, das Kennen Atemwend bedeuten 21, poetry, that can mean a turning of breath. But we are never sure of this. And the poem, if there is any, and thought, if there is any, depend on this improbability of breath. But breath remains, among certain living beings at least, the first sign of life but also the last sign of life, of living life. The first and the last sign of living life. No doubt there is no speech and no speaking silence without breath, but before speech and at the beginning of speech there would be breath. Not only is the certainty of this distinction between the two, marionettes or arts of the marionette, never achieved in any living present, but perhaps one must never be certain of it. This must or must not any faux pas or must avoid faux any pas perhaps disqualifies or discredits the presence, the self-presence, of any living presence. If I use, and emphasize, the expression living present, lebendige Gegenwart, living now, an expression to which Husserl, as you know, gave a phenomenological status and a sort of letter of nobility in philosophy, it is of course in order to make a strategically essential and necessary reference to Husserlian phenomenology and the transcendental phenomenology of time, it is also for reasons that will appear later, in the course of an attempted reading of Sellin and what he says about the present or the now, of its majesty, precisely. But it is above all to interrogate one more time this way of naming life, or more precisely the living being, not life, the being, or essence or substance of something like life, but the living being, the presently living being, not the substance life that remains in life, but the attribute living to qualify or determine the present, the now, a now that is supposedly essentially living, presently living, now as living, die lebendige Gegenwart. As those who have been following this seminar for a few years know well, through what we have tried to think together under the title of forgiveness, pardon, the death penalty, and sovereignty, what we were attached to was always that which I would not say presents itself as what is living in life, the enigma of the living being on the side of Zoe as much as of bios, life, Leben, Lebendigkeit, as Husserl has it, again, livingness vivance, what now maintains maintenent mancient life in life. But that which stands back a little at the very place where the question what is living in life, holds its breath before the problematic legitimacy of a subjection of the question of life to a question of being, of life to being. To think a difference between marionettes, to think the marionette itself is to try to think the living in life, and a living being that perhaps is not a living without being. As I wrote long ago, God without being, 22 an expression to which Marion gave the majestic form and force of the title of one of his books. 23 of a living without being, or what is only a simulacrum of a being. Or what is only a prosthesis. Or what is only a substitute for the being of the thing itself, a fetish. The marionette is all that, life-death at the same time develop, a simulacrum, a prosthesis. Remember Kleist's allusion to the art of the English artist who produces a wooden leg that one can dance gracefully with, a simulacrum, a prosthesis, a fetish. Man can and should produce marionettes and even a marionette theater. Will we rush to say that those we call animals cannot do so? No. Of course, most of them, and most men too, don't produce a puppet show or Kleist's marionette theater. But are certain non-human animals capable of producing and getting attached to simulacra, to masks, and to meaningful prosthetic substitutes? The reply would then be yes, and this would be easy to argue either on the basis of our everyday experience, or on the basis of ethological or primatological knowledge. It is along this avenue 24 that I was proposing, already last time, to attempt a timid or intimidated, partial, highly selective reading, after Monsieur Test's marionettes, of Sellin's marionettes in the Meridian. I already twice quoted, the last two times, the first words of this speech, which you know was given in October 1960, in Darmstadt, on Sellin's reception of the George Büchner Prize, which explains and largely justifies, because of the context, the central and organizing character of the references to the works of Büchner, to Danton's death, Wozzeck, etc. I already twice quoted, the last two times, the opening words of this speech, Die Kunst, das ist, sie erinnern sich, ein Marionettenhafts. Kinderloses Wesen, point 25. But before going further to encounter what is said about the encounter, Begegnung, the secret of the encounter, im Geheimnis der Begegnung, in this speech, and what is there called majesty, and it is not just any majesty, but the majesty of the present, of the Gegenwart we were just talking about with respect to Die lebendige Gegenwart, and the present of man or the human. The homage here rendered is to the majesty of the present, testimony to the presence of the human, the majesty of the absurd. Gehuldigt word hier der für die Gegenwart der menschlichen Eugenden Majestat de Absurden. 26. Before going further, then, to encounter what is said about the encounter in this speech, and what is there called majesty, I want finally to tell you what I had in mind, not only in talking to you insistently about the erection of grandeur in the vocabulary and semantics of sovereign majesty, but in insisting, since last time, on the fact that there are two marionettes, two arts and two meanings of the marionette, and thus a difference in the very body and heart of the marionette. And this difference between two marionettes in the marionette is again one of the sexual differences we have been talking about since the beginning of the seminar. Last time I recalled that most often, in our typical representation of the marionette, what insistently came to the fore was the feminine figure of the small and the young, the little girl, the touching young girl, even the Virgin Mary, Mariole, Mariolette. With the grace, innocence, and spontaneity that usually go with that. But as you have no doubt already sensed, things are not so simple. In truth, they are less simple than ever. As always when sexual differences are in play. Incidentally, I'll venture to say to all those who often in the press, as you know, speak ironically of people who, like me for example, are fond of issuing warnings, saying, things are not so simple, those to whom irony comes easily when they are faced with this systematic warning, I believe it's primarily because they want to hide from themselves, forget or deny something to do with sexual differences. There's always a clandestine debate raging about sexual differences. So, as I was saying about the marionette as little girl or young innocent virgin full of grace, things are not so simple. And if they are not simple, it is because of the equivocally of the living being, precisely, where the living being concentrates, as though into a single value, spontaneity, though what goes of itself and flows from the source, what moves by itself, spontaneously, spont sua. This is how the living being in general is defined. The living being is spontaneous and moves of itself, it is automotive, the living being concentrates in a single ambiguous value, this automotive spontaneity that gives itself its law, its autonomy, and which, by the same token, is right up close to automotive autonomy but also signifies its opposite, namely automaticity, or in other words the automate's mechanics of action and reaction without spontaneity, precisely, and with no autonomous liberty. The living being is automotive, autonomous, absolutely spontaneous, sovereignly automotive, and at the same time perfectly programmed like an automatic reflex. I insist on this paradox to put back on stage the eminently phallic figure of the marionette, the phallic erection that comes to inhabit, haunt, and double that of the virgin girl. The virgin girl is inhabited by motion, movement, the essentially phallic law of the marionette. What does this mean? The point is not just to say that the marionette is erect, because it is upright, tensed, hard as wood, made of wood, hard, as Madame Emily Test insisted, like the hardness of her husband Monsieur Test, hardness, i.e. also stiffness, rigidity, or again, as in the Meridian, quoting Buchner, nothing but art and mechanics, nothing but cardboard and springs. 27. We should not only say that the marionette is erect, because it is upright, tensed, hard as wood, and that it stands on the stage, etc., like an instrument, a thingamajig-mac-in, or an operated machine, content to react mechanically, always a little stiffly, to what is mechanically acting on it. Like an actor too, an actor or a mask, a simulacrum, a substitute actor that is acted as much as it acts, operated, hardwired, as they say about animal behavior, down to the slightest reaction, etc. This is true, of course, and one could go far in this direction of straight and direct erection, and compare the quasi-mechanical automatism of the marionette machine in the hands of its puppeteer to the reflex, one might almost say the reflex and quasi-automatic reaction of the phallic erection, what presents itself as hard, straight, standing, stiff, and rigid. And from this facile comparison one could indeed conclude that the marionette is a sort of metaphor or figure, a sort of phallic trope. It makes you think of the phallus, even though it's sometimes still a girl, and the taste, fascination, modes, and genres that cultivate the marionette or the marionette theater would thus be participating in the cult of the phallus. One could indeed follow things quite a long way down this road. But in truth it is also the very opposite that we now have to recall. What, then? Well, even before holding the marionette to be a phallic figure, a simple figural representation of the phallus, one should remember to the contrary that the phallus is itself originally a marionette. As you know, the phallos, which is not the penis, first designated in Greece and Rome for certain ceremonies, that simulacrum, that figured representation of an erect penis, hard, stiff, rigid, precisely like a gigantic and artificially made-up puppet, made of tense springs and exhibited during rituals and processions. The phallos is, itself, like the thing itself that it is, a sort of marionette. I will not here merely for lack of time, because it would be highly interesting, even from the point of view of this seminar, get into the history of this culture or this fetishistic cult of the phallic simulacrum, which honored fecundity or the generative potency in the Dionysiac mysteries. I mention only a few features that make this phallus into a marionette avant la lettre. On the one hand, we are dealing with a simulacrum, a fictional figure. We are not dealing with the organic penis but with a prosthetic representation of the penis in permanent erection, a penis that is hard, stiff, and rigid but detached from the body proper, just like a prosthesis, a prosthetic and automatic machine. On the other hand, this detached representation is mechanical, it is made of artificial springs that respond by reaction to the orders that operate it. It is a rigid automate, but just as the erection itself is or seems to be, at least through an enigmatic collusion of the desire of the other and the mechanical reflex, the erection seems to be automatic, independent of will and even of desire, and then this male or female phallus as mechanical puppet is both inanimate, it's made of non-living, inorganic matter, and cut from man. From both the ana and the anthropo to which one would like to reattach it? Whence my initial question, if the phallus is automate and not autonomous, if there is something in its stiffness and hardness that is machine-like or mechanical, already in itself prosthetic, and that withdraws it from human responsibility, is it proper to man or else, already cut from man, is it a something, a thing, an a-human, inhuman what, which is, moreover, scarcely more masculine than feminine? Neither animal nor human? If, then, the phallos, the phallic erection, is a machine but also the attribute of sovereignty, one would be tempted to say that this attribute of sovereignty, of its majesty, its grandeur, or its erect highness, its most highness, this attribute of the sovereign is not an attribute of man, of something proper to man, nor indeed proper to anyone, not to the animal and not to God. I am emphasizing this phallic simulacrum of the marionette and the sovereign, as also the mechanized, machine-like and therefore marionettiform structure of the phallus itself, because in the meridian which I'm creeping up on like a wolf, slowly, discreetly, a whole reading, one possible reading among others, a reading that to my knowledge has not yet been attempted of this great and majestic text of Celans, another possible reading could select what I shall call a phallic dramaturgy, and even a dramaturgy of phallic sovereignty. To limit myself provisionally to vocabulary, we know that we are going to find the marionettes again, of course, more than once, and heads, many heads, monarchs' heads in particular, and revolutionary decapitations. We know that we are going to find again the majesty I was just talking about, and above all a Medusa's head, which I don't need to recall, though I will in a moment, the apotropaic relation it has, and that Freud recalls in Das Medizinjagd 28 to petrified erection and the threat of castration. Here perhaps, in the comic or derisory aspect of erection, is where the experience of bêtise returns. In what remains comic about it, enough to make you die laughing. One cannot think of the Greek phallus without associating it with priapus, or even priapism. I note first that Freud, who often speaks of the phallic phase, the phallic mother, etc., rarely speaks, in fact almost never, of the phallus itself under this common noun. He uses the adjective phallic, and almost never the noun phallus. One of the very rare occurrences, if not the only exception, is precisely in a historical reference to Priapus's phallus in the Taboo of Virginity 29 to show that people were fearful of the threat that weighed on whoever deflowered girls. Freud recalls that in India young wives had first to sacrifice their hymen on a wooden lingam, again a kind of marionette, and that this custom can also be found among the Romans. He then mentions St. Augustine's comment that the newlywed wife at least had to sit on what Freud calls a gigantic stone phallus of Priapus. You know that the principal attribute of Priapus, who was often held to be the son of Dionysus and Aphrodite or a nymph, was that he was endowed, even afflicted, with an outsized phallic member, and we must say phallus rather than penis because this penis was outsized precisely because it was, or insofar as it was, uncontrollable by the subject in permanent and irrepressible erection, that is, ithiphallic as it is sometimes called and as one should always call it. The ithiphallos is the hardness of the straight, rigid, standing phallus. Ithis is straight, incidentally also in the sense of rectitude. The ithiphallic is the phallus in erection, as it was represented in Dionysiac or Bacchic feasts. An immense, tall, high, hard, stiff, and rigid phallus. Terrible, terribilis says Columella in his Agriculture, 10.33, 30 terrible, terrifying, terrorizing, and comic all at once. There would be a lot to say about this derision, this comic or mocking dimension in the effigies of the ithiphallic god sometimes daubed with red and shouting obscenities. It was said of this quasi-god in constant erection that he was born of an ass and was like an ass. Lactantius tells of a competition to see which of the two, Priapus or the ass, has the bigger member. The ass wins, beats Priapus, but to avenge himself Priapus kills the ass. 31 Here, insinuating itself, we see the hypothesis that a mark of bêtise always threatens the presumed superiority of a constant and imperturbable erection. I shall call this, very seriously, ithiphallic bêtise, the essential, non-accidental bêtise that characterizes the phallic as such, and so sovereignty as such, of which the ithiphallic is the attribute. It is like a marionette whose reflex spring and uncontrollable automaticity never let up. The ithiphallos is a marionette, whose hyperbolic desire is both nil and empty of thought and of its own drive, of course, but it is this void that nonetheless pushes it, pulses and compulses it. It is what promises, promotes, and makes one think of a drive that is absolutely bête and tête, that never gives anything up, that is an absolute stranger to all thought. I am not sure that Aristotle suspected this, but it is he who, intrigued by the phenomenon of erection, worried about what might happen if by misfortune, and it is this misfortune I am venturing to call bêtise, the erection became permanent. That would be not only ridiculous and would not only make us laugh, as in the rituals and jokes I have just been talking about, but, says Aristotle, in the parts of animals 689 at 25-27, it would constitute an unnatural hindrance. Perhaps tolerable for beasts and for demigods, this imperturbable and impassive erection would produce in men only impotence without the emission of semen, and thus without generative power, and would produce only pain without enjoyment. The pathology called priapism leads to death. And priapism is infinite ithiphallism foreign to that detumescence that is the finitude of erection and that, as such, makes possible the time of erection which it threatens, of course, but to which it also gives its opportunity. A priapic, i.e. permanent and indefinite, erection is no longer even an erection and it is a mortal pathology. But is detumescence castration? Instead of taking on this immense question frontally, it's time to return to the meridian, which we have, in fact, kept obliquely in view since the beginning of this session. What is said in it about the marionette, about the Medusa's head, about heads in general, and about majesty allows for a fairly well justified transition. But I should also like to emphasize the foreigner, fremd, the other, ander, and the familiar or worrying estrangement, unheimlich. I had to choose between a continuous reading of Sellen's speech, an interpretation that would follow the apparent order and linear time of the text, its very consecution, and another, less diachronic, more systematic reading, which would be concerned, for the purposes of demonstration, to bring out a configuration of motifs, words, and themes, figures that usually do not appear in this order. I have of course taken this second course, on the one hand because we won't have time to read together, in a linear way, the whole text from A to Z, though I recommend that you do so yourselves, and, on the other hand, because the actively interpretative, selective, and directed reading I am about to propose to you requires it. You understand that I do not hold this interpretative reading to be the only or even the best possible one, but it doesn't seem impossible, and it is important to me in the perspective of this seminar. Even before looking, too quickly, of course, at the motifs that I am proposing to articulate together, even though Sellen does not do so explicitly, namely art, the marionette, or the automate, the Medusa's head, heads in general, and majesty, the foreigner, and the unheimlich, I have two preliminary remarks. First preliminary remark. There is a lot about dates in this text, which is also a sort of poetics of the date. When I devoted a little book to it some 15 years ago, Skibboleth 32, I made it into a privileged object of reflection and analysis or interpretation, especially around a certain January 20th that recurs regularly, at least 3 times, in the text, Buchner's Lenz, the Lenz who on January 20th was walking through the mountains, 33. Then perhaps we can say that every poem keeps inscribed within it its January 20, 34. Then I had myself written from a January 20, my January 20, 35. I insistently elaborated on these dates, on the question of anniversaries and the calendar, and on this example of the January 20 in Skibboleth. But it is thanks to Jean Launay's edition, so precious and exemplary, as I have said, that I was able to discover a further import to this January 20. Referring to Sellen's manuscript, Launay tells us in a note 36 that January 20 is also the day in 1942 of the so-called Wannsee Conference in Berlin, during which Hitler and his collaborators drew up the plans for the final solution. And here is the translation of the passage from Sellen's manuscript: we are still writing, still today, January 20, this January 20th, this underlined, diesen 20, Januar, to which has been added since then the writing of so many days of ice, zu dem sich seitdem so viel Eisages hinzugeschrieben hat. January 20, an anniversary of death, then, of crime against humanity, of a sovereignly, arbitrarily genocidal decision. January 20, the eve of the anniversary of the decapitation of the monarch, Louis XVI, about whom a lot is said, between the repetitions of Long Live the King of Lucille and Lenz, to which we shall return. Second preliminary remark. The apparently surprising contiguity between our readings of Monsieur Teste and the Meridian, texts that are, however, so different, so distant through so many features, this contiguity or proximity of two texts that are apparently so anachronistic with respect to each other is justified not only, beyond mere juxtaposition, by the fact that they both, each in its own way, treat of the marionette and everything that is attached to it. The fact is that Valery is not simply absent from the Meridian. Sellen wonders at a certain moment, on the subject of a radical questioning of art, if one must not think Mallarmé through to his ultimate consequences. Mallarmé consequent zu Ende denken. Here too a long note by Launay 37 puts us on the track of a manuscript of Sellen's that refers to a passage by Valery in Varieties. Here, Valery quotes something Mallarmé said to poor Degas, who was complaining about not finishing his little poem when he was full of ideas. Mallarmé, as Valery reports, replied, "But Degas, it is not with ideas that poetry is made, but with words." And Valery concludes, "That is a great lesson." 38. Let us now try, around or through the configuration I have announced, art, the marionette, the Medusa's head or the automate, heads in general and majesty, the foreigner and the unheimlich, to decipher a certain poetic signature. I don't say a poetics or an ars poetica, not even a poem, but rather what I shall call a certain poetic signature, the unique signature of a unique poem, always unique, that tries so as to express, not the essence, the presence, or how it is with the poem, but where the poem is coming and going to free itself, by art, from art. What line shall we follow toward the unique encounter with a unique poem? You know that the concept of encounter, the secret of the encounter we were just talking about, Geheimnis der Begegnung, is the secret of the poem, of the presence or the putting into presence or the presentation of the poem, the secret of the encounter as secret of the poem in the double sense of the term secret of, in the sense of what, on the one hand, first, makes a poem, in the sense of its manufacture, its making, its possibility of taking form, if not of its art and its know-how. I prefer to say its signature, that is, the secret as genesis of the poem, its condition of possibility, as when we say, that guy has the secret, implying the art of something or other, though here it is not essentially art that holds the secret of this act or rather this event, it is the encounter, and then the double sense of secret on the other hand, secondly, as what in the present itself in the very presentation of the poem, in this present now on which Celan insists so much. In the experience of the encounter still remains secret, at bottom like a present that does not present itself, a phenomenon that does not phenomenalize itself. Nothing shows up, the nothing, the absurd shows up in manifesting nothing. We shall get to this manifestation as non-manifestation. But I think I know from having read this poem so often that its trajectory follows a line that defies all reconstitution in the form of logical or narrative exposition. The few initial sketches or sidesteps esquisses ou esquives that I am proposing to you today are really only an invitation to take a look, to go get your eyes and hands involved in it yourselves, to encounter the poem. The line, I keep the word line, but we shall have to say link in a moment, for the line is a link, verbindende, the line as a link that links to the other, the thou in the encounter, the line as link that I am seeking to draw or reconstitute is, moreover, the very thing that is being sought, that Celan admits having sought for during this journey, on this path that he describes at the end, and I shall basically be setting out from this, i.e. at the end, from the end that Celan describes. Then as an impossible path or a path of the impossible. Moreover, an impossible path and a path of the impossible are not exactly the same thing. One might imagine that the path of the impossible, for its part, as a path, as the pathway of the path, remains possible, which would by the same token make the impossible path possible in its turn, and it is no doubt deliberately, and with a view to the inextricable knot that holds them together, though distinct, that Celan says, juxtaposing and crossing them, impossible path and path of the impossible. Ladies and gentlemen, I find something that offers me some consolation for having traveled in your presence in ihrer Gegenwart, and this in ihrer Gegenwart, which looks like a conventional banality, a standard piece of politeness addressed to the audience on prize day, this in ihrer Gegenwart is all the more noticeably serious for the fact that the whole text will have turned around the enigma of the now, Gegenwart, and of presence. In a moment I shall take only 3 examples by making 3 returns among others that are possible, after having quoted the end of the sentence this impossible path, this path of the impossible in ihrer Gegenwart diesen unmöglichen Weg, diesen Weg de unmöglichen gegangen Sie sind. 39. It is this impossible path of the impossible that constitutes, as link, the line that he believes he has found, even touched, have ich in so eben wieder sie übereren gegod, these are the very last words, and which will soon be called the meridian. This line is a link that leads to the encounter, Begegnung, to your encounter, the encounter of you, the nomination of thou, whereby he will more than once have named the poem and the present of the poem. But before continuing this quotation to the end, I would like, via a few returns, 3 returns, as I said, to show you how this in your presence, in ihrer Gegenwart, was not a conventional concession, there are none in this extraordinary text. This in your presence, in ihrer Gegenwart, was already invested, charged, made more serious by the question of the poem in its difficult and tumultuous settling of scores with art, the question that bears on art and the question that bears on poetry, Frage nach der Kunst und nach der Dichtung, said Sellén earlier, adding, I have approached Buchner, consciously, if not voluntarily, with my question about art and literature, one question among many, in order to identify his question. 40 Now this question becomes that of the poem, determined by Sellén as present and presence, as now and presence. First return, toward what exactly the word majesty implies in the very essence, or rather the event, the chance, of poetry. After several appearances of art, to which we shall return, art as marionette, art as monkey, etc., here is Lucile from Danton's Death, the one who is blind to art, Die Kunstblinde, who surprises us by shouting, Long live the king! You see, as if I needed to tell you, that with this scene from the French Revolution and the putting to death of the king, right by the scaffold, but also this evocation of marionettes and the monkey, we are indeed as close as can be to our great question, the beast and the sovereign. Lucile shouts, Long live the king, and Sellén emphasizes with an exclamation point how surprising this cry is, right by the bloody scaffold, and after he has recalled the artful words, Kunstreich word, of Danton, Camille, etc. She, Lucile, who is blind to art, shouts, Long live the king! Sellén calls it a counter-statement, Gegenrede. After all these words spoken on the platform, the scaffold, es ist das Blutgerüst, what a statement, welch ein word! It is a counter-statement, es ist das Gegenrede, a statement that severs the wire, which refuses to bow before the loiterers and parade horses of history. It is an act of freedom. It is a step. Es ist ein Akt der Freiheit. Es ist ein Schritt. 41. To support this claim, namely that this Long live the king from the one who is blind to art is a step and an act of liberty, a manifestation without manifestation, a counter-manifestation, Sellén must withdraw this cry, this counter-word, from its political code, namely its counter-revolutionary meaning, and even from what a counter-manifestation may still owe to this political code. Sellén thinks that, on the contrary, he can recognize the cry, it being an act of liberty, as a poetic act, or, if not a poetic act, a poetic doing, or still less an ars poetica on the part of one who is blind to art. He thinks he can recognize it as poetry itself, die Dichtung. And it is in order to hear the poetry in this act of freedom, in this step, and the reference to a step, to walking, to coming or going, is always decisive in the meridian. It is in order to hear the poetry in this act of freedom, in this step, that Sellén advances the thought that the homage in this Long live the king, the taking sides, the profession of faith, the salute, gehuldigt, is not pronounced, politically speaking, in favor of the monarchy, of His Majesty the King Louis XVI, but in favor of the majesty of the present, of the Gegenwart. This Gegenwart speaks in favor of the majesty of the Gegenwart. And in the passage that I shall read in translation, I shall emphasize 4 words for reasons that are too obvious and that I scarcely need to comment on. These are words that come under the vocabulary of witnessing, majesty, the present, and the human. To be sure, it sounds like an expression of allegiance to the ancien regime. But these words are not a celebration of the monarchy and a past that should be preserved. They are a tribute to the majesty of the absurd, which bears witness to mankind's here and now. Gehuldigt word hier der für die Gegenwart der Menschlichens Ugenden Majestat de Absurden. That, ladies and gentlemen, has no universally recognized name, but it is, I believe. Poetry, aber ich glaube, es ist. Die Dichtung. 42. This I believe, so close to the majesty of the absurd. The word absurd comes back more than once in the text to bespeak no doubt what stands beyond meaning, idea, theme, and even the tropes of rhetoric, beyond all the logic and rhetoric to which one thinks a poetics should bend itself. This I believe, so close to the majesty of the absurd, seems to imply, I believe where, I believe because, it is absurd, credo quia absurdum. Faith in poetry as faith in God, here in the majesty of the present. Celan's gesture in resorting to the word majesty, and this is what matters most to me here, at least in the context of this seminar, is a gesture that consists in placing one majesty above another, and thus upping the ante with respect to sovereignty. An upping that attempts to change the meaning of majesty or sovereignty, to make its meaning mutate, while keeping the old word or while claiming to give it back its most dignified meaning. There is the sovereign majesty of the sovereign, the king, and there is, more majestic or differently majestic, more sovereign or differently sovereign, the majesty of poetry, or the majesty of the absurd insofar as it bears witness to the presence of the human. This hyperbolic upping of the ante is inscribed in what I shall call the dynamics of majesty or of sovereignty, in its dynamics because we're dealing with a movement where precipitation is ineluctable, and a dynamics, I choose this word deliberately, because we are dealing with the sovereign, specifically with power, with potency, dynamis, with the deployment of the potentiality of the dynast and the dynasty. That is to say, there is something more majestic than the majesty of the king, just as Monsieur Teste, you remember, was described as superior to the superior man, or Nietzsche's Superman as above the superior man. As in Baudelais, sovereignty, in the sense he intends and means to give it, exceeds classical sovereignty, namely mastery, lordship, absolute power, etc. We'll come back to this later. Insist on this more, and the void. 43. But then, why keep the word? What counts most here, with Celan, is that this hyper-majesty of poetry, beyond or outside the majesty of the king, the sovereign, or the monarch, this supreme majesty of the absurd, as majesty of Dichtung, is determined by four equally serious values, among which I believe we must still privilege one, or rather recognize among them the privilege of one only, and it is that of the present, Gegenwart. These four serious values or meanings are that of testimony, of course, that of majesty insofar as it bears witness, Zeugenden Majestat, that of the human for which it bears witness, but above all, in my view, because it is continually confirmed and repeated, that of the present, gehuldigt word hierder für die Gegenwart de menschlichen Zeugenden Majestat de absurden. Majesty is here majestic, and it is poetry, insofar as it bears witness to the present, the now, the presence, as Lone translates it, of the human. Just as to bear witness is always to perform an act of presence, through speech addressed to the other, attesting to a presence, so what counts here, and what signs, is a presence attesting to a presence or rather to a present, qua human. I would not privilege to this extent the present, the presence of this present, if, beyond all the reasons you easily imagine, Celan himself did not return to it with an insistence that is obvious and, I believe, undeniable. I shall be briefer, for lack of time today, on the other two promised examples or returns. Second return. Around 10 pages later, after a trajectory that I cannot reconstitute but from which we'll follow a few essential stages next time, Celan says this about what he calls language actualized, actualisatesprach, under the sign of a radical individuation. He says this, then, adding the present to the now, making Gegenwart more serious with praisens. Then the poem would be even more clearly than before the language of an individual which has taken on form, and, in keeping with its innermost nature, it would also be the present, the here and now. Dan where das Gedicht deutlicher nach als Bischer gestaltet geworden sprach eins einzelnen und seinem innersten Wesen nach Gegenwart und Praisens 44. Third return. On the following page, Celan specifies something essential as to, let's say, the structure of this now present, and it is from this specification, which risks complicating everything, that I shall begin again next time. He specifies that this now present of the poem, my now present, the punctual now present of a punctual I, my now present must allow the now present of the other, the time of the other, to speak. It must leave time, give time to the other. To the other, it must leave or give its time. Its own time. To the other, it must leave or give its time. To the other, it must leave or give its own time. This formulation is not literally Sellen's, but I imprint on it this ambiguous or even unheimlich grammar, in which we no longer know to whom the possessive adjective belongs, to self, or other, to the other, leave or give its time, I give or leave it this grammatical equivocity to translate what I believe to be the truth of what Sellen is saying, to the other, leave or give its own time. Which of course introduces into the now present a divisibility or an alterity that changes everything. It gives over to a total rereading of the predominant authority, even of the majesty of the present, that becomes that of the other or that of a dissymmetrical division with the other, turn toward the other or come from the other. I now read the passage in question, literally, sometimes, when necessary, in both languages. The poem becomes, and under what conditions, a poem of one who as before perceives, is turned to Zuchwand. I emphasize this turn, the turn of this turn that which appears dem Erschienenden Zuchwanten. Who questions this appearing and addresses it dieses Erschienend befragenden und ansprechenden, this ansprechen the turning oneself toward the other to speak to him, to address, speak to the other, even to apostrophize the other is no doubt the turning and the turn that answers for everything in this passage, and even in the meridian, and I say this turn less to suggest a figure, a turn of phrase, or even one of those rhetorical figures of which Sellen is very wary, than to signal toward. At hem went, the turn, or turning of breath, which is so often, literally, inspiration itself, the spirit of the meridian. It becomes dialogue, it is often despairing dialogue, es word Gesprach oft ist es Versweifeltes Gesprach 45. So the poem is a speaking with two, Gesprach, a speaking together, a speaking with more than one, a speaking whose maintaining now maintains don't le maintenent maintient more than one in it, a speaking that gathers more than one in it. I say gather because what is maintained in this maintaining is now, as you will hear, a movement of gathering, a being together, a chance of gathering, Versammlung once again a very Heideggerian motif, a movement, an impulse, a step that gathers more than one in it, and the address of the one to the other, even if it fails, even if the address is not received or does not arrive at its destination, even if the despair of the other, or as to the other, is always lying in wait, and even if it must always lie in wait, as its very possibility, for the possibility of the poem. Sellen continues. Only in the realm of this dialogue does that which is addressed das Angesprochen take form and gather versamelt es sich around the I who is addressing and naming it. But into this present aber in dies Gegenart, the one who has been addressed das Angesprochen and who, by virtue of having been named, has, as it were, become a thou zum Deutschwarden, also brings its otherness along bringt. Auch sen Andersen mit. In the here and now of the poem Nach I'm here und jetzt Gedichts it is still possible the poem itself, after all, has only this one, unique, punctual present diesen, einmalig, punctuell Gegenart. Only in this immediacy and proximity does it allow the most idiosyncratic quality of the other, its time, to participate in the dialogue nach in dieser unmittelbarkeit und nahe last es das ihm, dem anderen, Eigensaint mitsprechen, Disensight.46. What the poem allows to speak at the same time, mitsprechen, allows to speak also, says Lone's translation, and the mit of the mitsprechen merits a stress mark. This speaking is originally, a priori, a speaking with or to the other, even before speaking alone, and this mit does not necessarily break the solitude. One could say that it is also its condition, as it is sometimes that of despair. What the poem allows to speak with it, allows to share its speech, what it allows to colloquate, voke, so many ways of translating mit sprechen, which says more than a dialogue, what it allows to speak, or even sign with it, cosign, consign, countersign, is the time of the other, its time in what is most proper to it, the most proper and therefore the most untranslatably other of the time of the other. One ought to comment to infinity on every word of these phrases. You can see that it is not just a matter of a dialoguing gathering. It is not even, here, a poetics, still less a politics of dialogue, a dialogue during which, With help from experts and communication counselors, one would laboriously learn to let the other speak. It is not a matter of a democratic debate, during which one leaves the other his speaking time, timed by one of those clocks that incidentally are also discussed, along with the calendar, in the meridian. It is not a matter of speaking time but of letting the other, and thus of giving the other, without there being any act of generosity, effacing oneself absolutely, of giving the other its time, and to give is here to leave, for one is then giving the other only what is proper, irreducibly proper, to the other. It is a matter of leaving the other not only speech, but of letting time speak, the other's time, what its time, the time of the other, has as most proper to it. It is the time that one must let speak, the time of the other, rather than leaving the other speaking time. It is a matter of letting the time speak, the time of the other in what is most proper to the other, and therefore in what in the other is most other and which happens, that I let happen, as time of the other, in the present time of my poem. And that I let happen what happens, of the other, this letting neutralizes nothing, it is not a simple passivity, even if some passivity is required here, it is on the contrary the condition for an event to advene and for something to happen. What I would make happen instead of letting happen, well, that wouldn't happen. What I make happen does not happen, obviously, and one must draw the consequences of the apparently paradoxical necessity, but obviously the Lassen in Sellen's German means both let laissez and make fair. Nach in dieser unmittelbarkeit und nahe last es das ihm, dem anderen, eigen Saint mitsprechen, Zeit dot. Starting there, as it were, but I must stop here, the meridian starts up again, and we make a U-turn. After saying that the poem seeks this place, Ort, Sellen approaches the question of the place, Ort, rhetorical place, Bildern und Truppen, the question of topoi and of utopia, while reminding us that he's talking about a poem that is not, an absolute poem that cannot be, das gibt es gewiss nicht, das kann es nicht geben. 47. I announced that after these 3 returns and 3 examples, I would read to the end this conclusion I had begun to quote. I will do so, and then next time I shall come back again to the meridian, which I ask you to reread meantime. So I shall come back, hoping that their necessity will be clearer, to the motifs of the other and the foreigner, the unheimlich, the head. The meridian moves between heads and decapitations, often speaks of falling into the Grund and the Abgrund, and then we shall come back, among other heads, to the Medusa's head, in its relation to erection and castration, and finally we shall head back toward the monkey, toward the marionette as question of art, die Kunst, das ist, sie erinnern sich. Ein Marionettenhafts. Kinder loses Wesen. Read and comment. I am also seeking the place of my own origin den Ort meinen eigenen Herkunft, since I have once again arrived at my point of departure. I am seeking all of that on the map with a finger which is uncertain, because it is restless on a child's map, as I readily confess. None of these places is to be found, they do not exist, but I know where they would have to exist above all at the present time, and I find something. Und. Ich finde etwas. Ladies and gentlemen, I find something which offers me some consolation for having traveled this impossible path, this path of the impossible diesen unmöglichen Weg, diesen Weg de unmöglichen gegangen zu sein, in your presence in ihrer Gegenwart. I find something which binds and which, like the poem, leads to an encounter. Ich finde das Verbindende und wie das Gedicht zur Begegnung führend. I find something, like language wie die Sprache, abstract, yet earthly, terrestrial, something circular, which traverses both poles and returns to itself, thereby I am happy to report even crossing the tropics and tropes. Sogar die Truppen durch Kreuz 10 days 48 I find. A meridian ich finde. Ihnen meridian. With you and George Buchner and the state of Hesse I believe that I have just now touched it again have ich in so eben wieder zu Berehren gegot. 49. 9th session. February 27, 2021. It is time, then, that we had a real discussion, questions, objections, back and forth. As I promised, we are going to spend the whole session doing that. And then next week I'll pick up the course of the course again. Before turning it over to whoever wants to speak, I want to say two things. First, I received a written question, a very long and differentiated one that I'll read to you in a moment and to which I shall try to respond. And then, as an exerg, before beginning, to give you time to prepare your first questions, I wanted to read you a text that I had thought I might read before this, without tying it into anything very specific, even though, as you'll see, it concerns just about everything we've approached directly or indirectly. It's a text by D.H. Lawrence, a poem called Snake 2. Now naturally, in this seminar, as you have already sensed and seen coming, especially given the time limits we face, although we can't unfold in all its breadth the history of the relations between what is called man and animal, and the socialization of those relations, the question of hunting, of taming, of training, which is something different, the question of domestication, we shall talk next week about taming, training, and domestication, which are very different things, when we broach the question of the zoo, the zoological park or the menagerie, but, then, although it's impossible for us to unfold in all its breadth the question of the relations between man and beast, man and animal, we have already seen in outline a kind of typology in the form of a bestiary, a typology of animals that in the limited field that is ours here, that of politics and animality, political sovereignty and animality. We've seen in outline a typology or bestiary of animals that plays a particularly significant role in this domain. The wolf is not the only one, the wolf got there first, but there is also the monkey, which we'll have more to say about, there's the bee, the queen bee, the dolphin, which we'll also be talking about next week, and then there's the snake. The snake, not only because of original sin, all the virtues and vices that are attributed to the snake. The question is whether the snake has a head, since the question of the head has also come back regularly, a head, i.e. a face and a visage, and I had recalled, I think, the question that Levinas sent back to a questioner who asked him, can one say of the animal what you say of man in his ethical dimension? And you know that for Levinas, the other, in its ethical dimension, is what he calls a face, the face being not only what is seen or what sees, but also what speaks, what hears speech, and therefore it's to a face that our ethical responsibility is addressed, it's from a face that it receives from the other, and therefore it's to a face that our ethical responsibility is addressed, from a face that it receives something from the other, that I receive the imperative, thou shalt not kill, which, for Levinas, is the first commandment. Thou shalt not kill is the first commandment, not the sixth as in the biblical order, and this command comes to me from the face. What the face of the other signifies to me before any other manifestation is thou shalt not kill. And so to the question that was asked him one day, does the animal have a face, and thus, does the animal belong to the space of the ethical that Levinas analyses and proposes, Levinas's awkward response was, I don't know. And then, to emphasize the expression of that awkwardness, he returns the question, would you say that the snake has a face? 3. This example doesn't come up by chance. One might wonder, okay, the snake has eyes, it has a tongue, it has a head to some extent, does it have the face? What about the snake's face? And it's under the sign of this serious, poetic question, especially for Levinas's ethics, that I wanted to read you this text by D.H. Lawrence, Snake 4. Snake. A snake came to my water trough. On a hot day, and I in pajamas for the heat. To drink there. In the deep, strange scented shade of the great dark carob tree. I came down the steps with my pitcher. And must stand and wait, for there he was at the trough before me. And he is the snake, for there he was, it's already a personal pronoun. 5. He was, in English, animals are sometimes he, sometimes she, cats are she, for there he was at the trough before me. He reached down from a fissure in the earth wall in the gloom, and trailed his yellow-brown slackness soft-bellied down, over the edge of the stone trough, and rested his throat upon the stone bottom. And where the water had dripped from the tap, in a small clearness, he sipped with his straight mouth, softly drank through his straight gums, into his slack long body. Silently. 6. Someone was before me at my water trough. And I, like a second comer, waiting. Someone, a question we've been asking from the beginning of the seminar: who or what? The animal, who or what? The marionette, who or what? The snake here is someone. And so someone is somebody, not as much key as quelqu'un in French, but you don't say someone about a stone. Someone was before me at my water trough, and I, like a second comer, waiting. So, he waits for the first to pass. He says. And here, to return to Levinas, I don't want to place the whole poem under the sign of Levinas, but reading it I remember something Levinas often says, namely that morality, ethics, begins with an after you. After you. The first sign of respect for the other is after you. This doesn't just mean something like go ahead at the elevator, etc., it means I come after you, and I come to myself, to my responsibility as an ego, in some sense, only from the other. The other is there before me, and I receive the order from the other who precedes me. That is the situation when faced with the other, and he not only goes ahead of me, must go ahead of me, but is there before me. So I say after you, and it's my first address to the other as other. Someone, the snake, was at my water trough, and I, like a second comer, waiting. And here the French translation, et moi, arrive en second, j'attendais, is okay, but a second comer is not the second to arrive. There is the first comer is the snake, and one has to say, naturally, that morality, ethics, the relation to the other, is not only coming after the other, helping oneself after the other, but after the other whoever it be, before even knowing who he is or what is his dignity, his price, his social standing, in other words, the first comer. I must respect the first comer, whoever it be. When he says a second comer, I am a second comer, I am the one who comes afterward, not the one who happens to have come second. I am a second comer, I come afterward. And I, the like also falls like a second comer, and I like an after comer, someone who comes afterward by contrast to the first comer, I as though coming second, waiting. He lifted his head from his drinking, as cattle do. Cattle is not only an animal society, it's a set of beasts that are grouped together, watched over and mastered and appropriated as beasts for consumption, beasts that are raised. Just now I mentioned taming, training, and domestication, but there is also raising. Cattle are a set of beasts raised with a view to use and human consumption. He lifted his head from his drinking, as cattle do. It's a plural, a collective verb, not cattle does, there are several, cattle is a collective, many in one. And looked at me vaguely, as drinking cattle do. And flickered his two-forked tongue from his lips, and mused a moment. 7. And stooped and drank a little more. Being earth-brown, earth-golden from the burning bowels of the earth. On the day of Sicilian July, with Etna smoking. The voice of my education said to me, he must be killed. For in Sicily. We are in Sicily, Etna. Smoking. Smoke is an extraordinary word. In French as it is in English. One can smoke transitively, pipe, cigar, cigarette, and then one can smoke. With Etna smoking. The voice of my education said to me he must be killed. For in Sicily the black snakes are innocent, the gold are venomous. Let me recall, because you are listening and you don't have the poem in front of you and it's difficult to keep things straight, that he said earlier, describing the snake, earth brown, earth golden. So it's a golden snake, not a black one, for in Sicily the black snakes are innocent, the gold are venomous. So he's dealing with a poisonous snake. But one that comes before him. Moral question, must I respect and leave the first comer to do as he will, even if I see that he is dangerous? Hospitality. Someone comes, he's there before me, he asks. Must I welcome him in, leave him, not kill him, even if I can sense or foresee or fear that he might kill me himself? The scene described by Lawrence is immediately the scene of a fight to the death. The voice of my education said to me / he must be killed, because if you don't kill him he will kill you. For in Sicily the black snakes, I emphasize black, are innocent, the gold are venomous. And voices in me said. So what were the voices saying? More than one voice? He started by saying, the voice of my education. He's already presenting himself as someone with lots of voices in him, isn't he? There is the voice of his education that says, he must be killed, and now there are voices in the plural, and voices in me. Other voices in me, saying, if you were a man, you would take a stick and break him now, and finish him off. If you were a man. Initially it's a hypothesis, if you were a man. Evidently in the sense of a human being, but also of courage, of the virile man who, in a duel, must annihilate his victim. And voices in me said, if you were a man / you would take a stick and break him now, and finish him off. But there's a space before this line. Must I confess how I liked him? How glad I was he had come like a guest in quiet. This is why I was talking a moment ago about the code of hospitality. He is the first comer, and whether or not he wants to or might kill me, I owe him, I ought not to kill him, I ought to respect him. He is therefore a guest. This is a classic scene, a classic biblical scene, a classic Middle Eastern scene. It happens near a source of water. The scene of hospitality takes place near a source of water, in an oasis or near a well, and the question of hospitality is posed as to water, as to the disposition of the water source. How glad I was he had come like a guest in quiet, to drink at my water trough, and depart peaceful, pacified, and thankless, into the burning bowels of this earth? Was it cowardice, that I dared not kill him? Was it perversity, that I longed to talk to him? The desire to speak. All he talks about, when it comes to the snake, and despite the voices he hears in him, the many voices he hears in him, his first desire, he who loves the snake, is to talk to him. Was it perversity, that I longed to talk to him? Was it humility, to feel so honored? Honoring the guest, here the host feels honored by the guest, ate by the one who comes, who is the first comer. He is honored, that's the first experience, the first affect. He is there with me, before me, ahead of me, and I am grateful to him for that. That he exists for me makes me feel honored. Was it humility, to feel so honored? I felt so honored. And yet those voices. If you were not afraid, you would kill him. If you were a man, a real man isn't scared, you would kill him. And truly I was afraid, I was most afraid. But even so, honored still more. That he should seek my hospitality. From out the dark door of the secret earth. He drank enough. And lifted his head, dreamily, as one who has drunken. And flickered his tongue like a forked knight on the air, so black. Seeming to lick his lips. And looked around like a god, unseeing, into the air. So you have here the human race, the signatory of the poem, the one who says I and who hears voices saying to him, if you were a man. The humanity of man, and there is the beast, the snake. But the beast resembles a god. And looked around like a god, unseeing, into the air. And slowly turned his head. And slowly, very slowly, as if thrice a dream. The dream again, as if thrice a dream, 3 times a dream, 3 times dreaming, a dream in one word, you see, thrice a dream, 3 times in a dream. Proceeded to draw his slow length curving round. And climb again the broken bank of my 9-wall face. And as he put his head into that dreadful hole, there's the head. This snake has a head. And as he slowly drew up, snake easing his shoulders, and entered farther. A sort of horror, a sort of protest against his withdrawing into that horrid black hole. Deliberately going into the blackness, and slowly drawing himself after. Overcame me now his back was turned. You get the scene, the snake is withdrawing, returning into its night, and the horror submerges the narrator, a sort of horror. Overcame me now his back was turned. I looked round, I put down my pitcher. I picked up a clumsy log. And threw it at the water trough with a clatter. I think it did not hit him. Which leads one to suppose that he threw his pitcher 10 like a projectile, an offensive weapon, at the snake's head. But suddenly that part of him that was left behind convulsed in undignified haste. Writhed like lightning, and was gone. Into the black hole, the earth-lipped fissure in the wall front. At which, in the intense still noon, I stared with fascination. And immediately I regretted it. I thought how paltry, how vulgar, what a mean act. I despised myself and the voices of my accursed human education. He despised himself for having in the end given in to the aggressive gesture by throwing his pitcher, not knowing if he hit him or not, but in any case he could not resist the human pulsion or compulsion, dictated by the voices in him, including the voice of education, voices that commanded him, kill it. He does so and is immediately submerged with horror and shame. And regret. And immediately I regretted it. I thought how paltry, how vulgar, what a mean act. I despised myself and the voices of my accursed human education. So he curses his education. His education is accursed. These voices in him are accursed, the voices that basically tell him to kill, or to try to kill a guest, a first comer, one who had not yet, as it were, attacked. Out of fear he kills the other, the guest. And I thought of the albatross. And I wished he would come back, my snake. My snake, it becomes his snake from this moment on, precisely because of the scene of the murder, the at least virtual or aborted murder. He couldn't resist the drive to kill, he carried out the gesture of killing and is immediately submerged by remorse, of course, but also by the desire for the snake to return. His snake, my snake, his love for the snake is declared, made manifest, after the guilty act of murder. And I thought of the albatross, and I wished he would come back, my snake. For he seemed. And here's sovereignty, that's why I chose to read you this text. For he seemed to me again like a king. Like a king in exile, uncrowned in the underworld. Now due to be crowned again. The snake, the beast, becomes the sovereign after having been, if not assassinated, at least the target of an attempt on his life, an act of hatred on the part of the man. The beast becomes the sovereign, the king. Uncrowned, but waiting for the crown, on the way to being crowned. For he seemed to me again like a king, like a king in exile, uncrowned in the underworld, now due to be crowned again. And so, I missed my chance with one of the lords of life. And I have something to expiate. A pettiness. And so morality, ethics, the thou shalt not kill with respect to anyone at all, the first comer, the first living creature to come, be it a god, a snake, a beast, or a man, and that's a question we ought to discuss, and this is one of the questions posed by the person 11 who handed me this text last time. Does morality tell us to respect solely or primarily man, the humanity of man, or life, the living being in general, including the animal? Here, visibly, the poet, the signatory, Lawrence if you will, the one to whom this thing happens in some sense awakens to ethics, to the thou shalt not kill, in a scene of hospitality, before the first comer, the snake, who can perhaps be threatening. It doesn't say that he was perhaps threatening, he could always be threatening, always be murderous. So his ethics is announced or awakened in the scene of hospitality before a first comer whoever it be, and this ethics was formalized, confirmed. 12 He becomes aware. He truly thinks what duty would have obligated him toward the living creature in general, in the figure of the snake's head, this snake that is a non-human living creature, who becomes in some sense the sovereign as other, as guest hôte, it is the guest hôte that commands, the other as guest l'autre comme hôte who commands. And so one of the questions among many others that are posed to us here is a double question. 1. Does an ethics or a moral prescription obligate us only to those like us? You remember the question of the semblable we were asking when rereading Lacan, i.e. man, or else does it obligate us with respect to anyone at all, any living being at all, and therefore with respect to the animal? 2. The second question, wrapped up in the first, is this: once we have recognized that the sovereign is in the end the first comer, the one who comes before me, the other before who is before me, are we going to reconstitute a logic of sovereignty, a scene of sovereignty, by simply displacing sovereignty from me to the other? I become subject to the other, but the other is sovereign. In other words, should the deconstruction of sovereignty limit itself to deconstructing sovereignty as my sovereignty? But in order to transfer it to the other, or should the idea of sovereignty in general be contested here? Hence the question of the fellow semblable and the question of sovereignty as sovereignty of the other or not. Of course, as ethics as such, the formalization of ethics clearly appears after the fact, i.e. after the transgression of ethics, after the murder, after he tries to kill the snake. The question is that of knowing if the origin of the moral law is linked or not to a murder or to remorse. As you know, when Freud, the transpositions are easy here. Of course, when Freud explains the origin of the moral superego via the murder of the father, when the sons agree on equality between them after the murder of the father, Freud, and this is one of the contradictions in what he says, specifies that it is when the sons or the brothers feel remorse after the murder of the father that morality is born. Point 13. In other words, the moral law is born of remorse. But the contradiction is that in order for there to be remorse, the moral law would already have to be in place. And so for him to have anything to expiate, and I have something to expiate, means that he knew ahead of time that the moral law was already there, without which there would have been neither remorse nor expiation. This is why, as you will have noticed, I pointed out, however difficult this may seem, 2 moments in this epiphany of the moral law, this appearing of the moral law. There is a first moment in which the moral law is there, already there but virtual, potential, always already there, then, and then it is actualized as such, it appears as such after the murder. Before the murder it is already there, without which there would be no remorse. He would have killed the snake without remorse. For there to be remorse, the moral law had already to be there. But it is in the moment of expiation, or remorse, the moment of guilty conscience, that the moral law appears as such. And then, well, if we wanted to dwell longer with this poem, we'd spend more time looking at the other animals, such as the albatross. Why the albatross? The snake is a reptile, the low, an animal of the earth, of humus, humility, humus, and that is why he keeps emphasizing the earth. The motif is that of the earth. So there is the low, the animal that is the lowest, the snake, and then the albatross, the animal of the heights. And as you have already noticed, in particular last week, our question, which we'll come back to next week, is that of the opposition between low and high. The sovereign, in principle, and I'll come back to this, is the being of height, of grandeur, of erection, His Highness. The albatross. And I thought of the albatross. And I wished he would come back, my snake. For he seemed to me again like a king. I was thinking that if we had the time, we'd pause over this like. Why is the snake not a king but like a king, resembling what a king is in human politics? But not only is he only analogous to a king, he is like a king. He is not a king, but he is like a king who is not a king, for 2 reasons. You remember the 3 lines: because he is in exile, he's a king not exercising power, a king without power, a king dethroned in a sense, and the scene of exile, obviously, is consonant with the scene of hospitality. They go together, exile and hospitality. Those asking for hospitality are exiles. It is the scene of the home, of what is at home without. Being at home, unheimlich, we'll come back to that next week, unheimlich, all this is unheimlich, the most familiar and the most strange, the most disturbing, the most terrible also. Unheimlich is a word with which, often in fact, I'll come back to this too next week. Heidegger translates the Greek word dianon in Sophocles, i.e. the terrible, the terrifying. He says that man is what is most unheimlich, most disoriented and disorienting depaysant, at home not at home, this whole scene is unheimlich. And obviously unheimlichkeit, the fact of being at home away from home is a scene of both exile and hospitality. The exiled, those asking for asylum and hospitality are not at home, they are seeking a home, and here is the man who takes them in or not, at his water hole that is a water source, a resource for the guests or guest exiles or those seeking asylum. So he is like a king, but he is not a reigning king, for he is in exile and he has no crown. He is like a king in exile, uncrowned in the underworld, now due to be crowned again. Provisionally in exile, the snake signals toward a kingdom to be restored, from his exile, i.e. a scene that banished him. What is striking in this poem, which is clearly an ironic or perverse translation of the Garden of Eden, is that what is banished, exiled, is the snake, not Adam and Eve but the snake. The victim in all this, Adam's victim, Adam means the earth, the victim is the snake. We need to reread the Bible because, at bottom, the one to be sorriest for in this whole story is the snake. Laughter. That's not usually how it gets read. And there is no woman here, no woman, just a man and a snake. Questions. Snake. A snake came to my water trough. On a hot day, and I in pajamas for the heat. To drink there. In the deep, strange scented shade of the great dark carob tree. I came down the steps with my pitcher. And must wait, must stand, and wait, for there he was at the trough before me. He reached down from a fissure in the earth wall in the gloom. And trailed his yellow-brown slackness soft-bellied down, over the edge of the stone trough. And rested his throat upon the stone bottom. And where the water had dripped from the tap, in a small clearness, he sipped with his straight mouth. Softly drank through his straight gums, into his slack long body. Silently. Someone was before me at my water trough. And I, like a second comer, waiting. He lifted his head from his drinking, as cattle do. And looked at me vaguely, as drinking cattle do. And flickered his two-forked tongue from his lips, and mused a moment. And stooped and drank a little more. Being earth-brown, earth-golden from the burning bowels of the earth. On the day of Sicilian July, with Etna smoking. The voice of my education said to me, he must be killed. For in Sicily the black snakes are innocent, the gold are venomous. And voices in me said, if you were a man, you would take a stick and break him now, and finish him off. But must I confess how I liked him? How glad I was he had come like a guest in quiet, to drink at my water trough. And depart peaceful, pacified, and thankless. Into the burning bowels of this earth? Was it cowardice, that I dared not kill him? Was it perversity, that I longed to talk to him? Was it humility, to feel so honored? I felt so honored. And yet those voices. If you were not afraid, you would kill him. And truly I was afraid, I was most afraid. But even so, honored still more. That he should seek my hospitality. From out the dark door of the secret earth. He drank enough. And lifted his head, dreamily, as one who has drunken. And flickered his tongue like a forked knight on the air, so black. Seeming to lick his lips. And looked around like a god, unseeing, into the air. And slowly turned his head. And slowly, very slowly, as if thrice a dream. Proceeded to draw his slow length curving round. And climb again the broken bank of my wall face. And as he put his head into that dreadful hole. And as he slowly drew up, snake easing his shoulders, and entered farther. A sort of horror, a sort of protest against his withdrawing into that horrid black hole. Deliberately going into the blackness, and slowly drawing himself after. Overcame me now his back was turned. I looked round, I put down my pitcher. I picked up a clumsy log. And threw it at the water trough with a clatter. I think it did not hit him. But suddenly that part of him that was left behind convulsed in undignified haste. Writhed like lightning, and was gone. Into the black hole, the earth-lipped fissure in the wall front. At which, in the intense still noon, I stared with fascination. And immediately I regretted it. I thought how paltry, how vulgar, what a mean act. I despised myself and the voices of my accursed human education. And I thought of the albatross. And I wished he would come back, my snake. For he seemed to me again like a king. Like a king in exile, uncrowned in the underworld. Now due to be crowned again. And so, I missed my chance with one of the lords of life. And I have something to expiate. A pettiness. Tarmina. D. H. Lawrence. 10th Session. March 6, 2002. The feminine beast and the masculine sovereign, so what? So, who? And the marionette, is it what or who? Something or someone. And then, is it living or dead? Living animal or living human? I'm going to inscribe something today by way of exergue, a date, then a quotation. I do so to recall a calendar but also a historical chronicle, the sense and necessity of which will become clear only progressively. I'm calling it an exergue, certainly, to designate an ordi over literally, an outwork. The exergon stands, like the paragon, outside the work, on the borders of the work or the operation, like one out of work, inoperative, and at loose ends dissolver, but that makes work happen, another figure of capital, and, like capital, the exergue comes at the head, but I call it an exergue primarily to recall that in an exergue, in those medals, sometimes royal medals, that were called exergues, what was inscribed was often not only words but a date. The date, here, is 1681. This is the text. Never perhaps was there a more imposing anatomical dissection, judged by the enormity of the animal, by the precision with which its several parts were examined, or by the quality and number of those present. Read it twice. I shall say no more about it for the moment, save this, apart from the very large beast being talked about here, namely an elephant, the text emphasizes the enormity of the animal, its dimensions, its size, the large and high stature of the enormous animal subject to dissection. Apart from the immense beast, among those present, the text says the quality and number of those present. You should know that there was a great, immense sovereign, Louis Le Grand himself, the Sun King, who, says the text to which I shall return in a moment, deigned to honor with his presence such a ceremony. You can picture that ceremony, a very large animal, an elephant, and a very great sovereign. The beast and the sovereign were there together, in 1681, in the same room, for the same anatomy lesson, the one alive and the other dead, the living observing the dead, in the space and time of a ceremony that was a dissection, i.e. an operation of knowledge, a violence on the dead to see and to know. We'll find out more about it later. The feminine beast and the masculine sovereign, so, what? So, who? The feminine beast and the masculine sovereign together, in the same place, one dead one alive, one looked at by the other, so, what? So, who? Something or someone. You had already suspected, seeing in the last few sessions all those heads go by, crowned heads, capitals, capital and decapitation, that with the royal majesty of the sovereign a certain dated revolution was becoming our subject. This dated revolution is that of the guillotine and the terror, of the decapitation of the king and of many revolutionaries, the very ones who set up and justified the revolutionary terror. You remember the Long Live the King, from Lucille, the wife of Camille, Camille Desmoulins, that Camille who, in Buchner's Danton's death, says Cellen, dies theatrically, then, not to say iambically one, iambis, an allusion to the first sentence, the opening phrase of the Meridian, which itself made a quasi-citation of a remark of Camille's in Danton's Death. Art, you remember, is a species of marionette, a being with 5 iambic feet, and the question of art that weaves through the whole of the Meridian, the question of poetry as art, is also all the more the question of technology for being linked to this appearance, one of 3 appearances, 3 combings, or 3 returns of art, namely the appearance of art as a marionette, i.e. a sort of technical who and what. Who will deny that the marionette is a technical thing, and even a sort of allegorical personification of technical power itself, of machinality? So it is indeed a question of interrogating art between the technique of the fine arts and the technique of techniques, and, as we shall verify, that is not the only proximity or intersection with Heideggerian questions, worries, stylistic motifs, at least. That Camille, then, dies theatrically, not to say iambically, a death that only 2 scenes later, on the basis of a word that is foreign to it, that is so close a word, both foreign and close, remember this, vanina meme fremdenina meme so nahen word, we can feel it to be his own death, then, whereas all around Camille pathos and phrases attest to the triumph of the marionette and strings popuendi draught, this time, it's a quotation that I'll come back to. Here now is Lucille, the one who is blind to art, the same Lucille for whom speech has something person-like about it, et was personhafts, in opposition, I suppose, to the marionette, comment something that one can see, perceive, et was personhafts und warnamberies. Here is Lucille, once again, with her sudden cry, Es lieb der König, 2, long live the king. The allusion, with quotation marks, to the marionette, pup, this time, and the strings is a quasi-quotation from Buchner's play, Act 2, Scene 5, where those condemned to death compare themselves to marionettes manipulated by history, by the sovereign powers of history. They no longer feel themselves to be responsible persons, free subjects, but figures, or even mechanical figurants in the invisible hands of those supposed to make history, but they suspect that there is not even a puppeteer and a subject of history to pull the strings in this theater of political marionettes, and they say and think so at the moment they die, saying, marionettes, that's what we are, pulled by strings in the hands of unknown powers, nothing by ourselves, nothing. 3. You recall, then, the Long Live the King, of Lucille, who, close to the scaffold or the guillotine, declaimed the Meridian and, marking in it a major difference between 2 values of majestat, guided our reading of this poem. All this could only confirm our hypothesis. In this revolution it's certainly a matter of head, capital, and decapitation. The Medusa head and everything in it that signals toward erection as well as castration would be enough to remind us of that. Although I didn't present things to you in this way and in this order, I'm sure that it won't have escaped you that the last session moved between 2 singular sovereigns, 2 kings of France, Louis XIV and Louis XVI, between His Majesty Louis Le Grand or the Sun King on the one hand, and His Majesty Louis Capet the decapitated, Louis XVI, on the other. While following a certain marionette theatre, from Kleist and Valery to Cellen, we had therefore observed, as vigilantly as possible, the intriguing development of the word majesty, from the sovereignty it designates in Latin, majestas, as Bodin reminded us, up to its occurrence in The Wolf and the Lamb and La Fontaine's dedication of the fables to the Dauphin. In brackets, when I pronounce the word Dauphin, I think of the animals thus named by man, all the dolphins, those beasts that are held to be so human, so intelligent, almost as intelligent as man, a species a large number of whom, 2 or 3 weeks ago, seemed to have lost their sense of direction, and, doubtless through the fault of men and human pollution of the ocean depths as well as the water close to the coast, and thereby disoriented by man, those poor dolphins lamentably but obstinately became beached, and died, on the beaches of northern France. Do not forget that dolphin, Delphis in Greek, Delphinus in Latin, is first of all the name given by man to that other great grand animal, that carnivorous cetacean whose blubber furnishes a precious oil, Delphinus delphis, and which passes for being so close to man, so benevolent and friendly a matter toward us that La Fontaine, who dedicated his fables to Monseigneur Le Dauphin, wrote its eulogy. He praised the animal, did La Fontaine, an animal not so bet, as you'll see, and an animal friendly to man, in a fable I'm going to read to you, after recalling that the French title Dauphin, used to designate the king's son and thus the heir to the throne, has a very French, purely French history, as in the calendar of the monarchy and the revolution we are interested in at the moment. Dauphin was originally a name borne by the lords of the French province of the Viennois at the time the Dauphin was ceded to the King of France. Now the proper name at the origin of the Dauphin was Delphinus, the name of the fish, quite simply because the lords had chosen 3 dolphins to figure on their coat of arms. Which means, if one interprets this heraldic symbolism as a sort of totemic effect, that the title Dauphin for the elder son and royal heir is, at least by a drift toward a royal beach, a totemic title. If now I read in extenso the fable of La Fontaine entitled The Monkey and the Dolphin, it's not merely because of the irony whereby the subject citizen La Fontaine dedicates all his fables to his virtual sovereign, Monseigneur Le Dauphin. It is for many other reasons, for if all the animals in the fables are anthropomorphic figures, and in one way or another human figures, as positive or negative heroes, here the animal is not only human like all the others but embodies, among the human animals, among animals in human form, among the anthropoids in the broad sense of this word, one of those that are naturally more human and above all friendly to man, a strong friend of our species, as the fable says. And then there is the monkey, the other hero of the fable. The monkey is not just any animal, in our problematic and among the animals that are more human than others, as I do not need to emphasize, above all, in Celan's text to which I shall return in a moment, there is also a monkey, and we are enriching our bestiary with the principal roles for our theatre of the beast and the sovereign, the wolf, the dolphin, the monkey, and, let's not forget we'll probably have an opportunity to talk about her the queen bee. In this fable, the dolphin saves men, ensures their safety, just as a man would be. The dolphin is struck by the resemblance between a monkey and a man, and he is fooled before disabusing himself and recognizing his error when he perceives the monkey's bêtise, and then this dolphin laughs, which people think animals can't do. He is capable of friendship for men, for our species. He laughs at the monkey, he finds the monkey bet, as would a man, he finds the monkey both similar and bet precisely because, though able to communicate and react with signs, the monkey doesn't really know how to speak, doesn't really know how to respond, how to hear names and the meaning of questions. Cunningly, the dolphin feigns and asks him a trick question, as you'll hear, and the mago falls into the trap. Mago, in one of its usages, means a monkey, a Barbary ape, a monkey with a small tail, a rudimentary tail, a monkey of the species of the macaques. Mago is an interesting name because it comes from the Apocalypse, Magog. You will see that the dolphin's final judgment on the monkey that he has tricked is a judgment that falls under Cartesian logic. This 17th century dolphin, a Cartesian dolphin, says to himself, this monkey is bet, it's not a human although it looks like one, it's a machine, it's not a human because it doesn't know how to respond, it merely reacts, instead of responding it's content to react. Betment. The monkey and the dolphin. It was the custom of the Greeks for passengers over sea to carry both monkeys full of tricks and funny dogs to make them merry. A ship, that had such things on deck, not far from Athens, went to wreck. But for the dolphins, all had drowned. They are a philanthropic fish. Which fact in Pliny may be found. A better voucher who could wish? They did their best on this occasion. A monkey even, on their plan, well nigh attained his own salvation. A dolphin took him for a man, and on his dorsal gave him place. So grave the silly creature's face, that one might well have set him down. That old musician of renown. The fish had almost reached the land. When, as it happened, what a pity. He asked, "Are you from Athens Grand?" "Yes." "Well, they know me in that city. If ever you have business there, I'll help you do it, for my kin. The highest offices are in. My cousin, sir, is now Lord Mayor." The Dolphin thanked him, with good grace, both for himself and all his race, and asked, "You doubtless know Piraeus? Where, should we come to town, you'll see us?" "Piraeus, yes, indeed I know. He was my crony long ago." The dunce knew not the harbour's name, and for a man's mistook the same. The people are by no means few, who never went 10 miles from home, nor know their market town from Rome, yet cackle just as if they knew. The Dolphin laughed, and then began his rider's form and face to scan, and found himself about to save, from fishy feasts, beneath the wave, a mere resemblance of a man. So, plunging down, he turned to find some drowning wight of humankind. For, while following, as I was saying, a certain marionette theatre, from Kleist to Valerie to Cellin, we analyzed the intriguing fate of the word majesty, from the sovereignty that it designates in Latin, majestas, as Bodin reminded us, up to its occurrence in The Wolf and the Lamb and the dedication of La Fontaine's fables to the Dauphin, and finally to the distinction proposed by Cellin between the majesty of the monarch and the poetic majesty of the present, of the absurd that bears witness to the human present, für die Gegenwart de menschlichen Zugenden Majestat de absurden. You also recall that this question had taken a number of relays last time. From Kleist to Valerie's Monsieur Test, who had wished, says the narrator, to kill the marionette in him, and then to Cellin's Meridian, the question of marionettes keeps coming back, undecidedly what's and who's, feminine and masculine, taking on all forms, from marionette as virgin girl, little Mary, to phallic erection, the prosthesis of the phallus as marionette and the priapism of the erection without detumescence, erection unto death, the cadaverized erection, tragic and comic, all of which sketched out the unheimlich, worrying, and undecidable figure of the marionette as life and death, life-death, life-death, both the spontaneous and graceful autonomy of the living and the rigid automatism of machine and death, machine of death or of bêtise. The phallus, let's see, we wondered, is the phallus proper to man? And, we also wondered, if said phallus were proper to the sovereign, would it be for all that proper to man? Proper in what sense? And of man in what sense? Proper to man in what sense? And what if the phallus were bêtise itself? Where had this question of the sovereign, the standing position, the grandeur or highness of the Most High led us? The majestas of sovereignty no doubt signifies high stature, highness. Moreover, one doesn't only say your majesty but also your royal highness, and I even found your altitude in a 17th century document by Antoine Galland, author of A Voyage to Constantinople, who was one of the first translators of the 1001 Nights. One also talks of great lords, grand dukes, grand viziers, and his eminence, an expression that also bespeaks the highness of excellence. Before proceeding in this direction, namely that of the majestic and sovereign erection as impulse toward the greatest, highest, and most rigid, the most inflexible state of a station or a stance, a stable state, I would like to add a logical precision, as it were, and forestall a misunderstanding that might have crept in. A misunderstanding as to what grand and high mean in this case in which precisely there would be neither case, nor cases, fall, falling off, detumescence, fall back toward the low. In this case, which is not one case among others, we made clear that the logic of sovereignty not only tended toward the greatest and the highest but also, through a hyperbolic and irrepressible upping of the ante, through a constitutive hybris which sometimes makes it sublime, precisely tends toward a height that is higher than height, if such an expression, higher than height, doesn't lose meaning, but it's this loss of meaning, this excess of meaning, that we are talking about with sovereignty, a height higher than height, then, a grandeur grander than grandeur, and superior to superiority, and so several times, concerning the example of Monsieur Test, precisely, we recalled the topos of the Nietzschean Superman who overcame even the superior man and rose above his height. What is essential and proper to sovereignty is thus not grandeur or height as geometrically measurable, sensible, or intelligible, but excess, hyperbole, an excess insatiable for the passing of every determinable limit, higher than height, grander than grandeur, etc. It is the more than that counts, the absolutely more, the absolute supplement that exceeds any comparative toward an absolute superlative. And the erection we are talking about is a superlative, absolute erection, beyond any sensible and growing erection. At which point the attribute of grandeur or even highness must be relativized. It is only one more example or figure of the maximum, a maximum that, in spite of its name, which, like majestas, also comes from magnus, from magus, greater, a maximum that is no longer a maximum of grandeur but perhaps, and this is what I was trying to get to, a maximum of smallness, the smallest possible, the more as more small can also do the job for the sovereign or the erection of what is also called in French, let us note in passing, le petit the little one, the male sex organ. See Bertoli and his le petit. 5. What counts here for sovereignty, which is first of all a power, a potency, an I can, is the maximum of potency, the greatest potency, an absolute power, and this absolute power can be figured by the grandeur of the grandest but also by smallness, arch smallness, the absolute diminution of the smallest. Of the microscopic, and thus the almost invisible, the minuscule reduced to its smallest diminutive. As for highness, it can situate just as easily the greatest as the smallest. The smallest can be found very high, as well as the greatest, and, moreover, the extenuation, the diminution of the sensible and comparative figure that is found just as well in the majestic sovereignty of the most great or the most high, of the infinitely great or the infinitely high, as well as in the sovereignty of the infinitely small, that diminutive extenuation that tends asymptotically toward the disappearance of the sensible figure, seems sometimes to be more easily satisfied by shrinking, reduction, shriveling diminution than by aggrandizement. I am clarifying this point, among other things, to account for the fact that the political power that is today trying to make its sovereignty prevail thanks to its economic and techno-scientific resources, I was mentioning last time the satellites of worldwide surveillance, whose information is sometimes bought by the United States, does so through the refinement of what are now called nanotechnologies, i.e. a technical know-how that excels, sometimes in vertiginous fashion, in the miniaturization of instruments. This nanotechnology has made in recent years and promises to make in years to come fabulous progress. This art, this technoscience, is deploying itself without limit toward the ever smaller, hence the least visible, the microscopic, the least sensible, the most invisible, the lightest, the least apparent, the hardest to find out, the most easily displaceable or transportable by the body or within the human body, etc., in connection with computers, transistors, biological prostheses of all sorts. And these nanotechnologies are deploying their power as much in the space of all markets in general as in the space of military strategy and the surveillance of world territories, or again in the field of biology, medicine, and surgery. And there, since I'm talking again about satellite and surveillance, the smallest in miniaturization dissociates itself from the largest, but can continue to be associated with the highest. The smallest can be the highest or even, beyond Earth, in the superterrestrial, higher than the highest. There is no more reason to call a superterrestrial God great, God is great, than small. Why does one not say, to describe the absolute power of God, God is small, really small, instead of saying God is great? I leave you to reply to this question. There must be untold answers already tried and available. Some would defy geometrical topology, to the point of recognizing that if God is in us, more intimate with us than we are ourselves, then he must be in us insensibly, invisibly, both greater and smaller than we in us. He is simply more. in us than we. Other responses would recall that in certain religions the manifestation of divine presence or sovereignty passes though the small, the smallest, the weakness and smallness of the baby Jesus for example, or the lamb, these two examples being of great consequence for what matters to us here. What I retain for the moment from this detour via nanotechnologies is that the more, the supreme, the maximum that characterizes sovereignty is a more of power and not of size, and so of quality or intensity and not of magnitude. And the being potential, the possible, the dynamis can be as small as possible without ceasing to be potential, precisely. And the scheme of erection, or even of phallic erection that we have associated with sovereign majesty is a schema of potency, not of size. More potent cannot be reduced to bigger nor smaller. Potency in general, sovereign potency, like any potency in particular, cannot be determined within the oppositional grid of the large and the small. Here potency can be exercised by the force of the larger, there by the force or cunning, which is also a force, the force of the fox we discussed in connection with Machiavelli, of the smaller, which comes down to saying that the small is not the contrary of the large in this case. What counts is the more, the economy of the more, the economy of the surplus or the economy of the supplement, the smaller able to be more powerful or even larger than the largest, another logical effect of that law according to which, remember what Nietzsche says about it, the weaker can be stronger than the stronger, and that's the whole of history. Don't forget the exergue, to which I shall return in a moment, which gathered in the same ceremony, a post-mortem ceremony, after a putting to death, a dissection ceremony gathered in the same place a very great animal and a very great king. And so we are brought back with this enigma of a potency, a power, an icon that can grow or intensify, gain in more via figures or determinations of the less or the lesser, we are brought back toward the row we have been hoeing here for years, namely that of a thought of the possible as I'm possible, and conditions of possibility as conditions of I'm possibility. Or of I'm potence. But I will not continue frontally in this direction today. This question of the sovereign, the standing position, the grandeur or the highness of the Most High had also led us last time not only from Roman majestas, as sovereignty of the Roman state or people, to the majesty of one of La Fontaine's fables, the wolf and the lamb, to his majesty the wolf, but also to a double division, as it were, a division of division itself, in what I dare to call, through this poem on poetry, the meridian, what I would also dare to call before or through the poem. Celan's discourse, the discursive logic or axiomatics that underlies and scans his poem, a double division, then, namely. On the one hand, a first difference, dissociation or division between the majesty of the monarch, here the monarch Louis XVI, the one who will lose his head in a revolution, and the majesty, let's say, of the present or of poetry, Dichtung, since as you remember, after Celan has spoken of the für die Gegenwart der menschlichen Ugenden Majestat de Absurden, adds, but I believe it is. Poetry, aber ich glaube, es ist die Dichtung, this last majesty, this last sovereignty, poetic sovereignty is not, says Celan, the political sovereignty of the monarch. And, on the other hand, the division in the point, the pinpoint, the very punctuality of the now, as the very presence of the present, in the very majesty of the poetic present, in the poem as encounter the dissociation, then, the partition that is also a parting partage, between my present, the present itself, the very presence of the present, of the same present, in the present of the same le present meme, la presence meme du meme present, le present du meme, and, on the other hand the autre part, and this is the other part of the partition and the parting the other present, the present of the other to whom the poem makes a present of its time, thus, in a mitsprechen, letting the time of the other, its own time, speak, das Gedicht selbst hat ja immer nur dies, einmalige, punctuell Gegenwart noch in dieser Unmittelbarkeit und nahe last das ihm, dem anderen, Eigensaint mitsprechen, Disensight. In the here and now of the poem it is still possible the poem itself, after all, has only this one, unique, limited present only in this immediacy and proximity does it allow the most idiosyncratic quality of the other, its time, to participate in the dialogue. 6. We specified at length what the time of the speaking left to the other was, in the encounter of the poem, beyond its politico-democratic interpretation, beyond calculable speaking time or vote counting on the occasion of electing a sovereign. Having reached this point, so as not to lose sight of our question as to what is proper to man, on phallic majesty and the revolutionary decapitation of the sovereign, I should like, privileging these motifs along with those of the animal, the monkey, the marionette, and above all the Medusa's head, to reconstitute as quickly and schematically as possible the trajectory that leads back to what Sellin refers to as a stepping outside the human, ein Hinausstreten aus dem Menschlichen. Point 7. This stepping outside the human for which the poetic majesty of the absurd bears witness, could be, we must keep the conditional here, you'll see why we must always say perhaps, could be what is proper to art according to Buchner, but proper to an art that would be unheimlich. The word, as you will hear, already appears twice, once translated by Jean Launay as strange étrange, once by strange, unsettling étrange, dépaysant, an art that would be unheimlich because in this art one would find at home, zu Haus, these apparently inhuman things, these three apparently inhuman or a-human things in whose form art has been making its appearances since the beginning of the speech. 3 appearances as follows: 1. A Medusa's head, we were just hearing about it from Buchner's lens, through whom Sellin prefers to hear the voice of Buchner himself. 2. The figure of the monkey, die Affengestalt, which also appears earlier, and 3. Automata or marionettes. Here, as always, one must be very attentive to ellipses or furtive slippages, to cursory allusions. The character that Sellin allows this stepping outside the human, which Sellin describes as one describes a gesture or movement of the other, Buchner's lens or Buchner himself which he allows, attributes, or confers, is that of unheimlich. You know that this word has 2 apparently contradictory and undecidable meanings. We have spoken a very great deal about it here. Cf. Freud and Heidegger 8. The familiar but as non-familiar, the terribly worrying aspect of the foreigner but as the intimacy of one's own home. The word appears twice in one passage, and much more often elsewhere. Cite and comment and bring out the unheimlich. Yesterday, as I was walking along the edge of the valley, I saw 2 girls sitting on a rock, one was putting up her hair and the other was helping, and the golden hair was hanging down, and the face, pale and serious, and yet so young, and the black dress, and the other one so absorbed in helping her. The most beautiful, the most intimate pictures of the old German school can convey but the vaguest impression of such a scene. At times one might wish to be a Medusa's head so as to be able to transform such a group into stone, and call out to the people: man macht manchmal ein Medizinjochsen, so ein Grupp in Stein verwandeln Sie können, und den Lutten zurufen. Ladies and gentlemen, please take note, one would like to be a Medusa's head, in order to comprehend that which is natural as that which is natural, by means of art. Das Naturliche als das Naturliche mittels der Kunst zu erfassen. One would like to, not, I would like to. Here we have stepped beyond human nature, das ist ein Hinausstreten aus dem Menschlichen, gone outward, and entered an uncanny unheimlichen realm, yet one turned toward that which is human, the same realm in which the monkey, the automata, and, accordingly, alas, art, too, seem to be at home. This is not the historical lens speaking, it is Buchner's lens. We hear Buchner's voice, even here art preserves something uncanny for him. Et was unheimliches. Point 9. The word unheimlich here bears all the weight, precisely where it remains equivocal and so hard to translate. It says the essential bearing of the meridian, or so it seems to me. It reappears elsewhere in the text, associated with a word that is just as frequent, the foreigner. Point 10, cite and comment. And poetry? Poetry, which, after all, must travel the path of art? In that case we would in fact be shown here the path to the Medusa's head and the automaton. At this point I am not searching for a way out, I am just asking, along the same line, and also, I believe, in the line suggested in the Lens fragment. Perhaps I'm just asking, perhaps poetry, in the company of the I that has forgotten itself, travels the same path as art, toward that which is uncanny and alien zeogenum unheimlichen und fremden. And once again, but where? But in what place? But how? But as what, it sets itself free wieder free? 11. Although the strangeness of the unheimlich, of unheimlichkeit, which is a familiar strangeness because the figures of the automat, the monkey, and the Medusa's head are at home, zoo house, although the strangeness of the unheimlich is often associated with the foreigner, it is not all by chance that it should also be close to what makes the secret of poetry, namely the secret of the encounter. For in German, secret is Geheimnis, the intimate, the folded back on itself, what has withdrawn in withdrawal, the hidden inside of the house and home, and this secret of the encounter is at the most intimate heart of what is present and presence, Gegenwart und Präsenz, in the poem. Then the poem would be even more clearly than before the language of an individual which has taken on form, and, in keeping with its innermost nature, it would also be the present, the here and now. Dan where das Gedicht deutlicher nach als Bischergestalt geworden sprach eins einzelnen und seinem Innersten Wesen nach Gegenwart und Präsenz. The poem is alone. Das Gedicht ist einsam. It is alone and underway. Es ist einsam und unterwegs. Whoever writes it must remain in its company. Wers schreibt, bleibt ihm mitgeschben. But doesn't the poem, for precisely that reason, at this point participate in an encounter in der Begegnung, in the secret of an encounter im Geheimnis der Begegnung? The poem wants to reach the other, it needs this other, it needs a vis-a-vis. It searches it out and addresses it. Each thing, each person, is a form of this other in Gestalt dieses anderen for the poem, as it makes for this other. Point 12. Before coming back to this concept of the foreigner thus associated with the strange, the strangeness of what is unheimlich, I should like at least to indicate the path of a long detour via some texts of Heidegger's. In this very place, a few years ago, I emphasized the decisive importance, scarcely noticed, if at all, of the vocabulary of the unheimlich and of unheimlichkeit in Heidegger, an importance as great as in Freud, though at least apparently different. Point 13. Now, without wanting nor being able to reopen wide the question of the unheimlich in Heidegger, from Sen und Zeit up to the end, I shall content myself with pointing out precisely because it has to do with the human and the inhuman a passage from the Introduction to Metaphysics, 1935, which resonates strangely, unheimlich, with what Celan says about the unheimlich as what at home in art seems to exceed the human in the human, seems to step outside the human in human art. I reopen the Introduction to Metaphysics rather violently, guided by what matters to us at the moment, at the point where Heidegger relaunches the question what is man. 14. Let me put down a couple of essential markers before coming on to what interests us here in this journey, namely the unheimlich. 1. First marker. Heidegger begins by asserting the secondary character, the fundamentally derived, late on the scene, and, from the ontological point of view, fundamentally very unsatisfactory character of a definition of man as animal rational or as Zoon Logon Ekhan. Incidentally, he interestingly and unassailably calls this definition zoological, not only but also in the sense that it links the logos to the zoon and claims to render account and reason, logon didona, of the essence of man by saying of him that he is first of all a living thing, an animal. Die genannte Definition de Menschen ist im Grunde ein zoologisk. But the zoon of this zoology remains in many respects questionable, fragwürdig. In other words, so long as one has not questioned ontologically the essence of being alive, the essence of life, it remains problematic and obscure to define man as Zoon Logon Ekhan. Now it is on this unquestioned basis, this problematical basis of an unelucidated ontological question of life that the whole of the West, says Heidegger, has constructed its psychology, its ethics, its theory of knowledge, and its anthropology. And Heidegger then describes with irony and a superior air the state of the culture in which we live, in which one can receive books bearing on their cover the title "What is Humanity?" without even a hint of a question being asked beyond the cover of such a book, which, he notes, in 1935, the Frankfurter Zeitung praises for being a book that is unusual and courageous. 15. 2-second marker. Henceforth the reply to the question "What is man?" cannot be a reply but a question, a questioning, an act and experience of Fragen, for in this question it is man himself who is determining himself by questioning about himself, about his being, discovering himself in this way to be of a questioning essence in the Fragen. From which Heidegger draws two conclusions in one, namely that I'm citing the French translation that seems to me not very illuminating and that I shall attempt to clarify later. It is only insofar as he comes forth in questioning that man comes to himself and is a self, der Mensch kommt erst als fragend Geschichtlicher zu ihm selbst und ist ein Selbst comment. And that therefore this Selbst, this self, this ipseity, as Selbst is translated, that is not yet an I, nor an individual, nor a we, nor a community, is a who before any I, any individual, any person, any we, and any community, a fortiori, I would add for what is of interest to us, nor a subject or a political animal, for Heidegger's suspicion about man as Zoonlogon Econ, animal rationale, would be the same as to man as political animal, an expression of Aristotle's to which we shall return at length later. So that second conclusion wrapped up in the first, the question of man as to his own being, nach seinem eigenen Sein, is transformed, is no longer what is man. What is man? Was ist der Mensch, but who is man? Wer ist der Mensch? Having recalled these two markers, you will see, if you reread this text as I ask that you do, that Heidegger, provisionally abandoning Parmenides, whom he is reading, and turning to Sophocles' Antigone 16 to look for the poetic sketch of what could be the Greek way of listening to the essence of man, a poetic sketch in the interpretation of which he advances a return toward what he holds to be a more originary sense of the Greek polis, the full sense, dies trippt nicht den vollen Sinn, of which is not rendered by the translation as city or city-state, stat und stat. Before the state, and thus before what we call the political, the polis is the law there in which and as which de sen is geschichtlich, advans as history, as the historial origin of history. To this historial site belong not only sovereigns, Herrscher, the men who hold power, the army, the navy, the council, the assemblies of the people, but also gods, temples, priests, poets, thinkers. 17 But what matters most to us here, in the paths of these readings of Sophocles, is the moment when Heidegger translates the Dianotaton of the Dianon, the most terrible, most violent, or most worrying in the worrying, spoken of in lines 332 to 75 of Antigone, which also say that there is nothing more Dianon than man, as das unheimlich Saint de unheimlichen 18, of which he will say that it resides in conflict, in the antagonistic relation, im gegenendigen Bezug, between justice, Dike, and Techne. Heidegger himself asks, why do we translate Dianon as unheimlich? 19 The principle of his reply is that the sentence, Spruch, that says, der Mensch ist das unheimlich Saint Dianotaton, then, man is the most unheimlich, gives the authentic, proper, Greek definition of man, gibt die eigentlich Griechisch definition de Menschen. Why? Why translate it this way? Not to add a meaning after the fact to the word Dianon, which is often translated as violent or terrible, nor because we hear the unheimlich as a sensory impression, as an affect or what makes an impression on our sensibility, but because there is in the unheimlich something that expels us from the heimlich, from the peaceful quiet of the domestic, the heimisch, the usual, gewohnten, the current, and the familiar, gelaufigen. Man is the most unheimlich, because he steps outside the familiar, the habitual frontiers, Grenzen, of habit, etc. When the chorus says of man that he is to Dianotaton or das unheimlich Saint, the point for Heidegger is not to say that man is this or that, and only then unheimlich Saint. The point is much more, much earlier bien plus tot, more originarily, to say that the essence of man, what is proper to man, his fundamental feature, his Grundzug, is this being foreign to everything that one can identify as familiar, recognizable, etc. What is proper to man would be, basically, this way of not being secure at home, heimisch, even with oneself as with one's proper essence. As if, according to what is now basically quite a traditional motif, Heidegger were saying that what is proper to man is the experience that consists in exceeding the proper in the sense of what can be appropriated in familiarity. In saying which, Heidegger does not go so far as to say there is nothing proper to man, but rather that this proper has as its fundamental feature, if not a certain impropriety or expropriety, at least the property of being apprehended, as property, as strange, not appropriate, or even inappropriable, foreign to the heimisch, to the reassuring proximity of the identifiable and the similar, to familiarity, to the interiority of the home in particular beyond all the definitions, that Heidegger calls zoological, of man as zoon ek han. Leaving there, for lack of time, everything that in and beyond these pages resonates in Heidegger around the statement der Mensch ist zu denotaton, das Unheimlichsein de Unheimlichen, 20 I emphasize only, before returning to what in Selin seems to echo it strangely, that the superlative, das Unheimlichsein, does not count less than the equivocal and unstable meaning, das Unheimlich, that it thus superlativizes and hyperbolizes and extremes. Man is not only unheimlich, an essence already as equivocal and strange as what unheimlich means, see, I repeat, what Freud says in the article that bears this title, Das Unheimlich, on the contradictory meanings of this word in German, that designates both the most familiar and the most strange. Man, what is called man, is not only die unknown and unheimlich, he is to denotaton and das Unheimlichsein, the most unheimlich being, meaning that he sovereignly excels in this, he is more unheimlich. That everything and everyone, he reaches, I would say, but this is not expressly Heidegger's language and word, a sort of exceptional excellence, a sort of sovereignty among unheimlich beings and the modalities of unheimlichkeit. The superlative is the sign of the hyperbolic, it wears the crown of the sovereignty of human Dasein. And this sort of sovereignty, as you have heard, concerns, under the sign of the unheimlich, a certain experience of foreignness, not only of the strange, but of the foreigner, a figure who will be relayed later in the texts on Schruckel, in Unterwegs zur Sprache, which I studied in earlier seminars, a long time ago. Point 21. If now, keeping in one's memory this indissociable couple of the sovereignly and superlatively unheimlich and the foreigner, or foreignness, we come back to the meridian and the moment in the journey where Selin has just evoked this stepping outside the human, ein Hinausstreten aus dem Menschlichen, and the movement that consists in transporting oneself to a domain that turns toward the human its strange face, the three appearances of art, the automats, the figure of the monkey, the medusas. Had this moment of stepping outside the human must be summons to appear with the moment that, earlier, had implied that perhaps, I believe, says Selin, poetry was that homage rendered to the majesty of the absurd insofar as it bore witness to the present of the now of the human, für die Gegenwart der Menschlichen Zeugenden Majestat der Absurden. Selin also wonders, as you have heard, if poetry ought or ought not to take the path of an art that would also be that of Medusa and the automat. From this moment, the value of unheimlich can no longer be separated from that of the foreigner, not only of the strange but of the foreigner, and all the many approaches of what poetry might be are all approaches not toward an essence but a movement, a road and a step, a direction, a turn in the direction of the step, like a turn in breath itself, at hem went. We could find an example of this on almost every line, at least starting at page 70. I shall quote only a few, in order to suggest that this insistence on the step that liberates, crosses, comes and goes in this or that direction, commands us to think poetry as a path, weg, and this is so often Selin's word that we have, for right or wrong, difficulty dissociating it from an incessant and insistent work of meditation on the path, the Bewegung of the path, on the movement of the Weg in Heidegger, a path, according to Selin, for what comes or goes, and which is less something. That is then an event, the coming of an event that happens arrive. I very rapidly stress this privilege accorded the path, the going and coming, the step. But in reading these lines, I shall not be content to mark time marker le pas, literally, to mark the step. I shall also mark time on three other words for reasons I shall give in a moment, namely the I, the foreigner, and the bottomless abyss, Abgrund 22. In that case art would be the path traveled by literature, nothing more and nothing less. I know, there are other, shorter paths. But after all, literature too often shoots ahead of us. La poésie, elle aussi, brûle nos tapes. I will take leave of the one who has forgotten himself, the one concerned with art, the artist. I think that I have encountered poetry in Lucile, and Lucile perceives language as form and direction and breath und Richtung und Atemwar. Here, too, in this work of Buchner, I am searching for the very same thing. I am searching for Lenz himself, I am searching for him, as a person, I am searching for his form, for the sake of the location of literature, the setting free, the step de Ortsdichtung, der Freisetzung, de Schritzwillen. Buchner's Lenz, ladies and gentlemen, remained a fragment. Would it be proper for us to search out the historical Lenz, in order to learn which direction Richtung his existence took, welch Richtung dieses Dasein hat? His existence was an inescapable burden, so his life went on. Here the story breaks off. But literature Dichtung, like Lucile, attempts to see form in its direction, literature shoots ahead. We know where his life went, and how it went on. Wir wissen, wohin let, wie hin let. Death one reads in a work about Jacob Michael Reinhold Lenz by the Moscow academician M.N. Rosenau, which appeared in Leipzig in 1909. Death the Redeemer was not slow in coming. Lenz was found dead on one of the streets of Moscow during the night of May 23 to 24, 1792. A nobleman paid for his burial expenses. His final resting place is unknown. So his life had gone on. So had Hinge let. This person Lenz, the true Lenz, Buchner's Lenz, the one we were able to recognize on the first page of the story, the Lenz who walked through the mountains Dirksgebirging on the 20th of January, this person, and not the artist and the one concerned with questions about art, this person as an IERALS. Can we now, perhaps vielleicht, find the place where strangeness was present, the place finden where jetzt vielleicht den Ort, wo das Fremd war, den Ort where a person succeeded in setting himself free, as an estranged I? Can we find such a place, such a step einen solchen Ort, einen solchen Schritt? But now and then he experienced a sense of uneasiness because he was not able to walk on his head, das nicht auf dem Kopf gehen. That is Lenz. That is, I am convinced, Lenz and his step, Lenz and his long live the king. But now and then he experienced a sense of uneasiness because he was not able to walk on his head. Whoever walks on his head, ladies and gentlemen, whoever walks on his head has heaven beneath him as an abyss. Wer auf dem Kopf jet, der hat den Himmel als Abgrund unter sich. 23. There here comes about, in Sellen's path or poetic speech, but, as always with decisive events, under the category or the reserve of the perhaps, vielleicht, in truth between two perhaps and even three perhaps and even 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 perhaps, in about 20 lines and 2 paragraphs, there here comes about, then, between 2 and 3 and 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 perhaps the event of an unheard of turning, the riskiness of which I would like to experience with you and, so to speak, reconnoiter the corner turned. Sellen has just referred to the obscurity proper to poetry as the place of an encounter to come from the horizon of the distant and the foreign. Here is a first perhaps, read and comment. Ladies and gentlemen, nowadays it is fashionable to reproach poetry for its obscurity. That is, I believe, if not the inherent obscurity of poetry, the obscurity attributed to it for the sake of an encounter from a great distance or sense of strangeness perhaps of its own making, like selbstentwerfenen. And then, still under the reservation of a second perhaps, there is a strange division of the strange itself, perhaps there are two sorts of strange, right up close to each other. But there are perhaps two kinds of strangeness, in one and the same direction side by side. Aber es gibt vielleicht, und in einer und derselben Richtung, zwei fremdleicht beieinander. And now, to specify this duality at the very heart of the foreigner, here is a sort of revolution in the revolution. You remember that Lucille's "Long live the King" had been saluted as a counter-statement, Gegenwart, which was, perhaps, I believe, Celan says at that point, poetry, in which a homage was rendered, far from the political code of reactionary counter-manifestation, to the non-political majesty of the absurd that bore witness to the present or the now of the human. Now another "Long live the King," the "Long live the King," of Lentz, i.e. Buchner, is supposed to go a step further than Lucille's. And this is no longer, this time, a word, nor even a counter-word, Gegenwart bearing witness to a Gegenwart, it is, more particularly, no longer a majesty but a terrifying silence, an arrest that strikes speech dumb, that cuts off breath and cuts off speech. Lentz, that is, Buchner, has here gone one step further than Lucille ist hier einen Schritt weiter gegangen als Lucille. His "Long live the King" no longer consists of words sen es lieb der König ist kein Wort mehr. It has become a terrible silence, es ist ein furchtbares Verstummen. It robs him and us of breath and speech, es verschlagt ihm und auch uns den Atem und das Wort. Poetry, that can signify a turn of breath, Dichtung, das kann ihn Atem bedeuten. Who knows, perhaps Wer weiß, vielleicht poetry travels its path, which is also the path of art, for the sake of such a breath turning einer solchen Atem willen zurück. 24. What I should like to bring out, still privileging the thought that concerns us here, namely the thought of sovereignty and its majesty in the figure of present and self-present ipseity, sometimes present to itself in the form of the ego, the living present of the ego, the I, that power to say I that, from Descartes to Kant to Heidegger, has always been literally, explicitly reserved to the human being. Only man can say or mean I, myself I, while referring in autodidactic fashion to himself. Those three, Descartes, Kant, Heidegger, all wrote that. What I should like to bring out, if possible, is the way Celan signals toward an alterity that within the I as punctual living present, as point of the living self present, an alterity of the wholly other comes along not to include and modalize another living present, as in Husserl's analysis of temporalization, of the protension and retention of another living present in the living present now, the ego holding in itself, in its present, another present, but here, which is quite different, letting the present of the other appear, that leaving the most proper of the time of the other we were talking about last time. I'll first read this long passage peppered with I know not how many perhaps, which all ultimately aim to withdraw these poetic statements about the event of the poem from the dimension and authority of knowledge. Read and comment. Perhaps vielleicht it succeeds, since strangeness das Fremd, that is, the abyss and the Medusa's head, the abyss and the robots, seem to lie in the same direction. Perhaps it succeeds here in distinguishing between strangeness and strangeness. Perhaps vielleicht at precisely this point the Medusa's head shrivels, perhaps the automata cease to function for this unique, fleeting moment. Is perhaps vielleicht at this point, along with the I, with the estranged I, set free at this point, and in a similar manner mit dem hier und solcher freigesetzten befremdeten Ich is perhaps at this point another set free vielleicht word hier noch ein anderes free? Perhaps vielleicht the poem assumes its own identity as a result, vielleicht ist das Gedicht von der es selbst, and is accordingly able to travel other paths, that is, the paths of art, again and again wieder gehen in this artless, art-free manner und kann none, auf dies kunstlos, kunstfreie Weise. Perhaps vielleicht one can say that every poem has its 20th of January. Perhaps vielleicht the novelty of poems that are written today is to be found in precisely this point, that here the attempt is most clearly made to remain mindful of such dates. But are we all not descended from such dates? And to which dates do we attribute ourselves? But the poem does speak. It remains mindful of its dates, but it speaks, to be sure, it speaks only in its own, individual cause. But I think, and this thought can scarcely come as a surprise to you, I think that it has always belonged to the expectations of the poem, in precisely this manner, to speak in the cause of the strange. No, I can no longer use this word in precisely this manner to speak in the cause of an other who knows, perhaps in the cause of a wholly other. Weiss, veel ligt in eens ganz anderen Sach. This who knows dieses Weiss, at which I see I have arrived, is the only thing I can add on my own, here, today, to the old expectations. Perhaps veel ligt, I must now say to myself, and at this point I am making use of a well-known term, perhaps it is now possible to conceive a meeting of this wholly other and an other which is not far removed, which is very near. Point 25. Naturally I can now only leave you to read and reread the whole of the Meridian. But perhaps we are starting here to think this subtle unheimlich difference between the two foreigners, a difference that is like the place for the narrow passage of poetry that Celan will soon mention. This is the difference, in the punctuality of the now, in the pinpoint of the present moment, of my present, between, on the one hand, my other living present, retained or anticipated by an indispensable movement of retention and protension, and, on the other hand, wholly other, the present of the other, the temporality of which cannot be reduced, included, assimilated, introjected, appropriated into mine, cannot even resemble it or be similar to it, a present or proper time of the other that I must surely let go, radically giving it up, but also the very possibility of which, the perhaps beyond all knowledge, is the chance both of the encounter, begegnung, and of this event, this advent, of what is called poetry. An improbable poetry, who knows, but a poetry to take one's breath away and turn it, and so also turn life and path, which can still be a path of art both wider and narrower. I'll read a final passage, before taking, not without some brutality, a jump backwards and sideways toward the scene of dissection from which we began, the dissection of the great animal, the elephant, in the presence of His Majesty Louis Le Grand. Read and comment. Elargis al art, 26. This question comes to us with its mysteries mit ihrer neuen Unheimlichkeit, new and old. I approached Buchner in its company. I believed I would once again find it there. I also had an answer ready, a loosely lean counter-statement. I wanted to establish something in opposition, I wanted to be there with my contradiction. Expand art? No. But accompany art into your own unique place of no escape in die Allergen Saint Eng. And set yourself free und setze dich free. Here, too, in your presence, I have traveled this path. It was a circle. Es war ein Kreis. Art, and one must also include the Medusa's head, mechanization, automata, the uncanny das Unheimlich, indistinguishable, and in the end perhaps veel ligt only one strangeness letzten Endes veel ligt doch nur een fremd art lives on die Kunst let fort. Twice, in Lucille's Long Live the King and As Heaven Opened Up Under Lens as an Abyss als Abgrund, the breath turning seemed to be there. Perhaps veel ligt also, when I attempted to make for that distant but occupiable realm which became visible only in the form of Lucille. Point 27. As you have clearly understood, in this division between two strangers, two ways of thinking the other and time, in this very division between the two Long Live the Kings, of which only the first is called majestic, of which only the first, Lucille's, requires the word majesty, poetic and not political majesty, we have now, perhaps, moved beyond all majesty, and therefore beyond all sovereignty. It is as if, after the poetic revolution that was reaffirming a poetic majesty beyond or outside political majesty, a second revolution, the one that takes one's breath away or turns one's breath in the encounter with the wholly other, came to try to recognize, or even without cognizing or recognizing anything to try to think a revolution in the revolution, a revolution in the very life of time, in the life of the living present. Point 28. This discrete, even unobvious, even minuscule, even microscopic dethroning of majesty exceeds knowledge. Not to pay homage to some obscurantism of non-knowledge, but to prepare perhaps some poetic revolution in the political revolution, and perhaps to some revolution in the knowledge of knowledge, precisely between the beast, the marionette, the head, the Medusa's head, and the head of His Majesty the Sovereign. Which is no doubt signed by the repetition of the perhaps and the who knows, Weiss. Well, to conclude for today, to mark a provisional punctuation or a few points of suspension in our history or in our fable entitled The Beast and the Sovereign, to make a signal that is still indeterminate, in waiting, in two directions, both toward the revolution that decrowns the majesty, and toward several ages in the history of knowledge, a knowledge of the living animal being that objectifies or produces objects for the gaze of the sovereign, be that sovereign a great king or be it the people. Here then are two signals to end today, two signals we shall have to learn to decipher. They both concern mastery, both political and scientific, indissociably political and scientific, over an animal that has become an object of knowledge, knowledge of death, anatomical knowledge above all for the sovereign, the king or the people. In both cases, the one pre-evolutionary, the other post-revolutionary, we are dealing with a political organization of the field of knowledge, in the form of the anatomy lesson or the lesson of natural science. I take these two signals, these two reference points, from a book and especially an article that I recommend to you. The book is by Henry F. Ellenberger, translated into French under the title Médecins de l'âme, Essays d'histoire de la folie et de guérison psychiques. 29. These are texts gathered and translated by Elizabeth Raudinesco. One of the articles, to which I am now referring, The Mental Hospital and the Zoological Garden, proposes a fascinating parallel between these two histories, that of the zoo and that of the asylum, especially in France. I shall come back to this next week in more detail. But I wanted today to take from it the two signals or indices that I mentioned above. The first, the pre-evolutionary one, is the one that I placed as an exergue at the beginning of this session. It is indeed an anatomy lesson. Following very closely a famous book by Gustave Loisel, Histoire de Ménageries de l'Antiquité à nos jours, Paris, 1912, 3 volumes, Ellenberger reconstitutes this dissection scene and this sort of anatomy lesson objectifying 30 the dead body of a large elephant on the institutional initiative and under the gaze of a great sovereign. Here's the passage from which I took a fragment at the beginning of the session. In his curious work The New Atlantis 31, written between 1614 and 1617, Francis Bacon described an imaginary land where life was dominated by the cult of scientific research. The parks there contained specimens of all the known animals, which were used in experiments in physiotherapy, including the fabrication of monsters, hybrids, and new species. Here was the foreshadowing of a new trend, the utilization of the zoo for scientific research. It was in France that this new kind of establishment saw the light of day. In 1662 Louis XIV created the Menagerie of Versailles, intended from the outset to be the biggest and most magnificent in the world. Although this was primarily a display establishment reserved for the visits of the king and the court in full ceremonial, Louis XIV also made it a research center. Upon arrival each animal was painted or represented in miniature by a known artist. Scientific exploitation of the menagerie was placed in the hands of the Académie des Sciences, whose members did many animal dissections and produced the first important work in comparative anatomy. Loisel tells the famous story of the ceremonial dissection of an elephant in 1681, an event which the Sun King deigned to honor with his presence. Never perhaps was there a more imposing anatomical dissection, judged by the enormity of the animal, by the precision with which its several parts were examined, or by the quality and number of assistants. But Loisel also rendered the sad account of the decline of the menagerie under Louis XV and Louis XVI and its inglorious end during the Revolution. 32. After this decadence of the zoo, it was still in the name of knowledge, in the name of scientific objectivity, that the French Revolution, without emancipating the animals in the name of the rights of man and citizen, and speaking in the name of the sovereignty of the people, would invent new zoological institutions, still well known to all Parisians, including those who, like me, nevertheless remain enamored of the Jardin des Plantes. The era of the French Revolution inaugurated a new conception of the zoological garden. Until that time menageries, even those such as Versailles where important scientific work was done, served primarily as diversions for the monarch and his courtiers. This is why the encyclopedia declared, menageries must be destroyed when people have no bread, for it is scandalous for animals to feast while around them men starve. Whence followed the destruction of the menagerie of Versailles by the revolutionaries. Bernardin de Saint-Pierre had the remnants of the menagerie transported to the Paris Jardin du Roi, of which he was intendant, and proposed the creation of a new institution. A report on this subject was prepared by 3 members of the Natural History Society of Paris, Brongniart, Milan, and Philippe Pinel. One would like to know just how much Pinel, the famous alienist, contributed to the report of 1792, which concluded, a menagerie like those that princes and kings are accustomed to maintain is nothing but a costly and unnecessary imitation of Asiatic pomp, but we think that a menagerie without frills could be extremely useful to natural history, to physiology and to the economy. The new institution would serve both scientific progress and public instruction. Thus was created, in the rebaptized Jardin des Plantes, the National Menagerie of the Museum of Natural History of Paris, the zoo that served as a model for all similar institutions throughout the 19th century. There one of its first directors, Frédéric Cuvier, brother of the more famous zoologist Georges Cuvier, made numerous pioneering and unjustly neglected observations of animal psychology. 33. 11th session. March 13, 2002. No doubt you are probably curious to know what the principal point at stake will be in this session, since there is one every week. Well, I can tell you for your curiosity, which will nonetheless have to be patient for a while, I can tell you that the point at stake will be, precisely, a curiosity, not only this or that curiosity, several curiosities, but just curiosity. Curiosity itself, if any such thing exists. Can one ask oneself a question about curiosity, without curiosity? It's a very fine word, a fine verbal animal, curiositas, for a seminar such as ours, and it's a verbal animal, a voceable that, according to one of the traditions that is occupying us and that we are analyzing, we will perhaps set to work. A curious voceable of burden. But let us leave it there for now. Let's leave curiositas to wait and rest. Let's pretend in the meantime to distract ourselves with other questions. For example, what is an autopsy, autopsia? And an autopsy of oneself? In the autopsies of which we have so many images, and so many films, one always imagines an operating table or even a laboratory workbench. This table has become the base, the support, the subjectal of a body in some amphitheatrical theater. This very room, this seminar room, was until recently, as you know, before its remodeling, just such a theater for work in natural history, for you have noticed I believe the inscription is still legible on the way in that these buildings were until recently used for zoology and natural science laboratories, for the study of living organisms or minerals. I think it's still written on the outside wall. The autopsy table in anatomy lessons also looks like a cathedra, like this table, like a rostrum chair on which the flesh chair of a living being that is no longer living, be it beast or sovereign, is exposed, dissected, and analyzed. What does the word autopsy mean, and what does it set in motion, in the becoming what of the who? In the becoming object of a living being? That is, so often, in the becoming dead of a zoon? This is the very question that one must try, and must take the time, to submit to autopsy, or even an autopsy of autopsy. The feminine beast and the masculine sovereign, so, what? So, who? By beginning and then beginning again in this way with a question, and a question in this form, the law beast and the le sovereign, so, what? So, who? I could let it be understood, I could let it be expected, that the expected response, rightly understood, would be of the order of knowledge. The law beast and the le sovereign, so, what? So, who? Well, the virtual response to the series of implicit or explicit questions would be supposed to make me know, give me to know, this or that about the beast and the sovereign. One presumes that this response, like any response, could enrich my knowledge, my science, or my conscience. It would be supposed to give me more to know, make me know more by teaching me, by revealing to me, unveiling to me, teaching me by example and in truth, what the one and the other are, the beast and the sovereign, the one or the other, the one as seen by the other, or if they are, the one and the other, the one or the other, beings of the who type or beings of the what type. Supposing that this distinction were to stand up for long, under the title of knowledge, science, or conscience, as to the beast and the sovereign, one can arrange all the fields of theory and ontology. Theory and ontology are, precisely, kinds of knowledge or sciences. For example, as to the sovereignty of the sovereign, as to the essence of the sovereign. Politology or political ontotheology is a logy, a logic, a knowledge, the supposedly rational discourse of a knowledge. As for animality or bestiality, biology or zoology, these also are kinds of knowledge, discourses of knowledge. The ontology of the living being in general, be that ontology regional or general, is a theoretical knowledge, with its logos, its logic, its rational and scientific order. And theoretical knowledge is, at least in its dominant figure, a seeing, a theatrical theorein, a gaze cast onto a visible object, a primarily optical experience that aims to touch with the eyes what falls under the hand, under the scalpel, and this optical model can be a sovereign autopsy, as in the case of the great elephant autopsied, inspected, dissected under the gaze of Louis XIV during the ceremony or lesson of anatomy in 1681. Why recall these obvious facts that one would be within one's rights to judge trivial? For two reasons at least, besides the one that is always de rigueur for whoever philosophizes or would simply like to know what he's saying and what people are talking about, namely the good reason there is to try to know what is meant by the knowledge in question. What does knowledge mean? What is it to know? 1. Before even pretending to think the possibility or not of an absolute knowledge, don't we have to know, absolutely, in its absoluteness, i.e. in general, before any other determination, the meaning of the word or the experience that is so imperturbably called knowledge? Knowledge in general? Whatever is it, to know? And what if the beast and the sovereign were not only one example among others to put to the test the suspended and open-mouthed astonishment thus figured in the form me are, what is it knowledge? And what if the beast and the sovereign were primarily an incitement, a provocation not only to know, but to know knowledge otherwise or for the first time or, more precisely, to think knowledge, to determine it, and thus also to reconnoiter it and so know its limits? What could that mean, to know the limits of knowledge? Against the background of this general horizon, which will constantly border but also unborder, will exceed our procedure and proceeding, I was saying that there are at least two specific reasons for recalling obvious facts that some would quite rightly judge to be extremely banal. First, without returning either broadly or minutely to what we have already done, one of the movements or gestures that we have learned to recognize, in its possibility as well as in its necessity, on reading together Celan's Meridian, its animals, its monkey figure, its marionettes, its Medusa head, all its heads, all its decapitations, its questions on art, its perhaps on the pas of poetry, its revolutions in the revolution, its displacements, the Gegenwart, and the Atemwend of the cries of "Long live the king," and then its disqualifications of sovereign majesty, etc., its thinking of the encounter, the secret of the encounter, the abyss, Abgrund, Unheimlichkeit, the strange, etc., one of the movements or gestures that we have learned to recognize, in its possibility as well as in its necessity, was precisely the pas, the movement of a pas that consists in suspending with a who knows, werweis, and with so many perhaps, veil-liked, suspending the order and the authority of a sure knowledge. Precisely, a knowledge sure of itself, determined and determining, and this not to produce an apology for obscurity, praise of non-knowledge, or to give oneself over to some improper propaganda in favor of obscurantism, but to begin to think the order of knowledge, the delimitation of knowledge, and to think that, perhaps, neither thought nor poetry was to be reduced to it without remainder, to this order of knowledge, precisely at the point where sovereign majesty and a certain bestiality consisted in a superlative upping, in an excess or a hubris of the more than, of the absolute more, going outside the law to make the law. All the perhaps that multiplied in order to do right by, and justice to, the possibility of the and advent of the event, all the who knowses that liberated, cleared, disengaged by wagering dégagéant, disengagéant and logagéant the possibility of thinking poetically the event of an atemwend and a revolution in the revolution, all those perhaps and that who knows without facility and without concession were inviting us, without ordering us, to go over the limit of knowledge. To go over were it only in order to know and to know knowledge, the limit of knowledge, and especially of that figure of knowledge that is called the sure certainty of the ego cogito, of the present and indivisible punctuality of the ego cogito, or the living present that claims to escape, precisely, in its absolute certainty, from the perhaps and the who knows. The fact that this movement should take place on a revolutionary and ultra-revolutionary, political and ultra-political stage, on which kings were next to monkeys, Medusa heads, and marionettes, made us think that these perhaps and this who knows were raised, motivated, inspired as close as can be to our linking or separating hyphen between the beast and the sovereign. Second, the second reason, in the improbable and even undecidable wake of a perhaps that would discern between the possible impossible and power, we have the presentiment, or even the suspicion, that the order of knowledge is never a stranger to that of power, and that of power pouvoir to that of seeing voir, willing vouloir, and having avouer. It is not original, but it is not false, no doubt, to recall that the scene of knowledge, and especially of knowledge in the form of the objectivity of the object, of the knowledge that has what it knows or wants to know at its disposal in the form of an object disposed before it, that the scene of autopsic/autoptic knowledge supposes that one disposes, that one poses before oneself, and that one has taken power over the object of knowledge. Without wanting or needing to deploy here in all its scope the immense question of the ontological determination of the entity as object, cf. Heidegger versus Husserl, etc. Develop at length, nor even the question of the existential analytic in the style of Heidegger, which would distinguish between several types of entity, Dasein, Zuhandensein, Vorhandensein, of which only the Vorhandensein, what is before, there, to hand, in reach, could be called object. I shall recall only the crucial difficulty that there is in situating in Heidegger an ontology of the living being, and a thought of animality, to which I hope one day to return at as great a length as is necessary. I shall set off again here from the difficulty that there is in Heidegger, in Senuendizeit and elsewhere, in situating not only the animal but the dead body in the field of the three types of entity. The dead body of the living being, animal or man, is strictly speaking neither Dasein nor Zuhandensein nor Vorhandensein. No more is the living animal, as such, as living, the beast, either Dasein, or Vorhandensein, or Zuhandensein. So I shall set off, instead of opening wide again the windows of these immense questions, I shall set off or approach by narrowing the angle, from the dead body of the animal or the dead body of the beast, to ask again the question of knowledge as wanting to be able vouloir pouvoir, and first of all as wanting to see vouloir voir and wanting to have vouloir avouer. Knowledge is sovereign, it is of its essence to want to be free and all-powerful, to be sure of power and to have possession and mastery of its object. And this is why, as you had understood, I began and ended last time with a dead body, an immense dead body, by pushing this huge dead body onto the stage or the table of the seminar, and by quoting this dated scene of an anatomy lesson in the 17th century, one among so many others, so many other well-known pictures, where this time the dead body in the picture is animal and not human. I'm speaking, then, of the picture of the dissection of an elephant under the orders and under the gaze of the greatest of kings, His Majesty Louis Le Grand. The beast and the sovereign is here the beast as dead object, an enormous, heavy body under the gaze and at the disposal of the absolute knowledge of an absolute monarch. Ellenberger says. Loisel tells the famous story of the ceremonial dissection. Hang on to this word ceremonial, which implies more than a scientific experiment. It also has elements of cult, ritual, celebration, and festival, of a festive and vaguely funereal wake of an elephant in 1681, an event which the Sun King deigned to honor with his presence. Never perhaps was there a more imposing anatomical dissection, judged by the enormity of the animal, by the precision with which its several parts were examined, or by the quality and number of assistants. 3. 4 remarks on this point before going any further. 1. We have, in spite of everything, faced with this scene, this picture immobilized under the eye of a painter, the striking impression of a hand-to-hand combat corps à corps. Hand-to-hand between whom and what? First, between two very great bodies, the beast and the sovereign, of course. Between two immense living beings, first of all, the King of Kings, the greatest of kings, Louis Le Grand, and the greatest animal. Next, this hand-to-hand is a duel, or rather the end, the aftermath, of a duel, a warlike duel, perhaps, or unconsciously amorous, therefore narcissistic, after a scene of seduction, hunt, or capture, captation or predation. The scientific scene, the scene of knowledge, takes place in the aftermath, or the day after, the defeat of one of the two living beings, on a battlefield, but also the magnetic field of a narcissistic attraction that opposed the two great living beings, the one surviving and the other become cadaveric object at the disposal of the other, at the hand of the other, manipulable by the other, captive of the other after having been captured by the great king or his servants, soldiers, or merchants, in the course of expeditions. 2. This scene of knowledge is as phenomenal as the elephant. This is a phenomenal beast, a phenomenal elephant, i.e. an object that appears, in its faintest thigh, to the gaze not only of the learned observers but of a sun king, a king of light and a source of light, a king who is the condition of possibility of appearing and of knowledge, a phenomenological, phenomenopoetical, phenomenopolitical king, source and producer of light who, from most high, like Plato's good sun and agathon, gives being and appearing to things. Here, everything is subject to the Sun King, knowledge and being, and the phenomenal elephant is both subject and object under the king's gaze. The king keeps, owns, has in his possession the immense beast, he has the immense cadaver at his disposal, like an object for his power, for his knowledge, for his having and his seeing, and for his pleasure. Pour son pouvoir, pour son savoir, pour son avoir et pour son voir, et pour son bon vouloir. 3. This setup, wanting to have the power to see and to know, vouloir avoir le pouvoir de voir et de savoir, and you can manipulate this chain in directions, is mediated by institutions. This whole scene of dissection and anatomy lesson, an anatomy lesson that always presupposes some cadaver subject to the hand, the instrument, and the gaze of man, anatomical inspection always presupposes some cadaver docile to autopsy, unfolds under the authority of an Academy of Sciences, itself created, like the Académie Française, by a sovereign monarch, to whom it remains very docilely subjected. And the other institution of the same power is the one that was put in place fewer than 20 years before the spectacular and theatrical dissection of the Elephanomen elephant, namely the Menagerie of Versailles instituted in 1662. One thinks of this Elephanomen elephant that was no longer looking at them but that could have seen them, with its own eyes seen the king see it in its own autopsy. 4. Finally, as I suggested with a quotation last week, the structure of the setup of knowing power, power to know, knowing how to see, and sovereign being able to see is not, fundamentally, revolutionized by the French Revolution. It is not interrupted, and at the death of the king one can still say, the king is dead, long live the king. One has simply changed sovereigns. The sovereignty of the people or of the nation merely inaugurates a new form of the same fundamental structure. The walls are destroyed, but the architectural model is not deconstructed and will, as you will see, continue to serve as a model and even as an international model. The destruction of the menagerie of Versailles is only an episode, a simple transfer of power, since Bernardin de Saint-Pierre, who was the intendant of the King's Garden, had the debris transported and proposed that a new establishment be founded. I recalled last time that a report was then ordered by the Paris Society for Natural History, and written among others, which as we shall see is far from being insignificant by the alienist Pinel. This report, written at the height of the Revolution, in 1792, concluded: "A menagerie like those that princes and kings are accustomed to maintain is nothing but a costly and unnecessary imitation of Asiatic pomp." We shall see shortly, or next time, why Asiatic. The point is, then, for the Revolution, to put an end to the luxury and idleness of the rich, which does not entail putting an end to the popular curiosity of all, but also to bend to European and Western rationality a monarchy that was supposedly merely aping the Asian despots, but we think that a menagerie without frills, a democratic and popular menagerie, then, a popular democratic menagerie, secular and republican, in conformity with the new sovereignty, that of nation and people, could be extremely useful to natural history, to physiology and to the economy. Point 4. So one moves from luxury and useless expense, one transitions from sumptuary beasts to useful beasts, to a viable and profitable menagerie, profitable to knowledge but also profitable, as you've just heard, to economy, economy as knowledge, first, no doubt, as theory of economy, that of the physiocrats, for example, but also to economy, pure and simple economy, oikonomia, the nomos of the oikos, i.e. the law of the house. Once again I emphasize this not out of a concern for semantics or etymology, but because in this reform of the zoo, the zoological garden, and the zoological in general, not to speak, as we shall in a moment, of circuses and private houses, and in any case we shall see that zoological gardens, even when they are instituted for the purpose of knowledge or for the protection of animals, have in common with circuses that, being open to the public, they are also places of spectacle, theaters, as, indeed, were insane asylums for a long time. Oikonomia, then. For the ecological or economic concerns will pass through a know-how that consists in furnishing a house, a habitat for beasts, in a process that oscillates, sometimes accumulating them simultaneously, between domestication, and thus appropriation to the laws of the family home, the domus, the house of the master dominus, or the mistress domus, heim, home, domesticity, taming, training, stock raising, so many modalities of master and sovereign power, power and knowledge, knowing how to, knowing in order to see, and seeing in order to know and to be able, having du pouvoir et du savoir pouvoir, du savoir pour voir et devoir pour savoir et pour pouvoir, de l'avoir, possession, appropriation, and the property of beasts, through capture, hunting, raising, commerce, enclosure, oikonomia also being the general condition of this ipsiety as sovereign mastery over the beast, in this one and the same experience that binds together, with the beast, power, knowledge, seeing, and having le pouvoir, le savoir, le voir et l'avoir. The fields of knowledge that were supposed to benefit from this new institution thus went well beyond zoology in the narrow sense. As, moreover, was the case in the anatomy lessons under the gaze of the sovereign Louis Le Grand, the interest was not only anatomical knowledge that had become accessible under the skin of the pachyderm subject to dissection, was not only physiozoological knowledge as to the functioning of the animal organism, but was already a comparative knowledge that was to clarify the analogies between human anatomy and physiology and animal physiology. This is already a real anthropozoology. When I was a student in ethnology, there was a discipline and an examination at the Musée de l'Homme, where I was working then, that bore the strange name of zoological anthropology. It was a field of comparative knowledge in which one studied the analogies and the differences between anthropoid apes and men. One of the exercises, for example, consisted in being able to distinguish. It was sometimes difficult to distinguish between, on the one hand, a male or female skull, dolichocephalic or brachycephalic, prognathic or not, with or without a supraorbital brow ridge, and, on the other, skulls of male or female chimpanzees, or between shoulder blades, femurs, or teeth of various species, races, sexes, and ages. This comparative concern was certainly not absent from the institutional places and the experiments of pre-evolutionary zoology. In the dissection of the great elephant under the gaze of Louis Le Grand, a scene around which we ought to sojourn much longer, imagine, just imagine, think about it, represented for all this is a representation unrepresentation, also, a performance represent to yourselves the enormous, heavy, poor beast, dead or killed I know not how, dragged in from I know not where on its side or its back into a luxurious room, a beast no doubt bloody, among doctors, surgeons, or other armed butchers. Impatient to show what they could do but just as impatient to see and give to be seen what they were going to see, trembling with lust for autopsy, ready to get to work, to get their hands, scalpels, axes, or knives onto the great defenseless body in spite of its ivory tusks defenses, literally, defenses still intact, and its detumescent trunk, at the moment that the little king, who was not as big as his name implied, the king smaller than his name, smaller too than his huge hat, which we know well. Doubtless smaller still than a baby elephant, this little king making his entrance in great pomp, with all the crowd and the courtesans, the doctors and the academics bowing to the ground, imagine all that, represent to yourselves this whole ceremony, which we didn't see in the fine film about Louis XIV, 5 you know, a film to which we should add this episode, the dissection, done with great pomp and sovereignly academic, of probably the largest beast on earth, an episode, a political picture. That in any case remains more interesting and greater, of a type to spoil the appetite for sovereignty that always slumbers in us, more interesting, greater, than, so much more stylish that a salon of agriculture at the Porte de Versailles, well, the Porte de Versailles. A salon of agriculture in the midst of an election campaign 6 when those pretending to the throne, of all political families, for the thing is more familial than ever, when those pretending to the throne, of all political families stroke the cow's rear end, consenting cows, of course, as thieves and rapists always say, by definition, and walk around candidately among the stands, their mouths full of foie gras, beer, presidential pâté de campagne country pâté, also. Literally, campaign pâté, their mouths also full of verbiage, which never stops them from stuffing themselves and kissing babies, in a crowd in which it would be harder than ever to tell a beast from a sovereign. In this dissection of the great elephant under the luminous gaze of Louis Le Grand, the point was also no doubt to recognize in this great cadaver, right in the open body of a giant animal whose consent no one ever asked and who is at the mercy of the surgeons, of their scalpels, their gazes. The point was also no doubt to recognize in this great animal, great but not the king of the animals, the lion, to recognize anatomo-physiological analogies, the brain, the heart, the kidneys, the circulation of the blood, etc. To reconstitute properly all these historical possibilities, we should have to go in many directions, well beyond what we would have time to do here. First, and minimally, into the analysis of what in this way makes visible an animal being, a zoon henceforth lifeless but previously alive, the submissive cadaver laid out, exposed, carved up, explored, the cadaver of one of the greatest, if not the greatest, animal in the world and, opposite, a little above it no doubt, the living body of a king who holds himself to be the greatest in the world, the living body of a king, then, but also the mortal body of a king who has at his disposal another body, that double body, earthly 7 and mortal, and celestial, sublime, eternal, that of the function or the majesty, of the royal sovereignty supposed to survive eternally. The mortal body and sovereignty always presupposes this, in some way or another and in general, a priori, I would say, because it is in the structure of the concept of sovereignty. Sovereignty always presupposes that double body, the structure of which Cantero is analyzed in the King's Two Bodies 8, 195. the double body that the revolution naively thought it could end by decapitating the terrestrial body of Louis Capet. So I refer you to Cantaroas and to the earlier book by Marc Bloch, Les Rois Thaumaturges, 1924, 9 about those theories of canon law that distinguish two persons and thereby two bodies in the person of the sovereign, the personal person, as it were, and as it was indeed called, the persona personalis of the mortal king, and the ideal person, the persona idealis, of the immortal king. 10 These two persons and these two bodies are united during life but separated after death, as are the dignity of the king during his lifetime and the sovereignty or the majesty of the king that survives him and is inherited from one king to another. There is a royal dignity, exercised in the present, the regia dignitas, and there is a royal majesty, regia majestas 11 that survives and is inherited, as sovereign function, from king to king. But during the lifetime of the king, the two bodies, the two royalties, the personal and the ideal dignity and majestic sovereignty, are united. Well, the king who was present at the ritual and ceremonial dissection of the great animal and deigned to honor it with his presence was present in his two bodies and his two capacities. He was present in person but in his double person, his duplicitous person, present as persona personalis and as persona idealis, in his dignity but also in his majesty, and thus in his sovereignty. One must not forget that at the same moment read Louis Marin on this subject, especially Du Sublime à l'Obscene and La Césure du Corps Royal, in Lectures Traversios 1-1. One must not forget that at the same moment the king's doctors were busy around his suffering body, his persona personalis, his moral and threatened person, on the lookout for every symptom, daily studying his excrements, sweats, humors, even keeping a journal of the king's health that can still be consulted, which is entitled Journal de la Santé du Roi Louis XIV de l'année 1647 à l'année 1711. These archives are under the responsibility of the Société de Sciences Morales, de Lettres et des Arts de Saint-Étienne. The king's doctors looked after the king's body as two bodies at once. They were looking after the king's body both as the body of a respected, admired, venerated, feared, all-powerful, and omniscient God, and as the objectified, coldly regarded and inspected body of an animal with irresponsible reactions. One cannot help but think of the role and discourse, and sometimes the publications of such doctors at or after the death of our presidents of the Republic, Pompidou and Mitterrand. 13 When I say that they were looking after and over the body of the king, I mean it literally, since they kept vigil even over his sleep, when the king, supposed to see and know everything, to have all power and have everything, tout voir et tout savoir, et tout pouvoir et tout avoir, could no longer see them, his own doctors, seeing him. Just this one passage from the Journal de la Santé du Roi Louis XIV, describing the Sun King's unsettled nights, provides evidence. Read and comment. His sleep, amid so much good health, was always agitated and unquiet, a little more than ordinary, speaking often and even sometimes rising from the bed, which was to me a convincing indication of some heated bile as well as the effect of the great affairs he decided during the day and the images of which would return during the night and awaken the actions of the soul during the repose of the body. One must add to this the heat of his intestines as a disposition of the subject very susceptible to being shaken at the slightest occasion. Heated face, heaviness of head and nonchalance of the whole body, chagrin even and melancholy without reason, accidents, the causes of which are contracted by the little rest he allows himself, awake too long and sleeping insufficiently for a man whose mind is as active as his. 14. I also encourage you to read Louis Marin's Le Portrait du Roi 15, especially the chapter Le Recit du Roi ou comment écrire l'histoire. It is of course still about Louis Le Grand. Although Marin, to my knowledge, does not discuss the relation to animals, or the elephant autopsy, or the menagerie at Versailles, he nonetheless provides many fascinating and illuminating details for the perception and analysis of the many implications of this extraordinary scene. Since I've just said that Marin provides details that are illuminating, that cast light on this autoptical scene, which, I recall, makes use of an absolute power over the beast with a view to seeing and knowledge, in the name, at bottom, of enlightenment, but of light, always that of the Sun King, light that in the end never dissociates theoretical observation in the service of knowledge. Here for example the optics of the autopsy never dissociates it from spectacle, theater. Ceremony as representation, and representation as representation of the king, a double genitive again, both the spectacular representation given by the king, ordered by him, organized by him in view of himself, and the representation of the king that represents the king, that presents him, shows him in his portrait, or recounts him in action. And I would say, under the title The Beast and the Sovereign, that the ceremony of the dissection of the elephant, the immense anonymous beast, that act that Loisel calls, precisely, a ceremony, is indeed such a representation. It is designed showing the elephant and the learned subjects of the king, the doctors, anatomists, academicians to show the king in a picture, but also to enrich the archive of a narrative on the body and actions, the splendor or the effulgence of the Sun King. From this point of view, I will select from Marin's book Le Portrait du Roi, and from the chapter entitled Le Récit du Roi ou comment écrire l'histoire, the narrative of the king or how to write history, certain passages that, revolving around the work and project of the king's appointed historian, Polisson, official historiographer, author of a project for the history of Louis XIV addressed to Colbert, I will select, then, what Polisson calls the delicious spectacle that he intends to offer the reader spectator of his history of the Sun King. Point 16. The point is to behave as though the spectacle, as it were, when read, were taking place from the point of view of absolute knowledge, as though the reader knew in advance what was going to happen, since everything is known in advance by the king. And here is the return of the marionette that I did not want to miss out, because as soon as there is absolute knowledge, everything happens as though it were known in advance and therefore all but programmed, providentially prescribed. For the Sun King, the sovereign who sees and knows and foresees everything is in essence providential, and he pre-writes, pre-describes as much as he prescribes, and as soon as there is such a providential prevision, everything moves as though mechanically. Everything unwinds as one unwinds or holds tight onto a string, and thereby onto a marionette. And the point would be, in such a history, for the historiographer of this history of the sovereign to create in the reader spectator, and thus in the king's subject, the simulacrum, the illusion, that he is the one who is pulling the strings of the marionette of history. Remember that in Buchner, too, the revolutionaries admitted at a certain moment that they felt themselves manipulated by history like marionettes. Marin writes, on the subject of this effect of mastery and sovereignty. The pleasure of reading is born in this contrariness, this coming and going between the representation and what is represented, a rhythm of expectation, foresight and surprise, novelty, surprising familiarity, foreknowledge of the known, desire of mastery and power accomplishing itself in the imaginary of reading, pleasure trap of the narrative. Everything happens as if. Marin's as ifs, so judicious and lucid, once provoked impatience in a classical historian. What do all these as ifs mean? They mean nothing for a historian. A historian knows what really happened or didn't happen, but never what happens as if, never everything happens as if, did it really happen or not? That's what interests the historian. This historian was, I won't say bet, a little bet, but deaf and blind to all the fabulous as ifs that effectively, performatively make history. Back to the quotation from Marin, everything happens as if the spectator reader were himself pulling the strings of the mannequin marionette that the narrator has given him, as if he were presiding over the historical destiny of the characters, as though he were bringing about sovereignly, necessarily, the chances and contingencies of their actions, as if, my emphasis again, like the Platonic gods, he were pulling the strings of the mannequins in the story, and at each gesture of the marionette he discovered divine surprise of contingency, the effect of his own act. Point 17. What Marin is suggesting, if I am interpreting or rather following and extending him appropriately, is that the narrative or the representation here don't come after the event, to report, recount, depict, or represent the providential power of the sovereign, but that the narrative and this representation are a structural part of this sovereignty, its constitutive structure, its dynamic or energetic essence, its force, its dynamis, or even its dynasty. But also the energia, which means the act, actuality, but also the enargeia, which means a certain effulgence of evidence, a certain shining that we shall talk about again. Fiction is the dynamis and the dynasty of the dynast, but also the radiant energia and enargeia of his actions, his powers, his potency, his possibility and his power, both virtual and actual, hidden and visible. There would be no sovereignty without this representation. The illusion or fiction to which the reading or watching subject is subjected are the very exercise and effect of sovereign power to which they are subject as subjects of the king. Sovereignty is this narrative fiction or this effect of representation. Sovereignty draws all its power, all its potency, i.e. its all-powerful nature, from this simulacrum effect, this fiction or representation effect that is inherent and congenital to it, as it were co-originary. Which means that, and this is a paradox, by giving the reading or watching subject of the narrative representation the illusion of himself pulling sovereignly the strings of history or of the marionette, the mystification of representation is constituted by the simulacrum of a true transfer of sovereignty. The reader, the spectator of this history of the king has the illusion of knowing everything in advance, of sharing absolute knowledge with the king, and of himself producing the story that is being recounted to him. He participates in sovereignty, a sovereignty he shares or borrows. This is also what Marin regularly calls the trap narrative, which is also, I would say, the very trap of sovereignty, of shared sovereignty, and it will later be the trap of the transfer of sovereignty of the monarch to that of the nation or the people. The trial of the king and his decapitation would be, in my opinion or according to one of the readings I would be tempted to propose, one of these transfers of sovereignty, a transfer that is at one and the same time fictional, narrative, theatrical, representational, performative, which does not for all that prevent it from being terribly effective and bloody. In all these deployments of ceremonial representation and theatrical cult, in all these simulacra, blood flows nonetheless, no less cruelly and no less irreversibly the blood of the elephant like the blood of the absolute monarch. The beast and the sovereign bleed, even marionettes bleed. As for the transfer of sovereignty, for example, the revolution as transfer of sovereignty, however violent and bloody it might be as a taking of power, and a political revolution that was not a revolution of the political and a poetic revolution in the non-restrictive sense I was defining the other day, a political revolution without a poetic revolution of the political is never more than a transfer of sovereignty and a handing over of power, what I am here designating as transfer of sovereignty clearly situates the essential features of the problem. If most often what is at stake in politics and wherever else a drive to power is exercised, Bemächtigungstrieb, as Freud calls it, before or beyond the other drives and the death drive, a drive to power that orders even the drive to see and to know, the scopic and epistemophilic drive, if most often what is at stake in politics and wherever else a drive to power is exercised is not only an alternative between sovereignty and non-sovereignty but also a struggle for sovereignty, transfers and displacements or even divisions of sovereignty, then one must begin not from the pure concept of sovereignty but from concepts such as drive, transference, transition, translation, passage, division. Which also means inheritance, transmission, and along with that the division, distribution, and therefore the economy of sovereignty. Economy is a distributive division not merely because of the oikos of which it is the law, but because the law, nomos, nemein, also means division. Rather than on sovereignty itself, which at bottom perhaps never exists as such, as purely and simply itself, since it is only a hyperbolic excess beyond everything and so it is nothing, a certain nothing, whence its affinity with effects of fiction and simulacrum, rather than on sovereignty itself, it is on these properly mediate words and concepts, impure like middles or mixtures, words and concepts such as transfer, translation, transition, tradition, inheritance, economic distribution, etc., that we must bring the charge of the question and of decisions that are always medial transactions, negotiations in a relation of force between drives to power that are essentially divisible. For in fact, as we know well, wherever today more than ever but for a long time now wherever we think we are up against problems of sovereignty, as if we had to choose between sovereignism and anti-sovereignism, whether it occurs in sophisticated debates in political or juridical theory or else in the rhetoric of the local cafe or the salon of agriculture, the question is not that of sovereignty or non-sovereignty but that of the modalities of transfer and division of a sovereignty said to be indivisible said and supposed to be indivisible but always divisible. If I emphasize the scene, the picture, the theater, the visibility of the autopsy, the autoptic of the elephant, I do so because we are dealing with what I called so long ago, in a 1963 text on Levinas, A Violence of Light 18 the blood I've just been speaking about always shines in the light, in the energia of seeing and knowing. There too, read Marin, especially what you will find in the same chapter under the subtitles Shining, the Place of the King, and Scopic Machinations 19. Marin's demonstration insists on the major concern of the future historiographer of the king, of the future perfect historiographer of the king, as I would say. Pelisson wants to define and describe the place of the king, and this place of the king must be a place that should shine or from which the character of the king should shine in the sense of a resplendence or explosion of light, of energia, fulguration of the sun, splendor of the eye. The sun king should appear for what he is, in his narratives, i.e. a source of light but a source that one cannot look at directly, any more than one can look at the sun, as Plato already said. The portrait of the king, says Marin, is not only the sun in the central place of the narrative, it is also light spread everywhere, posed in splendor on everything and everyone, making them be seen. 20. Here, as he does several times, Marin refers to Descartes, here to the fifth part of the discourse on method and the dioptrics, but I think this would be my suggestion, at any rate that one would have to coordinate all this, everything we're talking about here, with very many other historical developments, well beyond what we can do here, coordinate it all not only with the entire history of medicine, of anatomical painting and drawing of the human body at that time and previously, think of Leonardo da Vinci and all the anatomy lessons, the two, for example, that Rembrandt painted 20 years apart, including the 1632 one, I believe, of Professor Nicholas Tulp anatomy lessons often represented with a science book in sight and replacing the Bible in the painting, and remember that Rembrandt, the painter of these anatomy lessons, also painted so many animals, flayed oxen, for example, presented like the body of Christ, etc., coordinate with all this and with the Cartesian moment. And not only with the dioptrics or more still with Descartes' treatise on man, which, as you know, as though it were an autopsy or an anatomophysiology, treats the human body as a machine of earth that God forms expressly and that Descartes compares to machines made by men, clocks, artificial fountains, mills, and other similar machines. Particularly interesting and relevant from this point of view and from the point of view of what must be linked up with the autopsy ceremonies that we are interested in would be what concerns the brain, the eye, and above all the circulation of the blood, especially what Descartes calls the animal spirits. 21 That very subtle wind, that very quick and pure flame that circulates between the veins, the arteries, the heart, and the brain. Above all, but I won't do it here because I did it elsewhere, although in a still unpublished form, it was a lecture at Cerisi, 22 The whole theory of animal machines in Descartes. Read it all, it is accessible and well known, but worth rereading from a political point of view also. In short, Marin is right to emphasize the analogy with the system of Cartesian physics and that like the sun in the discourse of physics, the portrait of the king is, by itself, the resplendent and privileged moment of the narrative scene, and like Cartesian light, it is also what brings to light and allows the spectator reader to see all the subjects who are actors in the story by striking them with its radiance eclat. 23. Another feature that must be emphasized in the optics of this hyperoptics is, from the point of view of the beast and the sovereign, the motif of dissymmetry. Or asymmetry. One can push a long way the logic of reflection, of the reflective effects of these lights, gazes, and mirrors. There is a point where the symmetry is broken and where sovereignty is marked by the power to see, by being able to see without being seen, what I called elsewhere, in Spectres of Marx on the subject of Hamlet, the visor effect. 24 The king or the king's spectre sees without his gaze, the origin of his seeing, without his eyes being seen. Here it is the same thing, and Marin does not fail to recall this asymmetry. One would be wrong to think that this position puts in return the king into the position of a seen object. In truth it is the opposite. This position is only what it is by being under the gaze of the king, in the optical cone of his eye. And Marin gives many references to this all-seeing and panoptical eye of the sovereign, in La Bruyère, Racine, in a discourse given, precisely, at the Académie Française in 1685, 4 years after the autopsy of our elephant, etc. The gaze of the eye one is the plural, indefinite, and non-personal eye in the sovereign gaze, resplendent sun and fulgurant lights o l'île éclatante et lumière éclatée of His Majesty. You see that the word éclat bespeaks both the brilliance of the beam éclat that strikes and, also, the ubiquitous dispersion which disperses or only disperses the better to invade everything. 25 Asymmetrical reciprocity of eyes and gaze, of eyes that see what the king does, says, and thinks, and of the gaze that makes them see what he does, says, and thinks. Perfect representation without excess or loss in this play of reflections or recognition, in spite of the double polarity of the historical agent and the narrator, but which operates its effects only at the price of the simulation of this spectacle. 26. Marin certainly talks of autopsy but not about the working of the anatomy lesson with the violent opening up of the body of a living dead, an animal or a man, and especially a dead animal. Marin uses the word autopsy in what is indeed its original sense, the seeing by oneself, inspecting with one's own eyes. That's what autopsia originally means, the experience that consists in seeing with one's own eyes, and thus of being able to bear witness, and this is the sense to which Marin limits himself when he says that Pelisson is inspired by the ancient demand of autopsy as guarantee of the authenticity of the narrative of the past event and the absent place, making the narrator a witness or even a martyr. 27, originally the same thing. But autopsia later acquired two meanings in Greek, which Marin has the right not to take into account but we for our part must take seriously. One, a rare meaning, that of a participation in the all-powerfulness of the gods and an intimate commerce with them. Two, a meaning that became current and even dominant, like a metonymy or an authorized abbreviation, the meaning we are using here to designate the ceremony of dissection, namely the autopsy of a cadaver. Litera says that it is an improper use, and that one ought to say cadaveric autopsy or necropsy. What amuses me here, assuming I am amused, in the virtual play between these two last meanings, is that in the autopsy of the elephant, where it is the gaze of the greatest of kings, of the sovereignissimus, that directly and indirectly sees the cadaver of the greatest of beasts, a cadaver that also represents the mortal animal that is one of the bodies of the king, there is, in all the meanings, autopsy, in the third sense, as resplendent and reflecting participation, autopsy in the second sense, a symbolic and fictional and phantasmatic division of all-powerfulness, that of the dead elephant as well as that of the eternal, but also surviving and mortal, king. This dead elephant, put to death or held at bay, because of being dead, by the king, is also to some extent, in this necropsy, the denied, averted, vaguely totemic representation of the dead king, the mortal king, the king dead from a death of the king that everyone both fears and hopes for, and that every subject projects into the autopsy or the necropsy of sovereignty. A funeral oration whose refrain never ceases, long live the king is dead, long live the king is dead, long live the king is dead. A funeral oration that resounds from the century of Louis XIV to the Revolution to Buchner to Lucile and to Lenz. Remember that other throne chair from which a Bossuet delivered, ex cathedra, his autoptic funeral orations. Instead of quoting funeral orations by the great Bossuet the theorist of Providence, Don't forget I prefer to recite a passage from one of his sermons on the duties of kings, which Marin quoted at the beginning of his book. So far we have been speaking of an indissociable chain, the chain pouvoir, voir, savoir, avoir. It was missing the devoir as a noun, duty, as a verb, to have to owe. It was necessary to have to name devoir. Let me recall first that Marin, just before quoting Bossuet and Pascal, proposes to add, as it were, another body to the king's two bodies, the theory of which was made famous by Cantarois. In classical absolutism, suggests Marin, the king's body is divided or multiplied by three. 1. The historical and physical body, and thus the mortal body, the one around which the king's doctors, but also subjects and mistresses, busy and concern themselves. 2. The juridical and political body, in sum, I would say, though Marin does not put it like this, the body of the sovereign in the strict state and political sense. 3. Finally, the semiotic sacramental body, this third body being the one that primarily interests Marin since, through the portrait of the king, that's why he calls it semiotic. You know Marin's fine work on portraits and medals, through the portrait of the king the sacramental body is supposed to ensure the exchange, without remainder, says Marin, between the three bodies. For my part, I would suggest that this sacred or sacramental body, sworn in and legitimate by God himself, by divine sovereignty itself, is indeed the place of exchange, the pact or alliance between the politico-juridical sovereignty of terrestrial all-powerfulness and the celestial sovereignty of the all-powerful God. In any case, having put forward the hypothesis of these three bodies, Marin quotes in support of his conjecture the following texts by Bossuet and Pascal. As they are very beautiful and say what is essential as to the structures and laws that matter to us here, I shall read them, read and comment. In 1662, in his sermon on the duties of kings, Bossuet exclaims, to establish this power that represents his power, God places on the forehead of sovereigns and on their face a mark of divinity. God has made in the prince a mortal image of his immortal authority. You are gods, says David, and you are all children of the Most High. But, O gods of flesh and blood, O gods of earth and dust, you will die like men. No matter, you are gods even though you die, and your authority does not die. This spirit of royalty passes entire to your successors and imprints everywhere the same fear, the same respect, the same veneration. Man dies, it is true, but the king, we say, never dies, the image of God is immortal. A few years earlier, on a little scrap of paper, Pascal had analyzed the mechanisms of the representational apparatus, describing the effects produced and discerning their reasons in the configurations they sketch out on the political, juridical, and theological planes. The custom of seeing kings accompanied by guards, drums, officers, and all the things that bend the machine toward respect and terror, means that their face, when perchance alone and without these accompaniments, imprints on their subjects respect and terror, because one does not separate in thought their persons from their entourage, seeing them ordinarily together. And society, not knowing that this effect comes from this custom, believes it comes from a natural force, whence these words, the character of divinity is imprinted on his face, etc. 28. If the French Revolution, as we have seen, transferred the menagerie de Versailles as it transferred sovereignty, if it destroyed its reality without deconstructing the model, objective savoir pouvoir avoir, this old new model, let's call it autopsic, became the globalized model of all 19th century zoological gardens. Globalization of the autopsic model, as I call it, charging the attribute autopsic with all the features we have emphasized until now, the objectifying inspection of a knowledge that precisely inspects, sees, looks at the aspect of a zoon the life and force of which have been neutralized either by death or by captivity, or quite simply by objectification that exhibits there before, to hand, before the gaze, and devitalizes by simple objectification, a learned objectification in the academic service of a learned society, certainly, but a society for which, between the autopsic seeing of theoretical knowledge and the autopsic seeing of the theatrical spectacle, between the theoretical and the theatrical, between inspection and spectacle, the passage and transfer are more than tempting, in truth organized and institutionalized, whence the two other senses of autopsia, that of the necropsic relation to the cadaver and that of participation in divine power. I am specifying this point before coming to what in this theoretico-theatrical, let's say in spectacular structure, autopsic and objectifying, devitalizing, also ensures a certain analogical passage between the modern and post-revolutionary zoological garden and psychiatric institutions, insane asylums. I propose, in order to give a common title to this space of analogy, to make use reawakening it, reactivating it with a certain inflection of the word curiosity. To be curious, curiosus, is to be both avid for knowledge. Curiositas, curiosity, is primarily the desire to know, to see, and to inform oneself, but also to take care, to provide care, cura, treatment both domestic and therapeutic, hospital-based, to inspect with care, and to care for. But we know that this curiosity that takes account in taking care can, in its epistomophilic autopsy, or in its hurry to verify its spectating mastery, it can degenerate into indiscreet or unwholesome curiosity, Neugierde, as Heidegger would say, Heidegger who, as you know, saw in it an inauthentic form of Daseins relation to knowledge, in the they, das man sie Senuendi Zeit. And the word curiosity, as is the case in both English and French, but not for the Latin curiositas, can designate the subject, as it were, as well as the object. One speaks of someone's curiosity, but also of something or someone who becomes a curiosity, a curious thing for the spectator or the enthusiast. Well, curiosity is the word I was looking for to formalize the whole field of analogy that gathers the beast and the madman. In post-revolutionary zoological gardens and insane asylums, they become, in all senses of the words, curiosities for the eager, compulsive curiosity of, let's say, those who are outside and approach them only to within a certain distance to observe or inspect them in a sovereign manner from outside after having locked them up. In his article The Zoological Garden and the Mental Asylum, which I have already quoted, Ellenberger insists a great deal on what he calls a general comparison between these two institutions. I shall say in a moment, and no doubt next time too, why I have some reservations as to the philosophy, others would say the ideology, that orients Ellenberger's work, especially in its conclusions, but I shall begin by following him, in my own way, in the material he provides for us. He recalls that the French model, the one I called autopsic, became globalized after the Revolution, zoos in London, 1829, Amsterdam, 1838, Berlin, 1844, Anvers, 1848, etc. Sometimes subventioned by the state, sometimes the object of a worldwide commerce and speculation, these zoos were places both of study and of popular outings for the Sunday crowds and the curious, who also included artists, draftsmen, and scientists such as Darwin and Galton in London, for example. What is remarkable in the 19th century in the institution of these zoological gardens, and what makes them comparable, up to a certain point, to be determined, with psychiatric hospitals, is that the enclosure that is common to them, the new system of territorial limits and uncrossable frontiers, was not incompatible with the appearance of what I shall call a planning of the menagerie, a certain ecological progress, the economy of a new ecology, an ecosystem that was not without a certain improvement in the living conditions of both animals and the mentally ill. This economy, in the planning of menageries that turned into zoological gardens, was sometimes primarily economy in the capitalistic sense, and a source of revenue for merchants practicing the globalization of the market before the term was invented and 2 centuries ahead of time. There is the case of a real family of animal merchants who also instituted progressive zoological gardens, as it were. A certain Hagenbeck was famous in Germany for furnishing circuses with animals from all around the world, for spectacle and curiosity, for taming and performance. The animals, captured and transported, became curiosities for the curiosity of the curious who wanted and henceforth were able to see and observe them with their own eyes, autoptically, but for furnishing menageries too. His son, Carl Hagenbeck, 1844–1913, was a writer, the author of an autobiography entitled Von Tieren und Menschen, 1908, and he extended his father's business, globalized it further in the tracks of colonization, sending expeditions all over the world. Better still, this writer-merchant was also a founder of institutions and of a school. With the help of a Swiss architect and sculptor, Urs Eggenschweiler, he had the huge zoological park in Hamburg constructed, which became famous, among other reasons, for the system of limits it innovated or with which it was surrounded, as one surrounds with care by surrounding with limits. It's certainly the concept of care, concern, solicitude, cura, that we are talking about here, and the question of knowing whether it's possible to surround with care, as we say, without surrounding with reappropriating limits. Inventing limits, installing limits, that's the art we are speaking of here. And it is an art of both caring and locking up. Between the beast and the sovereign, it's merely a question of limits, and knowing whether a limit is divisible or indivisible. For knowing how to install a limit is both an art and a technique, perhaps technique itself. Technique is perhaps always an invention of limits. Since the point here is always to limit the freedom of movement of these living beings, the strategy of the Hamburg Zoo consisted in transforming the visible form and structure, the phenomenon, the phenomenality of these limits in order to render them all but unnoticeable, thus giving the captive animals the illusion of an autonomy of movement. These new limits, then, are no longer unbreakable metal railings, railings that already limited movement while letting both sides see, so railings were already not an absolute and indivisible limit. These new limits, then, are no longer unbreakable metal railings but deep ditches that no longer appear as fences, ditches that disappear as they hollow out, that are formed and appear only hollowly and crue in some, and that become negativized, hollowed out and crue limits, in absentia, as it were, even more uncrossable than railings but as invisible as an interiorized and freely consented to limit. As if these poor captive and dumb animals had given a consent they never in fact gave to a violence more sure of itself than ever, to what I'll call repressive violence with a liberal, idealist, and spiritualist grimace. This does not prevent Ellenberger from saying that Hagenbeck was not only a businessman of genius but knowledgeable in animal psychology, as is indicated by his founding a school for animal trainers, and that his innovations were adopted by many zoological gardens. The first result was an improvement in the biological condition of animals. Many species that had never reproduced in captivity began to do so in modern zoos. 29. This question of the reproduction of life will be decisive here, in particular so as to distinguish, in their very analogy, between zoological gardens and psychiatric asylums, at least in the dominant interpretation, in particular that of Ellenberger. In the joint, synchronic, and, up to a point, parallel improvement of the two institutions, the zoological park and the psychiatric hospital, if one allows the beasts to reproduce, one prevents the humans from doing so, at least within the walls of the psychiatric asylums. But let's wait a little. The culture of curiosity thus organizes the showing of curiosities for curious crowds, but the same culture of curiosity also had ambitions to treat, to care for, if not to cure, or even to liberate by locking up differently. The cura of this curious curiosity always hesitated between two forms or two aims of what is always a treatment. Treatment, I propose to privilege this vocabulary of treatment because I find it quite appropriate here, precisely because it is equivocal, appropriate because of its equivocally, and this because of a certain essential impropriety, a certain constitutive ambiguity in an experience of treatment, or even trade law trait, and the white slave trade obeys an analogous logic of treatment, tractation, or trade without contract, which consists, precisely, in a strange and equivocal economy, a strange and equivocal ecology that consists in expropriating the other, appropriating the other by depriving the other of what is supposed to be proper to him or her, the other's proper place, proper habitat, oikos, and time, Selin would say. For in this technique of limits, it is as much a matter of time as of space. Which is also a certain unheimlichkeit in this treatment of the habitat of the other, or even in the concept of treatment in general. Having proposed it, I propose we keep this word treatment, and that we keep the two other words we have brought back to themselves, autopsy and curiosity. One treats, well or badly, with good or ill treatment, and the treatment can be a therapeutic cure or not. This cura, this therapy, can cure or not cure. It can, without curing, produce or not an improvement in the quality of life, even well-being. You know that there are now shops, boutiques, on the Boulevard Saint-Germain for example, that sell, it's written on their sign, it's their title, that do commerce in well-being. They are well-being shops, as you can read on their storefronts, not the good life in the Greek ethical sense, euzen, or for the art of living, but well-being. These are neither pharmacies, nor organic stores for macrobiotic or dietetic products, nor furniture or clothes stores that would allow you to feel better in your skin, but stores which, between body and soul, sell you well-being, unclassifiable products that go from books on sexuality, soft or hard 30, to so-called essential oils, to advice as to how to avoid back pain, how not to suffer from noise on the plane, etc., to incense and all kinds of massage instruments, etc. This is neither medicine, nor surgery, nor pharmacy, nor herbalism, nor orthopedy, nor food science, nor psychology, or psychoanalysis. It is none of these, but slides between all these disciplines for your well-being. So one treats, well or badly, according to good treatment or ill treatment, and this treatment can be a therapeutic cure or not. This cura, this therapy, might or might not cure, but in any case power treats beasts and the mentally ill, and in any case the treatment, whatever its goals, whether they are openly declared or not, whether beneficial or maleficent, whether they are followed or not by the desired or alleged outcome, consists in enclosing, depriving of freedom of movement and, hence, of freedom itself, hence of power to see, to know, to have beyond certain limits, and hence of sovereignty. By enclosing within idealized limits, or limits in any case that have become less visible, tending to become quasi-internal, by one of those fictions or fables we have been analyzing since the beginning, and which are also the element of force, power, violence, and lies, this culture of curiosity, then, also had the ambition or the pretension to treat, to care for, to take great care, cura, of what it was enclosing and objectifying and cultivating to ends of enrichment and curiosity. As I've just been speaking, with regard to enclosure, about the common enclosure of the zoological gardens and psychiatric hospitals of a certain post-revolutionary modernity, as I have just been speaking of freedom, of limitation of the freedom of movement, and thus of the freedom to pouvoir savoir, and thus of sovereignty, I want to emphasize once more, briefly but heavily, this terrible logic. Which logic? Well, that of a double bind, the extreme tension, weight, and gravity of which we should not hide from ourselves, a gravity all the heavier and all the harder to exonerate oneself from, in that it is at the center, indeed at the center of gravity, of all decisions and all responsibilities, all strategies and all transactions, that need treating, be they political or not, the tension between the political and its others being only one of the tensions, both supplementary and intrinsic, in the double bind to which I refer. I'm using the English expression double bind deliberately and not facilely, because the contraction or the tension I'm about to recall concerns not only a double binding, a double injunction, but a duplicity in the very concept of binding, obligation, bind, bond, ligament, more or less tight ligature, stricture rather than structure, as I said in Glass 31, that stricture that precisely comes to limit liberty along with sovereignty, or sovereignty along with liberty. For we must not hide from ourselves that our most and best accredited concept of liberty, autonomy, self-determination, emancipation, freeing, is indissociable from this concept of sovereignty, its limitless I can, and thus from its all-powerfulness. This concept to the prudent, patient, laborious deconstruction of which we are here applying ourselves. Liberty and sovereignty are, in many respects, indissociable concepts. And we can't take on the concept of sovereignty without also threatening the value of liberty. So the game is a hard one. Every time, as seems to be the case here, at least, we appear to be criticizing the enclosure, the fences, the limits, and the norms assigned to the free movement of beasts or the mentally ill, we risk doing it not only in the name of liberty but also in the name of sovereignty. And who will dare militate for a freedom of movement without limit, a liberty without limit, and thus without law? For anybody, any living being, human or not, normal or not, citizen or not, virtual terrorist or not. The double bind is that we should deconstruct, both theoretically and practically, a certain political onto-theology of sovereignty without calling into question a certain thinking of liberty in the name of which we put this deconstruction to work. Which supposes a quite different thinking of liberty, on the one hand, a liberty that binds itself, that is bound, heteronomically, precisely to the injunctions of this double bind, and therefore, on the other hand, responsibly putting up with, but we would also need to think the concept of responsibility as not resisting the questions we have posed as to the opposition man-animal as opposition between responsibility and reaction, it being understood that the limits that the powers we have just been talking about, powers of all sorts, political, police, economic, psychiatric, etc., intend to impose on the movements both of the animals in the zoological garden and of the mentally ill in the psychiatric hospital, are limits supposedly assigned to irresponsible living beings, pure reactional machines, which supposes, then, returning to my proposition, a quite different thinking of liberty. On the one hand, a liberty that binds itself, is bound, heteronomically, precisely to the injunctions of this double bind. And therefore, on the other hand, the responsibly putting up with this difficult but obvious fact, namely that the choice and the decision are not between indivisible sovereignty and indivisible non-sovereignty, but between several divisions, distributions, economies, nomi, nomos, ni main meaning, let me remind you, distribution and division, economies of a divisible sovereignty. Another dimension or another figure of the same double bind would be, I have tried to formalize this question elsewhere, especially in El Universite Sens condition 32, that of thinking and unconditionality, be it a question of liberty, gift, pardon, justice, hospitality, without indivisible sovereignty. It's more than difficult, it's apparetic, given that sovereignty has always given itself out to be indivisible, and therefore absolute and unconditional. If ever this double bind, this implacable contradiction, were lifted, i.e. in my view never, by definition, it's impossible, and I wonder how anyone could even wish for it, well, it would be paradise. Should we dream of paradise? How can we avoid dreaming of paradise? If, as I have just said, it's impossible and I wonder how one could even wish for it, this can mean that we can only dream of paradise, and that at the same time the promise or memory of paradise would be at once that of absolute felicity and of an inescapable catastrophe. I am not speaking of paradise here for fun. As you no doubt know, and as Ellenberger reminds us, everything didn't begin with an earthly paradise, with the Garden of Eden that the Bible tells us about, with the story of the snake I was talking to you about recently when reading Lawrence's Snake, and I will talk more about it next week, with all sorts of animals to be named and mastered by man, on the orders of God. As you know, everything didn't begin with this earthly paradise, or even earlier with what was to become the model it inherited, the Persian Paradeisos. Paradeisos is originally a Persian word, namely a vast enclosed territory where many beasts lived in semi-liberty under the surveillance of man, for pleasure and according to the pleasure of a monarch. These animals were tamed, many were given to the king or taken from those he gave to his friends. There were animals there destined for the royal hunt, for official parades, or to serve as artists' models. The Persian Paradeisos had a function that Ellenberger calls mystical. The king was the incarnation of the supreme God or the master of creation, and so he received the offering or homage of these animals in a garden forbidden to the common mortal. It was less forbidden for the animals to leave than for the men and subjects of the king to enter. Well, this paradisos itself was not original. It dates from the great empires of Babylon and Assyria that themselves followed epochs of tribal political organizations whose potentates already gathered for themselves collections of wild animals with no obvious purpose, apparently for pure play, and sometimes ending by massacring them. We shall talk again about all this, the more so because Ellenberger, with a confidence I don't share, concludes his article by asking himself whether, at the end of a transformation, a happy progress underway, a progress both of zoological gardens and of psychiatric hospitals, will we one day, he asks, see the revival of the Persian paradisos, and will that revival produce a new ethical system? 33. What I shall retain for today is, provisionally, this: the Garden of Eden, the paradise that the Bible and Dante, and D.H. Lawrence the other day, tell us about, was not original, any more than the sin that bears that name. I refer you here in conclusion, still provisionally, to the words of Lacan that we quoted a few months ago, in the questioning reading we attempted. We have to read them again and question them again differently. In Subversion of the Subject and Dialectic of Desire, Lacan said this, in which I shall content myself with emphasizing the word experience, which bears all the weight of the problem, the word I, the word believe, and the vocabulary of bêtise, the words imbeciles and cretinizing. Is this enjoyment, the lack of which renders the other inconsistent, is it then mine? Experience proves that it is ordinarily forbidden to me, and this not only, as the imbeciles bets or not, would believe, through a bad arrangement of society, but I would say by the fault of the other if he existed, but as the other does not exist, all that remains for me is to take the fault on I, i.e. to believe the thing that experience leads us all to, with Freud in the lead, to original sin. For even if we did not have Freud's admission, as clear as it is full of sorrow, the fact would remain that the myth that we owe to him, the newest born in all history, the Oedipus myth, is of no more use than the myth about the accursed apple, with this slight difference, not a result of its status as myth, that, being more succinct, it is considerably less cretinizing abeticent. 34. But what is not a myth, yet what Freud formulated just as early as he did the Oedipus, is the castration complex. 35. Is everything that we are dealing with, including the castration of domestic animals and the more or less virtual sterilization of the mentally ill, part of the logic of castration? Does this discourse on castration belong more to science than to myth and belief? Those are enough questions for our curiosity, or even for our autopsy today. 12th Session. March 20, 2002. Will we ever manage to untangle, in our tangles, will we succeed in unraveling, disintricating, as it were, unscrambling things between zoology and biology? Between the zoological and the biological, between these two Greek words which are more than words, and are both translated as life, zoe, and bios? Isn't it too late to try, and aren't all efforts in that direction doomed, essentially, to failure? Especially in French, but also in German and English and many languages in which there is no distinction between the two words, or even the two concepts, for saying life and living? And isn't philology too poorly equipped, too unequal to the task, in spite of the grand airs that the lesson givers and the pseudo-experts in this domain sometimes take on? Too unequal to the task, philology, not up to this question, which is more than a question as to meaning and word, between zoe and bios, between zoology and biology, the logic of the logos fixing nothing and simplifying nothing, as we shall see, for whoever cares to try to untangle things. And in French, what are we saying when we say life, la vie, and the living? Are we talking of the zoological or the biological? And what would be the difference? To what are we obstinately signaling here with the word life? There is a line of Heidegger's that I like, even though I'm not always ready to follow him on the question of death. The question of life and death. And still less on the question of the animal. It's the moment when he says, with his rather arrogant smugness, that sometimes irritating condescension that we know him for, den eigensinnigen ist Leben nur Leben, for those who are stubborn Titus, entites, den eigensinnigen, for those who have only one idea in their heads, ist Leben nur Leben, life is merely life. For the stubborn, life is merely life is only life, or life is all of life. You'll find this witticism in the Introduction to Metaphysics 1, which we'll talk about again in a moment. Heidegger continues to den eigensinnigen ist Leben nur Leben, for the stubborn, then, the obstinate, for him who has only one idea in his head. In German there is no reference here to the head la tête, but in French that gives us one more head in our tally of chiefs, heads, caps, and decapitations, and here the stubborn obstinacy of him who has only one idea in his head is something of a definition of bêtise, and when Heidegger goes for those who are eigensinnig, one can say without risk of being too far wrong that he is not far from finding them bet. It is bet to think that life is simply life, without asking oneself the question, as Heidegger will immediately do, of a death that is life, a life that is death, a death that belongs to the very being of life. But eigensinnig is an interesting word here to bespeak the bêtise of stubbornness and obstinacy, in that it marks on the one hand, as you will see, that stubborn bêtise consists in not asking any questions. This is difficult and worth a brief parenthesis, because one might indeed be tempted to say that bêtise consists in an inaptitude for the question. That's an easy thought. We tend to think that people who don't ask themselves any questions are rather stupid, don't we, lacking in critical spirit and reflection. He or she doesn't ask questions, that means bêtise. But there is also a strange and troubling affinity between a certain form of bêtise and a certain obstinacy. On the contrary, in asking or asking oneself questions, wanting to know, wissen wollen, fragen ist wissen wollen, says Heidegger 3, and that brings us back to the question of knowledge and the curiosity we were talking about last week. But here Heidegger is talking about questioning as wanting to know, before it becomes degraded into curiosity, and provided, he says, that one remembers that the question on being or the question of being presupposes that willing is not an acting, agieren, but is grounded in a leaving. Lassen. Leaving being to be what it is. Bêtise here, stubborn bêtise, I would say without further commenting on Heidegger, would be not to know how to leave being to be what it really is, but to rush excitably toward the question, giving in to the compulsion, to the question as excitable, nervous compulsion, wanting to know vouloir savoir by accumulative curiosity, for there is without doubt a bêtise of the question, as there is of affirmation, as there is of negation, bêtise that is nothing, that has no essence, we were saying. Even transcendentally, but that can traverse and threaten by reassuring them, precisely the three modalities, question, affirmation, negation, but traverse, threaten, reassure them in a positive way, and bêtise is perhaps positivity itself, positing, to which affirmation, the yes, is not to be reduced. Bêtise would rather resemble self-positing across each of these three modes, question, affirmation, negation. It would be positivism, in sum, self-positivism in general. That positivizes, and no one is immune to or sheltered from this, not even those who denounce Eigensinn. I close this parenthesis. This last word, I was saying, Eigensinn, where, following Heidegger, it marks the fact that stubborn bêtise consists in not asking oneself any questions. This word makes at least an elliptical reference to the proper, eigen, and to meaning, sin. At bottom, I would say, playing a little, the obstinate bêtise of the eigensinnige is having the obstinacy of one's opinion that consists in believing that something has one proper meaning and one only. Life is life, period. That's my opinion and I believe it. That's my opinion and I'm sticking to it, period. Against this Eigensinnigkeit, Heidegger continues, for these Eigensinnigen Tod ist ihnen Tod, death is for them death und nur dieses and nothing else, and only that, death. But the being of life, Heidegger then adds, is at the same time death. Aber das Ende Lebens ist zugleich Tod. Everything that enters into life also already begins by that fact to die, to go to its death, and death is at the same time life. Und Tod ist zugleich Leben. Heraklit Sag FRGT 84. There follows a definition of contradiction and of the logos as gathering of contraries. Let's leave this short treatise on bêtise, a bêtise that perhaps always comes down to sticking to some stubborn opinion about life-death. Where I would be tempted, I won't insist on this because I have talked about it elsewhere, to find Heidegger a little eigensinnig, if not a little bet himself on this subject, is where he holds so firmly to the opinion, to what I believe to be no more and no less than an opinion, that only man or only Dasein has an experiential relation to death, to dying, to sterben as such, to his own death, his own being able to die, to its possibility, be it the possibility of the impossible, whereas the animal, that other living being, zoon, that we call the animal, perishes but never dies, has no relation worthy of the name to death. For my part, at the risk of being stubborn about it, I've talked about it elsewhere, and we shall come back to it later concerning Heidegger and the animal. I don't believe a word of it. It's not at all certain in any case that man has a relation to death or an experience of death as such, in its possible impossibility, or that one can say, properly, in the proper sense and simply, calmly, that the animal is deprived of it. But let's leave that here. It in any case requires a complete recasting of the conceptuality, the recasting we are engaged in here. The end is near, I mean the end of this year's seminar. Hoping to continue it further next year, I can see clearly, you can see clearly, that we are still on the threshold. Yes, the threshold. What is a threshold? The threshold is one of the names for what was occupying us at the end of the last session when, busying ourselves around logics of closure and enclosure, it was actually the threshold we were worrying about, the threshold to be crossed or not crossed, the forbidden threshold, le suil interdit, in both senses 5, both for the animals in the zoological garden and for the mentally ill in the psychiatric asylum. And for the curious spectators of both. And in the Iranian Paradisos, more original than the Garden of Eden, more original than its supposed sin of the same name, both gardens, however, marked by interdicts, in the Iranian Paradisos it was forbidden for men to enter rather than for beasts to leave. The threshold, then, crossable or not, what is it? Basically, it could be shown that all our seminars that have, for more than 10 years now, all of them been bearing on the meaning of responsibility, bearing, then, on the meaning and structure of certain limits, on what one must or must not do, that to which one must and must not respond, that they all stood, still stand, on the threshold. I do mean all the seminars and not just the seminar on hospitality a few years ago, which literally named the threshold and the passage of a threshold at every step. The question of responsibility is a question of the threshold, and in particular, as we again verified this year, a threshold at the origin of responsibility, the threshold from which one passes from reaction to response, and therefore to responsibility, a threshold which, according to the humanist and anthropocentric, in truth logocentric, tradition that we are deconstructing here, and we are going to talk at length about the logos today, a threshold that marks, that is supposed to mark, the indivisible limen, the indivisible limit between animal and man. And we recalled last time that this limit, this threshold of responsibility, is the same as that of liberty, without which there is no responsibility and therefore no sovereignty. Responsibility, like liberty, implies something of that indivisible sovereignty accorded to what is proper to man and denied the beast. Always the threshold, then. What is the threshold? And once we say threshold, the uncuttable and atomic unity of the threshold, one single threshold, we suppose it to be indivisible, we suppose that it has the form of a line of demarcation as indivisible as a line without breadth that one could cross or be forbidden from crossing only in a punctual instant and in a step itself indivisible. What we were saying last week concerned, under the names of park or hospital, a kind of treatment of the threshold and of hospitality, of the hospitality of menageries or hospitals, continuing the seminar on incarceration and the death penalty 1999 to 2001, and therefore sovereignty, just as much as the one on hospitality 1995-97. I remember too that in the intervening seminar on pardon 1997-99, the question was asked whether certain animals could feel guilty or be in mourning, if they were sensitive to shame and had any capability of repentance and of asking pardon, a question to which we answered yes. As for the seminar on the secret 1991-92, which was, par excellence, a seminar on limits not to be crossed, on the separation of Cernera, of secretum, we re-encountered its track with the Geheimnis der Begegnung, the secret of the encounter in Cellen, and the whole poetico-political problematic of Unheimlichkeit, the Abgrund, the Ergrund, and the Ungrund. So it's still the same seminar, and when I say that we are still on the threshold of it, that means not only that we don't have the key, or that we don't have a key, but that the question on the threshold that we are lingering on is indeed that of the key, and that of knowing if there is some key, to the door, to the gate, the key to the zoo, the key to the hospital, the key to the crypt to be decrypted. Not only do we risk remaining eternally on the threshold, but what we are really doing is doubting the existence of a threshold worthy of the name. The threshold not only supposes this indivisible limit that every deconstruction begins by deconstructing, to deconstruct is to hold that no indivisibility, no atomicity, is secure. The classical figure of the threshold, to be deconstructed, not only supposes this indivisibility that is not to be found anywhere, it also supposes the solidity of a ground or a foundation, they two being deconstructible. 6 The word threshold soul itself signifies the solidity of the ground. It comes from the Latin solum, which means the soil, or more precisely the foundation on which an architectural sill or the solace of one's feet rest. Solum is the lowest part, the bottom, or the sole, solia means sandal, etc. Now when we say that in these seminars we are remaining on the threshold, that doesn't mean that we are lingering on it or attesting to the existence of a threshold, whether to remain on it or to cross it interminably. Rather, it would mean, in my view, and this is the gesture of a deconstructive thinking, that we don't even consider the existence, whether natural or artificial, of any threshold to be secure, if by threshold is meant either an indivisible frontier line or the solidity of a foundational ground. Supposing that we dwelled on the threshold, we would also have endured the ordeal of feeling the earthquake always underway, threatening the existence of every threshold, threatening both its indivisibility and its foundational solidity. And if there is no threshold, how could one have a key to open an entrance door on the threshold? Lacking a key, a lost or non-existent key, as in those zoological gardens, you remember, surrounded by deep ditches substituted for fenced-in enclosures, ditches that also couldn't be crossed because there was no longer any key, or any question of a key. Lacking a key, a lost or non-existent key is also not knowing where to enter or exit, where to lift the blockade, and even where to begin. Almost all zoological gardens and psychiatric hospitals have keys, but isn't it true that every house, every habitat, be it familial, urban, or national, every place of economy and ecology also presupposes thresholds, limits, and therefore keys, bunches of keys? The keys of the city, of the house, or the national territory are indispensable for getting in or for deciphering a code. This seems to remain true, even if keys made of metal or some solid material are today replaced by digital codes, telephone codes, computer codes, by enciphering and signaling techniques, so many secrets that allow one to enter a territory, to penetrate a place, soul, solemn, or even to invade it without ever setting foot or the sole, solia, of one's shoe in it, and even more efficaciously, more irresistibly, than by setting foot in it. There are now locks, padlocks, with no key, devices for enclosing, that open only for those who have the code, and thus one or more numbers ciphers. Even prisons are beginning to be replaced, in the USA, by electronic bracelets that allow the prisoner to be located at all times, and thus to leave him, wherever he goes, at supervised liberty. Supervised liberty is, moreover, the most common condition, and therefore supervised sovereignty, and which of us would dare to claim that we can escape it or even, Which is more serious, that we want to escape it? Of course, we also desire a certain enclosure, some limits, and some threshold for our well-being. What is more, in the materials provided by Ellenberger as to the comparison between animals parked in zoological gardens and patients interned in psychiatric hospitals, there were remarks on the logic of this desire for territorialization that made people love the ecosystem of limits in which both animal and madman, and, I'd add, everybody, all the mad animals that we are as happy to stay as we are to get out. We love the threshold, both crossing it and not crossing it. A certain Bernhard Grötemeck, the author of Gefangenhaltung von Tieren, 1950, Detention of Beasts, or the incarceration behavior, of beasts, cited by Ellenberger, notes that the animal that leaves the zoo, which we would be inclined to say has escaped or liberated itself, in fact feels homeless, homatlos, and does everything it can to return home, zoo house, to its cage. 7 I don't know to what extent this can be generalized or taken at face value, but it's quite probable that it happens in certain conditions. According to the same logic, when it has taken possession of its new incarcerating territory, the animal will become more dangerous and aggressive with respect to the intruder and more peaceful with respect to whoever respects the threshold and only feeds it from outside. This law seems to have its human equivalent. And Dr. Damazan, a French psychiatrist from Saint-Anne Hospital, whom I knew quite well, I recall that some 50 years ago, Foucault, whom we shall be talking about in a moment, Foucault took me with some other students to see him as part of the exercises leading to a certificate in psychopathology, to be present at his examinations and case presentations, the examination of the patients and the examination of young interns who had to go through diagnostic exercises in front of Dr. Damazan and us. Fascinating, terrifying, and unforgettable moments. Dr. Damazan, then, was the author of an article entitled Rootedness of Cured Patients in the Asylum, in which he mentions, among others, frequent cases of patients adapted to the asylum, apparently cured, who, as soon as anyone talks to them about leaving, about the end of treatment, present new symptoms or the return of old symptoms, symptoms that are really designed to make them remain in, or return to, the asylum. An asylum they basically don't want to leave. They no longer want to cross the threshold of the asylum and leave what has become their home. The threshold, then. What is a threshold? What constitutes its indivisibility, be it punctual or linear? And its solidity, foundational or terrestrial, territorial, natural or technical, architectural, physical, or gnomic? For a while now, I have been talking about the threshold as a supposedly indivisible line across which one enters or exits. So the threshold is always a beginning, the beginning of the inside or the beginning of the outside. As we approach the end of this year's seminar, as we were saying, hoping to continue it next year, I see clearly, you see clearly, that we are still on a threshold, the very possibility of which we are interrogating, where that possibility is bound up with the very possibility of beginning. The threshold, to ask oneself, what is the threshold, is to ask oneself how to begin. How to begin, we are asking ourselves very close to the provisional end of our first meridian, our first circle or return of the line. How to begin again? A question of commencement and commandment, an archaic question of the arc that means, I recall once again, both commencement and commandment, principle and prince, the one of the first. The ark, the archon, is a figure of the sovereign himself. And it's about the one and the other, that we are speaking here. The beast and the sovereign, the one and the other, I was suggesting last time, were already two, and the one commanded the other, even before paradise, even before our paradise, before the Garden of Eden, and even before the Iranian Paradisos, the model of which already preceded our Bible's Garden of Eden. We no longer know, between the beast and the sovereign, where to begin tackling this question of the paradisiacal or pre-paradisiacal commencement or commandment. Our trousseau case, kit, our trousseau bunch, of keys, reserve, bottom drawer of quasi-canonical references. Parenthesis, Since we are speaking of threshold and keys, well, about trousseau and trousseau, trousser to truss, to bunch up, etc. Or terms such as trousseau galant a devastating illness, trousseau pied horse tying, trousseau queue tail tie, true sequin saddle part, trousseau traits harness rings, etc. I would say that these are words and a vocabulary to which I would have liked, if it were reasonable, to devote a whole year's seminar, and it might not have been all that unreasonable, because, and here's my advice, if you read some dictionary carefully, for example, the Robert or better still the Litera, on this family of words around trousseau, trousser, trousseau, you will have in a few pages the whole network of themes and problems that is occupying us here. You will have the whole kit and caboodle la trousseau etle trousseau of everything we are trying to get into here, the bunch of keys being only one resource among others, especially if the key should be missing or replaced by a code, to deal with the structures, the strictures, and thus the locks I was talking about in connection with the double bind and paradise. As I was concluding last time. End of parenthesis on the trousseau. As I was saying, we don't know, between the beast and the sovereign, how to get going on this question of the paradisiacal or pre-paradisiacal commencement and commandment. Our kit, our bunch of quasi-canonical references, namely Genesis, its very in the beginning, Bereshit, which also means, as Chowrocki translates it, at the head, and there we have the commencement, the commandment, the performative fiat of Elohim, and the head in the so-called Old Testament that begins, we're coming to it, with a fiat, the commencement of a commandment, the order of a fiat. But before exploring the trousseau of all the commencements that we have at our disposal, we Europeans, descended from both the Abrahamic religions and Greek philosophy, here are at least three commencements. 1. Genesis, Bereshit, and the creation of the animals before man, with what follows from that, which we'll talk about again. 2. The beginning of the Gospel of John, en arch no logos, in principium erat verbum, in the beginning was the Word, logos, and the logos was God. To say that God was logos, as sovereign all-powerful creator of everything, was basically to confirm the first words of Genesis, of the head, where God by means of speech, by saying let there be light, by this arch performative, effected that light was and came. John continues, the logos was in the beginning with God, autos en arch pros to theon, everything existed through the logos and nothing that existed without it. In it the logos was life, zoe, and life was the light, phos, of men. 9. Retain this for now, sovereignty equals arch equals logos, the logos that creates, that causes to come or advene, and that creates the living being, the life of the living, zoe, the evangelic logos, which basically repeats Genesis and speaks of an origin of the world created by the sovereign, God, by an all-powerful fiat, which is, let's say, zoological, the fiat of a logos producing zoe, a zoe that is light, appearing, phos, photology for mankind. This zoology needs to be understood in a special sense, as you can well imagine, but one that cannot be radically foreign to the current sense. If, no doubt, what I'm here calling zoology concerns a life that is in the logos, a zoe that is, says John, in the logos like a life that is the light of mankind, if of course he is not speaking of the logos of zoe as a science of life or a discourse on life, the fact remains that if there can be zoology as discourse, reason, or science of life, it's certainly because there seems to be some ontological affinity between life, zoe, and logos. 3. Third and finally, still to make sure that the classical bunch of Abrahamo-philosophical keys is still in our pocket, there was the other beginning, the other key, one that is chronologically earlier than the Gospel of John, and it's what Aristotle's Politics also tells us about logos and zoe, in statements that are just as famous but can never be reread often enough. I believe it's my duty to begin with this today and to return right now to a passage in Aristotle's Politics that you no doubt all know well, which has remained behind everything we've said until now but which may be opportune to reopen just when, between the performative fiat of Genesis, just on the threshold of an already inherited Garden of Eden, and, further, the evangelical and euon 9 n arc n o logos and n auto zoe n, at the commencement and the commandment was the logos and in it life. It is, then, opportune to reopen the text from the Politics, where we find another configuration of zoe and logos, another essential inherence of logos in the living or the living in the logos, another zoology or another logozy, which are supposed to be situated, at the ark, at the commencement, at the sovereign principle of everything that concerns what appears and grows in the light, the physis of light, phos, of life, zoe, and of logos, of speech. When Heidegger, you remember the text we read from Introduction to Metaphysics, seemed to be denigrating this determination that he called, somewhat scornfully, a zoological determination of man as animal rationale, that is, and this is Aristotle's expression, zoon logon ekon. In fact, he might have been indirectly taking aim at the biblical statements, from Genesis to the Gospel of John. We shall see in a moment that he did not fail to do so, too. But as Aristotle's text comes before the Gospels and above all remains the more political, in truth the only one that is explicitly and literally political, in the first, i.e. Greek, sense of that word, the only one that conjugates logos with the political, I should like, since with sovereignty we are above all talking about the political, I should like, at risk of belaboring paths that have already been cleared many times, to return a little to the letter of this passage, a passage that is, in the end, quite tortuous, twisted, thorny, resistant to clearance as much as to decipherment and decrypting. Let us first of all take into account the textual situation of this definition of man as a political animal, or, more literally, of man who is by nature, phys, a political animal, polit icon zoon. Point 10. This definition comes up at the very opening, the beginning, the commencement of Politics, at the commencement of the first book of Aristotle's Politics. The definition of man as a political animal, a definition that never fails to specify by nature, phys, and this insistent, recurrent, literal reference to physis is not the least obscure. This definition of man as a political animal will reappear, in the same form, in Book 3, at 1278b, at the moment when Aristotle is defining the purpose of the state, polis, and of constitutions. Aristotle there says, kai odi phys men estin anthropozoon polit icon, and man is by nature a political living being, 1278b 19. It is in this passage that, on the basis of a single occurrence of the word bios, in the midst of many uses of zoe or zen, to live, we shall no doubt come back to this Agamben. At the beginning of the book I have already mentioned, Homo sacer thinks he can find a distinction between bios and zoe that will structure his entire problematic. It is in the name of this distinction that Agamben, while situating himself in the tracks of Foucault, cites the latter and then proposes, as he puts it, to reconsider his affirmation. In Foucault's statement according to which man was, for Aristotle, a living animal with the additional capacity for political existence, it is therefore precisely the meaning of this additional capacity that must be understood as problematic. Point 11. 2 pages later, Agamben goes further than to reconsider, he says corrected and completed. I quote. The Foucauldian thesis will then have to be corrected or, at least, completed. This is not at all the same thing, but let's pass over this strategy or this rhetoric, in the sense that what characterizes modern politics is not so much the inclusion of zoe in the polis, which is, in itself, absolutely ancient, nor simply the fact that life as such becomes a principal object of the projections and calculations of state power. Instead, the decisive fact is that, together with the process by which the exception everywhere becomes the rule, the realm of bare life, which is originally situated at the margins of the political order, gradually begins to coincide with the political realm, and exclusion and inclusion, outside and inside, bios and zoe, right and fact, enter into a zone of irreducible indistinction. Point 12. We have to reconstitute this whole context before returning to Aristotle himself, if we can still say that, the better to measure what is at stake today in this rereading, from the point of view that is ours here. All of Agamben's demonstrative strategy, here and elsewhere, puts its money on a distinction or a radical, clear, univocal exclusion, among the Greeks and in Aristotle in particular, between bare life, zoe, common to all living beings, animals, men, and gods, and life qualified as individual or group life, bios, bios theoretikos, for example, contemplative life, bios apolostikos, life of pleasure, bios politikos, political life. What is unfortunate is that this distinction is never so clear and secure, and that Agamben himself has to admit that there are exceptions, for example in the case of God, who, says Aristotle's Metaphysics 13, has a zoe arist kai adios, a noble and eternal life. Such an insecure semantic distinction cannot serve to determine a historical periodization, which causes Agamben to say, I quote again, "What characterizes modern politics is not so much the inclusion of zoe in the polis, which is, in itself, absolutely ancient, nor simply the fact that life as such becomes a principal object of the projections and calculations of state power. Instead, the decisive fact is that, together with the process by which the exception everywhere becomes the rule, the realm of bare life, which is originally situated at the margins of the political order, gradually begins to coincide with the political realm, and exclusion and inclusion, outside and inside, bios and zoe, right and fact, enter into a zone of irreducible indistinction." Point 14. What is difficult to sustain, in this thesis, is the idea of an entry, a modern entry, then, into a zone of irreducible indifferentiation, when the differentiation has never been secure. I would say Agamben furtively admits as much, and, above all, what remains even more difficult to sustain is the idea that there is in this something modern or new, for Agamben himself, as you are about to hear, taking the Foucauldian idea of a specifically modern biopolitics seriously, Agamben is keen to recall that it is as ancient as can be, immemorial and archaic. I will read the paragraph, then, that, on the one hand, constitutes a particularly abrupt questioning of Foucault's thesis on the modernity of the biopolitical, just when Agamben seems to want to inscribe himself, with some reservations, in Foucault's tracks, where Foucault will have been almost the first, as Agamben, for his part, will have been the first to say that Foucault was almost the first to say, that what appears to be modern, as you will hear, is in truth immemorial. I will read, then, but after a long detour, the paragraph that, on the one hand, gives up on any specifically modern determination of a biopolitics of the state, that supposedly only picks up what is archaic and most immemorial. I mention all these texts less because I understand them, I admit I often have to give up on that, than because they mark at least the currency of the problems and concerns that are ours here. In a moment I shall first quote Agamben, and then quote Foucault. But not without having first pointed out that neither the one nor the other refers, as I believe it would have been honest and indispensable to do, to the Heidegger who, I remind you, in the introduction to Metaphysics, said that it is only tardily, after the event, Gestionis, after the conscious, knowing, knowledgeable appearance, die Wissend Erscheinung des Menschen als die Geschichtlichen, of man as historial man, only after this historial eventness, and thus tardily, did one define. Heidegger puts the word in scare quotes, definiert, man by a concept, in einem Begriff, and this concept was, as Heidegger says without even having to name the signatory of this literal definition, Aristotle's Zoon Logon Ekhan, animal rationale, living being endowed with reason, vernunftiges Liebewesen. In this definition of man, Heidegger makes clear, the logos appears, of course, it comes forth, kommt vor, but it appears in a form or a figure that is unrecognizable. Unknown, in einer ganz unkenntlichen Gestalt, and in a very curious, very remarkable environment, in einer sehr merkwürdigen Umgebung, and this is what interests Heidegger, who, in the course of what is also a reading of Parmenides, Heraclitus, Aristotle, and Hegel, is attempting to rethink in an original way the relation between logos and physis, physis, of which he says, at the beginning of the introduction to Metaphysics, that its Latin translation as natura, which also speaks of birth, has turned away from the originary sense of the Greek physis, as ethics, in the sense of morality, has degraded the originary sense of ethos, Point 15. 5 questions had earlier been posed by Heidegger, and we should keep them in mind during this whole reflection. 1. Wie west die Ursprunglichkeit von sen und denken als die von Fuvsi und Lovego. How does the originary unity of being and thinking essentially unfold as the unity of physis and logos? 2. Wie geschieht das Ursprunglich Auseinandertreten von Lovego und Fuvsi? How does the originary disjunction secession, divorce of logos and physis come to pass? 3. Wie kommt es zum Heraustreten und Auftreten de Lovego? How does one come to the secession, the exit, from the stage, and to the procession, the appearance, the entry onto the stage of the logos? 4. Wie wird der Lovego, das Logisk, zum Wesen des Denkens? How does logos, the logical, become the essence of thinking? 5. This is a question to which I shall be giving a certain privilege, for reasons I shall give. Wie kommt dieser Lovego als Vernunft und Verstand zur Herrschaft über das Sinn im Anfang der griechischen Philosophie? How does this logos, as reason and understanding, come to reign, to exercise its mastery, its authority, its sovereignty, Herrschaft, over being at the beginning of Greek philosophy? 16. In other words, how, not the logos itself, but the logos determined, interpreted, understand travestied, disguised, one might almost say corrupted into the form of reason and understanding, the logos as reason and understanding, in fact as logic, how, in this disguise or in this guise, does it come to dominate being, to become stronger than being, from the beginning of Greek philosophy? I am not forcing things with the word force on this relation of force and forcing, domination or hegemony. It is Heidegger's discourse and explicit intention that I am respecting, for Heidegger speaks of Herrschaft here. One could already translate Herrschaft by sovereignty as much as by mastery or lordship. It really is a question of a violently imposed sovereignty of logos as reason, understanding, logic. It really is a question of a force of reason that overcomes a raison d'another interpretation or several other interpretations or ways of hearing logos, the word, or the vocabulary, the sense of legain, logos. It really is a question of a sort of war and conflict of forces in which reason wins by force, and along with reason, ratio, Vernunft, the rationalism of what will come later, as we shall see, to be inscribed in the concept of animal rationale or Zoon logon ekhan. This will mean not a conflict or a simple opposition, as one often thinks, between force and reason, as between force and right, but a conflict in which force is on the side of reason, and wins out, a bit like the reason of the strongest, in another sense and at another level, but concurrently with the discourse of La Fontaine's fable, which maybe finds its fundamental resource here. I am all the less forcing the sense and use and implication of the word Herrschaft by translating it as sovereignty or as sovereign domination in this phrase, in that 2 pages earlier to which I refer you, speaking of the logic that came out of the Platonic school or of a doctrine of thinking become a doctrine of the logos in the sense of proposition, speaking also of the rise in power of the logical, of logic, of the logical determination of logos in Hegel. Heidegger twice uses the expression Moxstellung de Logischen, and Moxstellung is the positing of force, an expression often used to speak of the state, of the positing of the force of a state, as the expression Machspruch signifies decision of force, arbitrary and sovereign decision. Moreover, the French translator, Gilbert Kahn, here translates Moxstellung de Logischen as souverain du logique, sovereignty of the logical. Point 17. This doesn't mean that this sovereignty, this hegemony, this superior force of logical reason, has won out over a thinking of the logos that, for its part, is innocent, and foreign to all force. We are indeed dealing with a conflict between more than one force. For the legain or the logos as gathering, as Sammlung or Versammlung, which Heidegger holds to be more originary than logos as reason or logic, is already a deployment of force and violence. Gathering is never, says Heidegger, a simple putting together, a simple accumulation, it is what retains in a mutual belonging, Zusammenhörigkeit, without allowing itself to disperse. And in this retention, logos already has the violent character of a predominance or, as it is translated into French, a predominance, a Durchwalten of physis. 18 Physis is that Schwalt, that deployment of force, which does not dissolve into the void of an absence of contrasts or contraries, in een Leergegensatzlosigkeit, but maintains what is thus Durchwaltet, traversed, shot through by the deployment of sovereignty, or of forces, in the highest acuity of its tension itself. Extreme, one might say sovereign, in der höchsten scharf seiner Spannung. So the logos is itself, however one interprets it, as gathering, Sammlung, or, later, as logic, reason or understanding. The logos is already, always, of the order of power, force, or even violence, of the order of that Gewalt that is so difficult to translate: force, violence, potency, power, authority, often legitimate political power, force of order. Walten is to reign, to dominate, to command, to exercise a power that is often political. Sovereignty, the exercise of sovereignty, is of the order of Walten and Schwalt. Still more interesting for us, in this context, is the way Heidegger, in the same interpretive movement, and the interpretation of the logos is also a sort of exercise of force or violence, of Gewalt. The way Heidegger situates and interprets the Christian concept of logos in the New Testament, the very concept I was invoking at the beginning when I quoted the opening of the Gospel of John. En arch no logos, in principium erat verbum. In the beginning was the Word, logos, and the Word, logos, was God. Prudently, Heidegger notes that one ought to distinguish here between the Synoptics and the Gospel of John, but he considers that, essentially, at bottom, grundsätzlich, the New Testament logos does not mean, as in Heraclitus for example, the being of the entity, das Endesenden, the gathering of antagonistic forces, die Gesammelheit der Gegenstrebigen. The logos of John does not signify the being of the entity or what holds contraries together, but designates one particular entity, ein besonderes Seins. Heidegger emphasizes one, namely the Son of God, in his mediating function between God and man. This accident of the logos, this drift that distances the logos from its Greek origin arete is, moreover, a Jewish heritage, since, quite rarely for Heidegger, he judges it necessary, in one sentence, to identify, uncover, or even to denounce, in this representation of the logos as mediator, the filiation or influence of what he calls a representation, that of the Jewish philosophy of religion, die Genicht der jüdischen Religionsphilosophy. He doesn't say the Jewish religion but the Jewish philosophy of religion, here that of Philo the Jew. Philo, in his philosophy of the creation, Heidegger reminds us, had indeed attributed to the logos the function of mesites, mediator. This reading of the evangelical logos under the influence of Greco-Jewish philosophy, under the influence of Hellenistic Judaism, basically, is of interest to us for two reasons as we try to put some order into our trousseau of canonical texts. On the one hand, because in this Christian appropriation of the logos, what is at stake is the performative commandment. On the other hand, because what is at stake is life, life as Zoe. How so? A. Well, on the one hand, first, then, in the translation of the Septuagint, in the translation of what is called the Old Testament, logos is the name given to the Word of God as commandment, Befehl, Gebot. The Ten Commandments is translated as oi decalogoi. This is, as it is called, the Decalogue. And logos means kerux, as Heidegger also recalls, he who proclaims out loud, whence the kerygma, the holy proclamation, and logos also means angelos, the herald, the messenger who transmits orders and commandments, or the good news of the gospel. Logos tou stora, the logos of the cross, is the word come from the cross. The gospel of the cross is Christ himself. B. And, on the other hand, second, then, Christ is the logos of redemption, der Logos der Erlösung, the logos of eternal life, the logos of Zoe, logos de Wigen Leben, logos Zoes. Christ in this sense Heidegger doesn't say so, but I believe I'm authorized to, following his interpretation, not only is a Jew, and not only a Jew, as is well known, by his origins, but is a Jew determined as logos mesites on the basis of a Jewish appropriation, philo, of the Greek logos, a zoological Jew, since he is a Jew who unites in his person, as Son of God, both logos and zoe. And he is zoological not only because of the sacrificial lamb, because of the paschal lamb of the Jews or the mystical lamb that erases the sins of the world. So it is also in the sense that uniting in one and the same body, or one and the same concept, logos and the life of the living, logos and zoe is eulogi or a logozoe imposes itself. It will, according to Heidegger, have imposed its authority, even its sovereignty, its hegemonic predominance both over the originary interpretation of the Greek logos and over the Aristotelian definition of man as logon zoon ekhan, the animal that has the logos. As for him, Christ, qua man, not only has the logos, he is the logos incarnate. He incarnates the logos that he has. These statements of Heidegger's, like the Introduction to Metaphysics, date from 1935, from courses given in Freiburg. About 10 years later, after the war, in 1946, in the Letter on Humanism, we find the same view on the subject of the animal rationale or the zoon logon ekhan, but this time the critique of the biologism denounced by name, biologismus, that Heidegger associates with it, doubtless has a political signification, and this is not the first time that Heidegger attacks biologism, which is an at least indirect and virtual critique of something in Nazism, but this indicates, most importantly, that Heidegger, whom one can hardly suspect of lack of interest for the resources and rules of the Greek language, does not place between bios and zoe the airtight frontier along which Agamben constructs his whole discourse. Before returning to Foucault and Agamben, then finally to Aristotle, let's read a few passages from the Letter on Humanism 19, and let's do so in 2 stages. 1. First stage. Heidegger wants first of all to show that the determination of man as a rational animal is insufficiently humanist, as it were, that it misses the humanity of man, what is proper to man. And what thus misses the essence of man is metaphysics. 2. Second stage. Heidegger denounces the biologism, the biologistic reduction of this definition of man. And that means that the metaphysics of classical humanism, the metaphysics that is not humanistic enough, is, deep down, the ally or accomplice of biologism and zoologism. Metaphysics does not ask about the truth of being itself. Nor does it therefore ask in what way the essence of man belongs to the truth of being. Metaphysics has not only failed up to now to ask this question, the question is inaccessible to metaphysics as metaphysics dies Frage ist der Metaphysik als Metaphysik unzugänglich. Being is still waiting for the time when it will become thought-provoking denkwürdig, worthy of thought to man. With regard to the definition of man's essence, however, one may determine the ratio or the animal and the reason of the living being, whether as of faculty of principles vermogender principien or of faculty of categories vermogender categorien, or in some other way, the essence of reason is always and in each case grounded in this, for every apprehending of beings in their being, being itself is already illumined and comes to pass in its truth. So too with animal, zoon, an interpretation of life is already posited which necessarily lies in an interpretation of beings as zoe and physis, within which what is living appears. Above and beyond everything else, however, it finally remains to ask whether the essence of man das Wesen de Menschen primordially and most decisively lies in the dimension of animalitas at all in der Dimension der Animalitas. Are we really on the right track toward the essence of man as long as we set him off as one living creature among others in contrast to plants, beasts, and God? We can proceed in that way, we can in such fashion locate man within being as one being among others. We will thereby always be able to state something correct about man. But we must be clear on this point, that when we do this we abandon man to the essential realm of animalitas in den Wesensbereich der Animalitas, even if we do not equate him with beasts but attribute a specific difference to him. In principle we are still thinking of homo animalis even when animus soul is posited as animus of men's spirit or mind, and this in turn is later posited as subject, person or spirit Geist. Such positing is the manner of metaphysics. But then the essence of man is too little heeded and not thought in its origin, the essential provenance that is always the essential future for historical mankind. Metaphysics thinks of man on the basis of animalitas and does not think in the direction of his humanitas. 20. And here is the passage that concerns the critique of biologism, one can say, without violation, the critique of biopoliticism. Ecosistence can be said only of the essence of man, that is, only of the human way to be. For as far as our experience shows, only man is admitted to the destiny of ecosistence. Therefore ecosistence can also never be thought of as a specific kind of living creature among others, granted that man is destined to think the essence of his being and not merely to give accounts of the nature and history of his constitution and activities. Thus even what we attribute to man as animalitas on the basis of the comparison with beast is itself grounded in the essence of ecosistence. The human body is something essentially other than an animal organism. Der Leib de Menschen ist etwas wesentlich anderes als ein tierischer Organismus. Nor is the error of biologism die Verwirrung de Biologismus overcome by adjoining a soul to the human body, a mind to the soul, and the existential to the mind, and then louder than before singing the praises of the mind only to let everything relapse into life experience, with the warning that thinking by its inflexible concepts disrupts the flow of life and that thought of being distorts existence. There are many enemies lurking here. The fact that physiology and physiological chemistry can scientifically investigate man as an organism is no proof that in this organic thing, that is, in the body scientifically explained, the essence of man consists. That has as little validity as the notion that the essence of nature has been discovered in atomic energy. It could even be that nature, in the face she turns toward man's technical mastery, is simply concealing her essence. Just as little as the essence of man consists in being an animal organism can this insufficient definition of man's essence be overcome or offset by outfitting man with an immortal soul, the power of reason, or the character of a person. In each instance essence is passed over, and passed over on the basis of the same metaphysical projection. 21. Here, of course, we're not getting into Heidegger's discourse on the animal, on the beast that is Welterm, that would require much more time, and I hope to do it next year. Heidegger's propositions that I was concerned to recall today so as to reconstitute a context, with a view to approaching the opening of Aristotle's Politics on Man the Political Animal, are propositions that are quoted neither by Foucault, who practically never talks about Heidegger, not even when he introduces his problematic of biopower, nor by Agamben, who, for his part, knows Heidegger well and of course quotes him, but not at all as he should have done in this context, recalling at least Heidegger's two major texts as well known as they are accessible on these questions. Even in the last part of Homo Sacer, even in the long note in small print that I have already quoted and in which he declares in cavalier fashion that, I quote, only when situated in the perspective of modern biopolitics does the relation between Martin Heidegger and Nazism take on its proper significance, and this is the very thing that both Heidegger's accusers and his defenders fail to do. This is a pure untruth, but no matter, 22 or again when, as you remember, he is the first to discover that Levinas was the first to underline the analogies between this new ontological determination of man on the basis of the hermeneutics of factical life, faktisches Leben, and certain traits of the philosophy implicit in Hitlerism. Well, even there, even if he does quote the introduction to metaphysics, he does so only in order to bring out the fact that Heidegger's condemnation of a certain circulating image of the philosophy of National Socialism actually attests, I quote, to the essential proximity of Heidegger and National Socialism. 23. But on all the texts we have just read about the logos, about Zoe, the zoological interpretation of man, about metaphysics and technology and Christianity as prevalent interpretations of logos and Zoe, about the condemnation of biologism, absolute silence from Agamben. I'm sure he knows these texts, even if he seems to have omitted them or needed to omit them, as he well knows that he wouldn't have been the first to read them, which no doubt discouraged him from looking at them again more closely. And yet it goes without saying that when Heidegger on the one hand condemns biologism, and clearly modern biologism, and on the other hand denounces as metaphysical and insufficiently questioning the zoologism of a definition of man as zoon logon ekon or, a fortiori, as zoon polit icon, he is going exactly in the direction of this whole supposedly new configuration that Agamben credits Foucault with having inaugurated, even if the same Agamben proposes to reconsider Foucault's formulations, or to complete and correct his theses. So that things are clear, I recall two things. One, that, as always I shall quote him in a moment, Foucault makes not the slightest allusion to Heidegger. Two, that Agamben, who in these pages does not name Heidegger either, said the following about Foucault, which I quoted a moment ago but I believe needs to be read again, in Foucault's statement according to which man was, for Aristotle, a living animal with the additional capacity for political existence. It is therefore precisely the meaning of this additional capacity that must be understood as problematic. 24. 2 pages later, you remember, Agamben goes further than reconsidering, he says corrected and completed. The Foucauldian thesis will then have to be corrected or, at least, completed. This is not at all the same thing, as we were saying, but let's pass over this strategy or this rhetoric, in the sense that what characterizes modern politics is not so much the inclusion of Zoe in the polis, which is, in itself, absolutely ancient, nor simply the fact that life as such becomes a principal object of the projections and calculations of state power. Instead, the decisive fact is that, together with the process by which the exception everywhere becomes the rule, the realm of bare life, which is originally situated at the margins of the political order, gradually begins to coincide with the political realm, and exclusion and inclusion, outside and inside, bios and zoe, right and fact, enter into a zone of irreducible indistinction. 25. The whole difficulty depends on the fact that Agamben wants absolutely to define the specificity of modern politics or biopolitics, which Foucault makes his theme at the end of The Will to Knowledge, and at least the possibility of which Heidegger, let's say, didn't fail to think. Agamben wants absolutely to define this specificity by putting his money on the concept of bare life, which he identifies with Zoe, in opposition to bios. It is even this specificity that Foucault, who died too soon, supposedly missed. And already in the expression biopolitics, to which Agamben would no doubt have preferred zoopolitics. Agamben writes, Foucault's death kept him from showing how he would have developed the concept and study of biopolitics, which Agamben does by adding or exploring developments missed by Foucault. Agamben continues. In any case, however, the entry of Zoe into the sphere of the polis, the politicization of bare life as such, constitutes the decisive event of modernity and signals a radical transformation of the political philosophical categories of classical thought. It is even likely that if politics today seems to be passing through a lasting eclipse, it is because politics has failed to reckon with this foundational event of modernity. 26. I repeat or paraphrase, in Agamben's own words, politics is subject today to a lasting eclipse, he says, but we don't know whether it's politics, the thing, political life, political history, or the discourse on politics, and if politics is today subject to a lasting eclipse, but lasting since when, until when, it's only probable, says Agamben, and due to what? Well, to a forgetting. Politics, the political thing or the thinking of politics, has forgotten. What? The founding event of modernity, namely what founds modern politics and what politics has forgotten. Now what does this founding event consist in? In, I quote again, the introduction of Zoe, audaciously translated as bare life, and therefore life without qualities, without qualification, the pure and simple fact of living and of not being dead, life as merely life, as the stubborn people mocked by Heidegger were saying, Den Eigensinnigen ist Leben nur Leben. Now what does this founding event consist in? In, and I quote again, the introduction of Zoe into the sphere of the polis. To show this, Agamben is required to demonstrate that the difference between Zoe and bios is absolutely rigorous, already in Aristotle. Can he do this? Before proceeding down this path, I should like to take a precaution. My questions or my reservations here, whether directed toward Foucault or, more precisely here, toward Agamben, don't mean that I have no interest in anything that could be called a specificity in the relations between the living being and politics, in what these authors so calmly call modernity. New things are certainly happening in this respect today. As they always are, aren't they? No, my doubts and my dissatisfactions concern the concepts or the conceptual strategies relied on in order to analyze and characterize these novelties. I don't believe, for example, that the distinction between bios and zoe is a reliable and effective instrument, sufficiently sharp and, to use Agamben's language, which is not mine here, sufficiently deep to get to the depth of this so-called founding event. Nor that the category of forgetting is sufficiently pertinent here for a more or less competent philologist, capable of seeing the difference between bios and zoe, to reawaken politics to itself today and make it come out of its oblivion or its sleep. The more so in that said philologist must repeatedly recognize that not only did Aristotle, many centuries ago, talk of zoon politikon, and that the zoon plus politikon is, as we shall see in a moment, a very fragile threshold, but that sometimes, and I recalled earlier an example to do with God, zoe designates a life that is qualified, and not bare. Everything is at stake here, since we do have to return to Aristotle's Politics, which undeniably defines man as politikon zoon. Everything is at stake, then, between two often indiscernible ways of interpreting the mode of attribution of politikon to zoon. Agamben intends to make a distinction between politikon as an attribute of the living being as such, and what he calls the specific difference that determines the genus zoon. I'll quote first, and we shall see later that not only is this difference between attribute and specific difference difficult to identify, but that there exists what I shall call a first or third reading that renders all these hypotheses even more fragile. After having declared in the opening lines of his book, the Greeks had no single term to express what we mean by the word life. They used two terms that, although traceable to a common etymological root, what is more, are semantically and morphologically distinct: zoe, which expressed the simple fact of living common to all living beings, animals, men, or gods, and bios, which indicated the form or way of living proper to an individual or a group. 27. Having said that, then recognized a first exception, i.e. precisely the zoe arist kai adios, the noble and eternal life of God, the second exception being none other, basically, than Aristotle's zoon politikon. We're getting there. Agamben must also, on the following page, pause before what this time, then, looks like a major exception to the rule he has just stated, namely Aristotle's politikon zoon, i.e. a zoe that is qualified and not bare. Here the choice is a tough one. You must either demonstrate, which is indeed what Agamben would like to do, that there is a tenable distinction between an attribute and a specific difference. It isn't easy, I think it's even impossible, or else admit, which Agamben doesn't want to do at any price, because it would ruin all the originality and supposed priority of what he is saying, that Aristotle already had in view, had already in his own way thought, the possibility that politics, politicity, could, in certain cases, that of man, qualify or even take hold of bare life, zoe, and therefore that Aristotle might already have apprehended or formalized, in his own way, what Foucault and Agamben attribute to modern specificity. Which would explain why both of them, Foucault and Agamben, like everyone else, have to quote this bit of Aristotle and get embroiled in reading this enigmatic passage. And Agamben begins with it is true that in a famous passage, which looks like a concession that actually would ruin everything he is saying, but he will withdraw the concession and put his money on this subtle and in my view untenable distinction between attribute of the living being and specific difference that determines the genus zoon, i.e. the same living being. How, I ask you, can you distinguish between attribute of the living being, and the specific difference that determines the genus zoon, 28, i.e. the same living being? Agamben writes this at the moment when he really is compelled to recognize that there is some non-bare zoe, as it were, I am going to read a long passage that diagnoses both the merits and the insufficiencies of Foucault as well as of Arendt, and I shall then content myself with 2 observations. It is true that in a famous passage of the same work, Aristotle defines man as a polit-icon zoon, Politics, 1253a, 4. But here, aside from the fact that in Attic Greek the verb biona is practically never used in the present tense, political is not an attribute of the living being as such, but rather a specific difference that determines the genus zoon. Only a little later, after all, human politics is distinguished from that of other living beings in that it is founded, through a supplement of politicity tied to language, on a community not simply of the pleasant and the painful but of the good and the evil and of the just and the unjust. Michel Foucault refers to this very definition when, at the end of the first volume of the History of Sexuality, he summarizes the process by which, at the threshold of the modern era, natural life begins to be included in the mechanisms and calculations of state power, and politics turns into biopolitics. For millennia, he writes, man remained what he was for Aristotle, a living animal with the additional capacity for political existence. Modern man is an animal whose politics calls his existence as a living being into question. La Valente, p. 188, 29. According to Foucault, a society's threshold of biological modernity is situated at the point at which the species and the individual as a simple living body become what is at stake in a society's political strategies. After 1977, the courses at the Collège de France start to focus on the passage from the territorial state to the state of population and on the resulting increase in importance of the nation's health and biological life as a problem of sovereign power, which is then gradually transformed into a government of man. 30. What follows is a kind of bestialization of man achieved through the most sophisticated political techniques. This is literally Heidegger. For the first time in history, the possibilities of the social sciences are made known, and at once it becomes possible both to protect life and to authorize a holocaust. In particular, the development and triumph of capitalism would not have been possible, from this perspective, without the disciplinary control achieved by the new biopower, which, through a series of appropriate technologies, so to speak created the docile bodies that it needed. What bothers me is not the idea that there should be a new biopower, but that what is new is biopower, not the idea that there is something new within biopower, which I believe, but the idea that biopower is something new. Almost 20 years before the history of sexuality, always Agamben's concern to know who came first. Hannah Arendt had already analyzed the process that brings Homo laborans and with it, biological life as such gradually to occupy the very center of the political scene of modernity. In The Human Condition, Arendt attributes the transformation and decadence of the political realm in modern societies to this very primacy of natural life over political action. She was not without having read some Heidegger. That Foucault was able to begin his study of biopolitics with no reference to Arendt's work, which remains, even today, practically without continuation, bears witness to the difficulties and resistances that thinking had to encounter in this area. And it is most likely these very difficulties that account for the curious fact that Arendt establishes no connection between her research in the human condition and the penetrating analyses she had previously devoted to totalitarian power, in which a biopolitical perspective is altogether lacking, and that Foucault, in just as striking a fashion, never dwelt on the exemplary places of modern biopolitics, the concentration camp and the structure of the great totalitarian states of the 20th century, which is, literally, false. 31. 2 really quite simple observations. 1. First observation. First of all, a logical type observation. I see no clear or necessary difference in this case between attribute of the living creature as such, and specific difference that determines the genus zoon. Aristotle might very well have said, and in my opinion certainly did say, that the attribute of the living being as such, and thus of bare life, as Agamben would say, the attribute of the bare life of the being called man is political, and that is his specific difference. The specific difference or the attribute of man's living, in his life as a living being, in his bare life, if you will, is to be political. Foucault's with the additional capacity indeed echoes this when he says, seeming to oppose within in question two possibilities that I for my part find to be perfectly reciprocal or reciprocable or complementary, requote the whole of Agamben's paragraph quoting Foucault: for millennia man remained what he was for Aristotle, a living animal with the additional capacity for political existence. Modern man is an animal whose politics calls his existence as a living being into question. 32. 2nd observation. Once again, I am not saying that nothing new is happening today. Incidentally, when does today start, or modernity? I am not saying that nothing new is happening today in these domains. That would be stupid. To bet, if you like. And if Agamben thinks that anybody is ready to say that nothing new is happening in these domains, then he must feel that he is surrounded by a lot of idiots, who are more bets and more blind than is possible. So I am not saying that there is no new biopower, I am suggesting that biopower itself is not new. There are incredible novelties in biopower, but biopower or zoopower are not new. What surprises me most, incidentally, and constantly disconcerts me in Agamben's argumentation and rhetoric, is that he clearly recognizes what I have just said, namely that biopolitics is an arch-ancient thing, even if today it has new means and new structures. It is an arch-ancient thing and bound up with the very idea of sovereignty. But then, if one recognizes this, why all the effort to pretend to wake politics up to something that is supposedly, I quote, the decisive event of modernity? In truth, Agamben, giving nothing up, like the unconscious, wants to be twice first, the first to see and announce, and the first to remind. He wants both to be the first to announce an unprecedented and new thing, what he calls this decisive event of modernity, and also to be the first to recall that in fact it's always been like that, from time immemorial. He is the first to tell us two things in one: it's just happened for the first time, you ain't seen nothing yet, but, nor have you seen, I'm telling you for the first time, that it dates from year zero. Listen. Although the existence of such a line of thinking seems to be logically implicit in Foucault's work, it remains a blind spot. Poor Foucault. He never had such a cruel admirer. To the eye of the researcher, or rather something like a vanishing point that the different perspectival lines of Foucault's inquiry, and, more generally, of the entire Western reflection on power, converge toward without reaching. The present inquiry concerns precisely this hidden point of intersection between the juridico-institutional and the biopolitical models of power. What this work has had to record among its likely conclusions is precisely that the two analyses cannot be separated, and that the inclusion of bare life in the political realm constitutes the original if concealed nucleus of sovereign power. It can even be said that the production of a biopolitical body is the original activity of sovereign power. In this sense, biopolitics is at least as old as the sovereign exception. Placing biological life at the center of its calculations, the modern state therefore does nothing other than bring to light the secret tie uniting power and bare life, thereby reaffirming the bond, derived from a tenacious correspondence between the modern and the archaic which one encounters in the most diverse spheres, between modern power and the most immemorial of the arcana imperii. 33. Why so much emphasis on the detail of these texts, in this case those of Agamben and Foucault, Agamben with or, more precisely, right up against Foucault, close up to him but paying him the homage of a multiple and pressing objection, Foucault whose theses should be, says Agamben whom I quote again, reconsidered, corrected and completed. If I emphasize them so much, it's because these discourses are highly interesting. First of all, they go to the heart of what matters to us in this seminar: sovereign power, life and death, animality, etc. In Foucault, you should reread closely, among other things, as I did not so long ago, here and elsewhere. 34. I don't want to go back to it now, concerning sovereign power as power of life and death, in the first volume of the History of Sexuality, the last chapter, entitled Right of Death and Power over Life. 35. That's where you find the discourse on the austere monarchy of sex. 36. That I tried to interrogate and interpret in Resistances, to do justice to Freud. 37. And on an analytic of Sexuality that supposedly followed on from a symbolics of blood. In passing, Foucault declares that he could have taken, at a different level, the example of the death penalty 38, so he does not take it, but explains that, if he had, he would have related the decline of the death penalty to the progress of biopolitics and a power that gave itself the function of managing life. Supposing that things are this way, and that some decline of the death penalty is principally to be explained by the new advent, which Foucault dates to the end of the classical age, which calls for another discussion with Agamben as to the concept of threshold, precisely, of what Agamben, referring to Foucault, calls the decisive event of modernity, or again the founding event of modernity, having in mind above all the genocides of the 20th century, the concentration camps and the show, supposing, I was saying, that things are this way, and that some decline of the death penalty is to be explained principally by the new advent, which Foucault dates to the end of the classical age, we have to wonder what politico-juridical consequence should be drawn, and whether we should regret this decline of the death penalty. But above all, and this is my response to the question I just asked, why so much emphasis on the detail of these texts, in this case those of Agamben and Foucault, Agamben with or, more precisely, right up against Foucault? Because they are very interesting, these texts, I repeat, and go to the heart of what matters to us here, but above all because the difficulties they encounter, the confusions and contradictions we have just been noting, for example, in the pretension to be the first to discover absolutely new, decisive, and foundational events, events that at the same time are said to be ageless and in fact immemorial, etc., all of those things compel us, and we have to be grateful to them for this, to reconsider, precisely, a way of thinking history, of doing history, of articulating a logic and a rhetoric onto a thinking of history or the event. To call into question not only the concern to periodize that takes such forms, a modernity about which we don't know when it begins or ends, a classical age the effects of which are still perceptible, an ancient Greece whose concepts are more alive and surviving than ever, a supposed decisive event of modernity or founding event of modernity which only reveals the immemorial, etc. To call into question this concern to periodize that takes such forms is not to reduce the eventness or singularity of the event, on the contrary. Rather, I'm tempted to think that the singularity of the event is all the more irreducible and confusing, as it should be, if we give up that linear history which remains, in spite of all the protests they would no doubt raise against this image, the common temptation of both Foucault and Agamben, the modernity that comes after the classical age, the epistemes that follow on from each other and render each other obsolete, Agamben who comes after Aristotle, etc. If we give up this linear history, the idea of a decisive and founding event, especially if we try to rethink and re-evaluate the enduring and aphoretic experience of what decision means in the logic of sovereign exception, if we give up the alternative of synchronic and diachronic, an alternative that remains presupposed in the texts we have just been reading. To give up the idea of a decisive and founding event is anything but to ignore the eventness that marks and signs, in my view, what happens, precisely without any foundation or decision coming along to make it certain. Which explains, moreover, at least a supplementary sign of what I am putting forward, that the texts from Aristotle's Politics, for example, or Bodin, or so many others, and texts that are not always books of philosophy or political science, or even books at all, are to be read, difficult as they may be to decipher, indispensable in all their abyssal stratifications, be they bookish or not, if we want to understand politics and its beyond, and even the biopowers or zoo powers of what we call the modernity of our time. The fact that there is neither simple diachronic succession nor simple synchronic simultaneity here, or that there is both at once, that there is neither continuity of passage nor interruption or mere caesura, that the motifs of the passage of what passes and comes to pass passe in history belong neither to a solid foundation nor to a founding decision, that the passage has no grounding ground and no indivisible line under it, requires us to rethink the very figure of the threshold, ground, foundational solidity, limit between inside and outside, inclusion and exclusion, etc. What the texts we have read call for is at least a greater vigilance as to our irrepressible desire for the threshold, a threshold that is a threshold, a single and solid threshold. Perhaps there never is a threshold, any such threshold. Which is perhaps why we remain on it and risk staying on the threshold forever. The abyss is not the bottom, the originary ground, Grund, of course, nor the bottomless depth, Ungrund, of some hidden base. The abyss, if there is an abyss, is that there is more than one ground soul, more than one solid, and more than one single threshold plus d on sol suil. More than a single, no more a single. 39. That's where we are. Next time, Aristotle and the Bible, Genesis and Noah, and discussion. 13th Session 1. March 27, 2002. We spoke about the threshold last time, and we really stayed on the threshold point too. I noticed, if you'll allow me to confide in you something about the way I work or let myself get worked on, that in preparation for the first session of the seminar I had begun to develop something on my computer, and then I thought that before reaching that point, I'll tell you what point in a moment, we really would need a protocol, some premises, a detour, and, from week to week, on my computer, these few pages that should have been at the beginning found themselves at the end of each session, and I never got to them, and so I still haven't said what I thought I was going to say as the first sentences of the first session. It was, I'll say a word about it in a moment, a reading of Genesis and the moment of creation, the naming of the first words and then also what it means to commence, command, recommend, recommence, and some questions of syntax and authority at play in such an initiative. Today, as promised, we are going to devote a good part of the session to discussion. And we will, but if you will permit me, I'd like to introduce that discussion by offering you, not a summary, which would be absurd and impossible, but a few reflections that try to pull together some things that have become dispersed and fragmented throughout this year's seminar, these 12 sessions, because I'm aware, as are you, no doubt, that when one improvises a discussion, certain fundamental schemata, certain indispensable outlines, appear more clearly than when one minutely prepares a text to be simply read. So I've chosen, in attempting this quasi-concluding reflection as a kind of premise for the discussion that will follow, to remark, and have you remark with me the fact that at bottom everything we have spoken about came down to problems of translation. Translation in a sense at once fundamental and diverse. Translation, first of all, because between animal and man what is often called by these names, following distinctions received in an all-powerful and still living, surviving, tradition people speak of differences in manifestation, in signification, in significance. I've often emphasized this, because it holds true from Descartes to Lacan, inclusive, and they oppose a logic of programmed reaction in the animal to a logic of free and sovereign responsibility in man. And between what is interpreted as reaction and what is interpreted as response, responsibility, or responsible response, what is at stake is, precisely, a translating interpretation, and every interpretation is a translation. It's in our way of translating what are called animal reactions that we believe ourselves able, but this is a risk of translation to discern or trace a limit between animality and humanity, reactive animality and responsive or responsible humanity. It's a question of translation between languages. There's another dimension to this problematic of translation, and it concerns basically all the words we have used, many words, and in particular the fundamental, guiding words, starting with animal or beast. I entitled this seminar The Beast and the Sovereign because, in French, bête is not the same thing as animal, and you will remember the fearsome problems of idiom we had to deal with when we had to distinguish bête from bestialite and above all from bêtise, given that these are not necessarily characteristics of the animal. And you remember too that the word bêtise, the French word bêtise, came up against impassable limits as to its translation, the word-for-word translation, the translation of the word, the vocable. There is no word in the world that translates the French word bêtise. This, I think, we have shown. This means, among other things, that the way that we French or Francophones live, experience, practice, and put to work the word bet or the word bêtise is each time conditioned by contextual systems such that, even in French, the word bêtise is not translatable from French into French. I use the word bêtise in one sense in one context, and in another sense, with another connotation, with another performative effect, in another context. In other words, the word bêtise is untranslatable from French into French. It is untranslatable, i.e. it does not have a fixed or univocal meaning or signified that would allow us to say that we are speaking of the same bêtise here and there, about one person or another, one action or another, one language or another. And the fact that the context, what we name with this somewhat facile word context, i.e. the pragmatic situation, determines in such a constraining fashion each time the meaning of the word bet or bêtise. This fact means that between the language spoken by those men and women called French, and animal language, i.e. something commanded by complicated programs or wiring, there is no easily formalizable difference. This doesn't mean that we speak like beasts every time we use the word bêtise, but that the privilege of the idiom, which can be the privilege of poetry, which can be the privilege, of course, as is always the case with the idiom, the privilege of the unique event of language that is, for example, termed poetic. This doesn't merely mean the poem, it also means a certain contamination by what we attribute to so-called reactive or reactional animality. So you see that this question of translation is very broadly overdetermining for all the problems we are discussing here. These are, of course, as I just pointed out, problems of translation in discursive language, discursive praxis, what we call human language, but already the circumscription of what is called human language becomes problematical for the reasons I have just given. But this is where we are going to encounter another problem of translatio, of translation, detranslation, detraduction, folding back on itself or folding and refolding this first translation. This is that, when we tried to name animality in non-French languages, we encountered words like bios and zoe, two ways of naming life with all the problems you remember, which we tried to deal with last week in reference to using as our pretext Agamben's text, does the animal come under bios or zoe? Etc. And we naturally bounced back, as to language and as to this distinction between bios and zoe, as to the animal or human living being, onto the fundamental word logos, man defined as zoon logon ekhan, the animal, the living being possessed of logos. What does that mean? It has governed an enormous tradition. The whole tradition we are speaking about has been governed by this definition, the difficulties of which we were seeing last week, depending on whether one accepts or not Agamben's proposed distinction between essential attribute and specific difference, a distinction that I found to be fragile. In any case, logos itself, whether one translates it as language, as is often done, as discourse, or as reason or else as calculation, counting, that the word ratio will translate, reason as counting, as calculus, the word logos itself raised considerable issues when it comes to translation. We got just a small idea of them, an idea at least, by following Heidegger's interpretation, itself a translating interpretation, when, even as he himself is protesting, proposing the deconstruction of the classical definition of man as zoon logon ekhan, as animal rationale, he invites us to consider the fact that the Greek logos, the legein, which is all at once saying, gathering, assembling, reading to, ledger comes from it, had been diverted from its meaning, which, as Heidegger sees it, is what gathers, maintaining opposites, contraries, by force, and all this in an element where we are dealing with the physis that can't even be translated as nature. Another problem of translation, physis is not, for Heidegger, natura, physis is everything that grows, phyine, what increases and in what increases, in the world or in being as physis, the logos plays, represents, precisely, a force, and Heidegger insists on the force. Recall words I emphasized last time, such as Herrschaft or Machtstellung, which appeal precisely to a deployment of force, a force of maintaining contraries together well, that force, the sense of that originary force of the Greek legain, in Heraclitus, for example, has supposedly been diverted or occulted or perverted, so many possible interpretations supposedly forgotten. In any case, for example, when John the Evangelist, says that in the beginning was the Logos, identified not with the being of beings, but with a particular entity, i.e. Christ, the mediator, when John, influenced by Philo the Jew, interpreting precisely Logos as mediation, as mediator, translates, identifies the Logos with Christ. And there too Heidegger talks of a hair shaft, a Maxstellung, i.e. an operation of sovereignty, of a force that comes to win out over another force. So we are dealing here, as to translative interpretation, with a translation that is not merely a peaceful dictionary-based or interlinguistic operation, it is an interpretive translation that brings with it the whole of culture, and which is not separable from historical movements in which all the forces of the world and the age are engaged. It is not a matter of philologists who decided all on their own to translate, to interpret Logos as Christ, as mediator, it is the whole force of history that is at work to produce this translation. And obviously, just as this translation occults, or forgets, or deforms, or corrupts, or perverts, according to Heidegger, the originary sense of Logos, so, in the text by Aristotle that carries such authority, Aristotle's Politics, I'll come to it in a moment, that defines man as a zoon, as a living animal possessed of Logos, there too the Logos is no longer the originary Logos, and this is what will give rise to the entire tradition of rational man, man as rational animal, calculating animal, etc. So you see that what is at stake in translation cannot be limited to the great question that we are dealing with here, the beast and the sovereign, to the operation of lexicologists or academic semantikians or of literary traductology. It really is the whole of the history of the Western world that is in play in these operations of translation, and thus in the definition of the relations between the beast and the sovereign, since the relations between the beast and the sovereign are also relations between an animal, a zoon supposed to be without reason, and a zoon supposed to be rational, the sovereign being posited as human, on the divine model, and as a human who naturally has reason, responsibility, etc. And so we are dealing with questions of translation that are absolutely determining, and difficult to determine, difficult to circumscribe. There are no limits, no frontiers that can contain these issues of translation. But before returning to a couple of texts that I wanted to look at quickly with you, so that the year wouldn't end without our having at least looked at Aristotle's text, I had meant to last week but didn't manage it. I wanted to read to you a text I discovered a short while ago and that I regret not knowing when we invited so many wolves into our seminar. I've chosen to read this text, and I shall do so, because, let me recall briefly, you must have noticed that the historical corpus, a particular historical corpus, this was not premeditated on my part, it happened to me during preparation and at the beginning of the year. I didn't think that that was how it was going to be in December, imposed itself on us, on me, a historico-political corpus that to a large extent has been that of a French sequence, and I want to emphasize that we have had a French seminar, the sessions devoted to bêtise, to bestiality in Lacan and Deleuze, were French problems, the Frenchness of which had to be thought. Well, the historico-political corpus on the question of the sovereign that imposed itself on us and in any case on me was, broadly speaking, that of a sequence that runs from the great age of French royalty, the Grand Siècle, and a little before, up to the French Revolution, decapitation, the guillotine, the history of Capet, of Louis Capet, and, whether directly or through Celan's meridian, it was always the question of the French Revolution that happened to the sovereign, to the absolute sovereign, to absolute monarchy, in France, at the time of the Revolution, that concerned us, necessarily and inevitably. Well, the interesting thing about the text I'm going to read to you is that it deals with the wolf from the point of view of French royalty. We spoke of the dauphin and the wolf, and to link it to a concept, or in any case to a word, which is that of translation, translatio. It's from a book by Jean-Claude Martin, Ossuaires, Anatomie du Moyen Age Roman that I'd like to read to you like the last day of grade school, just before vacation, when we were children, they would read us stories for a break. I'm going to read you this text on the wolves and the king. It starts on page 163 of Ossuaires, in a chapter called The Political Hagiography. Everything happens, as it were, between Reims, Laon, and Soissons. A suspended wing beat that goes from Louis IV to Louis VI. Here a rare and precious parenthesis opens in which very different forces confront each other but turn indecisive on a line opposing Cluny to the bishoprics, king to lords. Remember the opposition in which the word dauphin, also an untranslatable French word, which allies the dolphin to the figure of the crown prince, in a sequence that had to do with the annexation of the Dauphin III, the peace of God to the state, to the church, the saints to the popes, all according to a skein of metastable tracts, perpetually in breach, a skein capable of addressing the people, the event power of the people. 1038, a year of revolt and insurrectional jubilation. Popular compositions about which André de Fleury tries to understand how the mass of unarmed people was able, like armed troops, to sow fear among the warriors and scare them to such an extent that they fled, abandoning their chateaux, before the humble rustic cohorts, as though before the most powerful of kings. For how could that have been possible without the intercession of the holy names and their relics, those names that the Capetians in turn were to confront in the form of the legend of Saint Marcal? Between Reims and Laon, and Soissons, spreads the forest. There, in this triangle, the legend configures its desert, redistributing the topoi of power that it is feudalizing in new relations. In this dark forest prowls a wolf without equal. 5 A wolf that we are adding, then, to our innumerable pack. Here's one more. Enormous. We're only dealing with enormous animals. Remember Louis XIV's elephant. Next year maybe we'll deal with smaller animals, this year it was the big ones. An animal. Of course, an animal. But an animal whose name becomes something else. This is the beginning of the translation, by designating a heterogeneous multiplicity, a procedure that with Abelard we thought of as a chimera. It is this shadowy wolf, both animal and symptom, astride a wolf on horseback, forests and towns, which he protects by spreading his disease, an animal that King Louis, one of the many we have talked about, will confront, at the end of the summer of 954, an animal in which the other Louis will be announced, divined by Arnoul Wright on his fantastic shadow. This is the same wolf with a capital letter now that will unseat Louis IV and cause the birth of Louis VI, after a chaotic parenthesis in which all possibilities show up, freed from the mesh or the screen of the state. On the basis of the description by Canon Flodoard, the wolf in question is far from reducible to the mere presence of an animal. It is a translation of a wolf translation again, the ethos on which it branches out defining a set of similarities, a series of variables that he links up again like the stained glass window in Poitiers, where movements spaces capable of conserving the greatest distances, of respecting their respective anatomies, are articulated together. Wolf rises up like a shadow, like a wolf, something extending its name toward incommensurable meanings. Translation of wolf extending its name toward incommensurable meanings, the wolf in translation, then, in translatio juxtaposed in a sort of diagram. This name, the name wolf, unfolds the diagram or the ramified volume according to which a rubric takes shape, a non-categorial rubric, since it bites a rubric that bites, into universes of similarity the topoi of which are not the same, a setup that will make possible the configuration of the Capetian dynasty to the detriment of the last Carolingians, whom this name never stops cursing, designating the illness they are suffering, a war between two dynasties, basically. Cursed by this enormous wolf, which unseats him, King Louis dies of an elephantiasis, elephantine affection, a lupulation that pullulates on the royal genealogy as a contagion called lupus vulgaris. An illness that on the threshold of the XIIIe century will be designated by the simple word wolf. So wolf is the name of an illness, as we already mentioned. In short, from the wolf, whose terrifying shadow comes to cross the king's path, is detached a nominal simulacrum also called a species. Capable of describing the royal illness, a statement that the becoming of the name disperses according to an ethos in which can be distributed similarities that, not belonging to the same topos, necessarily bifurcate. Which is why, Horlaw 6, so it's the outlaw, the Horlaw, and you recall that the werewolf we were talking about it in the early sessions is the Horlaw, the outlaw that, like the sovereign, makes the law from a place external to the law that is outside the law, and you remember that in English loup-garou in Rousseau is translated by outlaw, the name escapes, fibers out into similar echoes, caught up in other conditions of space and time. Then there are gatherings of discordances as remote as those that separate from animal tuberculosis the animal, the saint, the landscape whose contour and drunken diagonal it marks. Mark Wolf, the wolf from the forest, defines a nominal complex, a differently orientable, modulable, plank or plaint, a planctus on which illness diffuses, carrying off the last Carolingians. But this plaint is also the surface on which the people begins to pullulate, of the legend that carves it up and feudalizes it to make a place for the Capetian king. The wolf, the king, the saint will then be incorporation of the beast and the sovereign into a setup in which each term will express a function that the other feudalizes according to a new function. Feudality is here the index of a multiple subjection function, an assemblage that the name Mark Wolf delimits and individualizes much better than the ceremony of the consecration, unable to account for the process of subjectivation capable of inscribing the saint and the king and the wolf into one and the same heterotopic ethos. Mark Wolf, the wolf of the marches march in the sense of limit, or limen, frontier, the processual wolf, designates this popular chimera that the people constantly celebrates as the machination of its own consistency, an animal sent from the people like the leitmotif of a social crystallography, a motif capable of configuring the forces that traverse it and that relaunch themselves as a multiform, thaumaturgical king. Remember the thaumaturgical kings we mentioned when we were reading Marin, and in connection with Cantero's King's Two Bodies, preceded by Marc Bloch's book Les Rois Thaumaturges. A king who, moreover, depends more on the saint and the wolf, to whom he will be like a vassal, than on the foundational consecration conceived of as a sticking point, a blockage of dubbings. There is of course no doubt that the consecration, the ceremony of investiture, succeeded in the end in taking hold of the feudal machine to make it into that state apparatus magnified by Adalberon, a royalty allied to the Pope and to the Reformed Church. This is of course a huge story. I'm reading fast and you'd need to read the whole book. But the fact that the confrontation of the feudal machine be abolished in the mesh of power knotted vertically around a centralized state does not prevent that fact that there was a confrontation, a suspension of political singularities, in the passage from the Carolingians to the Capetian dynasty. Point 7. I'll finish my quotation here. You can see clearly that it's also about a conflict for sovereignty between two dynasties, with the stake being the affirmation of a state sovereignty on the basis of feudal structures, a war between lords and king. I especially wanted to read you this text, not only because of the wolves and the Capetians and the Carolingians, but also because what's going on here is a translating operation, rhetorical, metonymical, a force that displaces names, and there too, in a sense, it's about logos. What I want to say very quickly about logos is this: at bottom, what one might call what I myself have long called logocentrism, precisely, which in my usage has always designated a forced hegemony, a forcing, imposing a hegemony, does not only signify the authority of logos as speech, as language that's already an interpretation, but also signifies an operation that is properly, I would say, in quotes, European, which gathers together biblical traditions. We saw a certain passage from Philo, the Jew, to John the Evangelist, and then the philosophical tradition, broadly speaking the monotheistic religions, the Abrahamic religions, and philosophy. This logocentrism of the Abrahamic religions and of philosophy signifying not so much that the logos was simply the center of everything, but that it was in a situation, precisely, of sovereign hegemony, organizing everything on the basis of its forced translations. So, on that basis, I suggest two things for the 20 minutes or so we have left. First, to have a quick look at logos in Aristotle's Politics, in the famous passage in which Aristotle defines man as zoon logon ekhan, and then, if we have time, a word about the Bible, with which I meant to start at the very beginning. As I was saying very quickly last time, it's the very beginning of Book 1 of the Politics, that's where it starts, and Aristotle is defining the polis, the state, as a sort of community, koinonia, which, as a community, is constituted with a view to a certain good. The state is a community organized with a view to a good, agathon. One might say that this agathon is naturally sought, as a good, by every community, even an animal community, but what Aristotle announces from the start is that the state as human community, as human koinonia, is organized with a view to the good as sovereign good. 8. This is the standard translation, and of course the word translated as sovereign is, as you'll remember from when we were talking about Bodin, the word that is most often used in Greek to designate sovereignty, kurios. It is obvious that all aim at a certain good, and that precisely the sovereign good kuriotetu, the sovereign good, the supreme good among all goods, is the end of the community that is sovereign. Kuriotate among all, the community is basically sovereign over all, and so the notion of sovereignty is defined here, from the start, inscribed into the very concept of state, polis, and community, and includes all the others, the one called the city or the political community, e koinonia e politique. 1252a, 9. Then, in the following paragraph, he will define, precisely, what is called a master or a king, a man of state. All those who imagine that a statesman, or magistrate, a king, a head of household, a master of slaves despotican are identical, do not express themselves correctly. So he will distinguish between the statesman politikon, the king, the head of household, the slave master. Those who imagine that these are the same thing, are identical, are wrong, are not expressing themselves correctly, do not choose their words well. Indeed, they see in each of these only a difference of degree and not of kind. For example, if one exercises authority over a small number, one is a master; if over a greater number, a head of household; if a still greater number, a statesman or a king, as though there were no difference between a large family and a small city. In other words, and this is a tradition that will run up until Schmidt, you must not imagine that the state is simply an enlarged family, so there is a structural difference between a family community and a state community, as for statesman and king. If a man exercises power alone, he is a king; if on the contrary he exercises it following the norms of political science, being in turn governor and governed, he is a statesman. But this is not true, and what I have to say about it will be obvious to anyone who examines the question following our normal method. Point 10. There follows a methodological exposé which claims, to go back ex arcs, to the beginning. The word arc, I recall, is the commencement and the commandment, so it is in examining things developed from their origin ex arcs that here as elsewhere we can come to the best view of them. So let's go back to the origin. In the first place, there must be a union of those who cannot exist without each other, namely, of male and female, that the race may continue, and this is a union which is formed, not of deliberate purpose, but because, in common with other animals and with plants, mankind have a natural desire to leave behind them an image of themselves. In other words, generation and reproduction is the proper of all living beings, be they plants, animals, or humans, and of natural ruler and subject, that both may be preserved. This is natural, by nature, phusé. For that which can foresee by the exercise of mind is by nature still phusé, intended to be lord and master, and that which can with its body give effect to such foresight is a subject, and by nature a slave. Hence master and slave have the same interest. Now nature always phusé has distinguished between the female and the slave. For she is not niggardly, like the smith who fashions the Delphian knife for many uses; she makes each thing for a single use. But among barbarians no distinction is made between women and slaves, because there is no natural ruler among them, i.e. neither woman nor slave has what naturally rules. They are a community of slaves, male and female. Wherefore the poets say, it is meet that Hellenes should rule over barbarians, as if they thought that the barbarian and the slave were by nature one. Out of these two relationships between man and woman, master and slave, the first thing to arise is the family. I'm reading rather fast to come on quicker to the Zoon Lagan Ekhan, and Hesiod is right when he says, first house and wife and ox for the plough, for the ox is the poor man's slave. The family is the association established by nature for the supply of men's everyday wants, and the members of it are called by Charondas companions of the cupboard, and by Epimenides the Cretan, companions of the manger. But when several families are united, and the association aims at something more than the supply of daily needs, the first society to be formed is the village. And the most natural form of the village appears to be that of a colony from the family, composed of the children and grandchildren, who are said to be suckled with the same milk. And this is the reason why Hellenic states were originally governed by kings, because the Hellenes were under royal rule before they came together, as the barbarians still are. Every family is ruled by the eldest, and therefore in the colonies of the family the kingly form of government prevailed because they were of the same blood. As Homer says etc. Point 11. And this is where we come to things that are decisive for us. The community born of several villages is the city, perfect, now reaching, as it were, the level of complete self-sufficiency, autarkia, independence. Then, the fact of commanding oneself, to have its own ark within itself, being formed to permit life here, its zen, the verb for zoon, the fact of living, it exists in order to allow one to live well eu zen, so a political community, a city, has as its aim to live well, eu zen. And so it's from this truth, as it were, this essence of the polis that Aristotle will go on to the definition of man as he who, precisely, has the logos. This is why every city exists naturally still phose, just like the first communities, it is indeed, their end, and the nature of a thing is its end, because what we call the nature of each thing is what it is when its growth is complete, for example, a man, a horse, or a family. What is more, the final cause and the end is what is best. Now to be self-sufficient, autarkia, is both an end and what is best. Point 12. That's the ontological definition of sovereignty, namely that it's better since we're trying to live well, eu zen, to live in autarky, i.e. having in ourselves our principle, having in ourselves our commencement and our commandment, is better that the contrary, the final cause and the end is what is best. Now to be self-sufficient, autarkia, is both an end and what is best. From which will follow the definition, which is basically essential and necessary, of sovereignty. The sovereign is one who has his end in himself or is the end of everything. So now, after these premises, here is the fundamental canonical text around which, you recall, the discussions and disagreements begin. You remember Agamben's interpretation that we discussed, Heidegger's interpretation that puts into question this very definition of man as zoon lagan ekhan, which he says is unworthy of the humanity of man, not only in that it is a zoological definition, says Heidegger, not only because one attributes the logos to this zoon, but because one surreptitiously neglects an interpretation of the logos that is itself already contestable according to Heidegger. What is? I say this in parentheses because it is also a place or a field that I had hoped to get into this year, but we didn't have time, and I hope to come back to it next year, is that Heidegger, from this point of view, is both breaking with the tradition, which he wants to deconstruct in his manner, the tradition of a certain metaphysical humanism that defines man as animal rationale, a definition he calls zoological, so he's claiming to interrupt this great tradition, but, at the same time, it's the same Heidegger who, in many texts, which I'd hoped to read with you this year and will read with you, I hope, next year, denies the animal a very large number of essential features he grants the man, the human Dasein, whom he wants to withdraw from the tradition of the zoon lagan ekhan, i.e., precisely, speech, death, the experience of death as such, the as such and especially the opening to the world as such, the opening to the as such. When he defines the animal. In a famous seminar from 193,013 that I hope to read with you, as per in World Welterm, whereas man is capable of forming a world, and the stone for its part has no world. Weltlos, the stone, and non-living things, welterm, the animal, weltbildend, man who forms a world. The animal poor in world, especially because it has no relation to being as such, to the as such of the thing. The animal has a relation to the sun, it feels the warmth of the sun or the light of the sun, but has no relation to the sun as such, and this privative definition of the animal does not seem incompatible to him with his contestation of the zoological definition of man. To the contrary, and it's because he wants to accentuate, aggravate, sharpen this limit between the animal and human, the thing we are problematizing here, that, on the one hand, he criticizes, or deconstructs if you prefer, the metaphysical tradition that makes man an animal rationale, and that, on the other hand, he aggravates the distinction between the animal and the human. And thus, we'll return to this, his critique, if you like, of zoon logon ekhan, the animal rationale, concerns not only the definition of man in his relation to logos, but also the definition of the political. Man as political animal is indissociable from the definition of man as having the logos, logon ekhan. So here is Aristotle's text. From these considerations it is clear that the city is a natural reality, and that man is naturally a being destined to live in a city. Political animal, ton phose e polis esti, kai odi anthropophose polit ikon zoon, is a political animal. He who is cityless is, by nature and not by chance, a being either degraded or else superior to man. The one who is without a city, who is apolis, who is apolitical, is either below or else above man, either an animal or else God. The political is properly human. What in life is properly human? He who is cityless, kai o apolis dia fusen kai o u dia tuken, etc., is, by nature and not by chance, either below or else above man. He is like the man Homer reproaches with having no clan, no law, no hearth. A man this way by nature is by the same token warlike. He is like an isolated pawn in chess. And so the reason is clear why man is a political being more than any others, bees, or gregarious animals. As we maintain, indeed, nature does nothing in vain. Now alone among animals man has speech, logon daimonon anthropo eki ton zoon. So, there is an essential link between politicity and the disposition to the logos. They are indissociable. No doubt the sounds of the voice phone express pain and pleasure, and so they are found in all animals. Their nature allows them only to feel pain and pleasure and to manifest them among themselves, so phone does not suffice to define logos. Point 14. When I distinguished a very long time ago between logocentrism and phonocentrism. 15. It was precisely to mark the fact that logocentrism, by reference to the signifier, this voceable, logos, which is proper to the historico-cultural zone I was defining a moment ago, Abrahamic, evangelical religions, and philosophy, this logocentrism appeared to me to determine this zone or this epoch in human history, but phonocentrism seemed to me, still seems to me, to be universal, in that it defines the authority or hegemony accorded to vocal speech and to phonetic writing in all cultures, which is to say that there is a phonocentrism the signs or symptoms of which can be identified well beyond Europe, and even in cultures that practice writing of a non-phonetic type, apparently non-alphabetic, non-phonetic. You know that in Chinese culture, for example, writing is not of the phonetic type, although there are phonetic elements in it. Nevertheless, there are many signs of a recognized authority of the vocal, which means, in my opinion, that phonocentrism is universal, which logocentrism is not. In any case, the phone named here by Aristotle only concerns the emission of sounds, and this can, indeed, appear in animals without reason, without logos. There is phone without logos. No doubt the sounds of the voice phone express pain and pleasure, and so they are found in all animals. Their nature allows them only to feel pain and pleasure and to manifest them among themselves. But speech logos, for its part, is made to express the useful and the harmful, and consequently the just and the unjust. In other words, there is an essential link between speech, logos, and the good, agathon, the just and the unjust, dikaon/adikon. Animals are incapable of this. They do indeed have phone, but they have neither logos nor a relation to the good. to the sovereign good, to the just or the unjust. This is, indeed, the distinctive character of mankind compared to all the other animals, pros talazoitois anthropois idion, what is proper, idion, to man faced with, or in the eyes of, all the other living beings he alone perceives good and evil, the just and the unjust to monan agathokai kakakai dikaukai adikau, and the other values kai ten alon isthesan. Now it is the common possession of these values that makes family and city. Point 16. Which obviously leaves entire the question that we were raising last time, that of knowing whether, in saying this, Aristotle, how should we put it, was already sensitive, accessible, open, or not to what, in a certain French modality, is called biopolitics. You remember the distinction Agamben was trying to make, which seemed to me untenable, between the definition of the zoon icon as essential attribute or as specific difference. But precisely, what Aristotle says, and this is where this distinction between the two attributions does not work, is that man is that living being who is taken by politics, he is a political living being, and essentially so. In other words, he is zoopolitical, that's his essential definition, that's what is proper to him, idion. What is proper to man is politics, what is proper to this living being that man is politics, and therefore man is immediately zoopolitical, in his very life, and the distinction between biopolitics and zoopolitics doesn't work at all here. Moreover, neither Heidegger nor Foucault stays with this distinction, and it's obvious that already in Aristotle there's thinking of what is today called zoopolitics or biopolitics. Which doesn't mean, as I suggested last time and I'm stressing today, which doesn't mean, of course, that Aristotle had already foreseen, thought, understood, analyzed all the figures of today's zoopolitics or biopolitics. It would be absurd to think so. But as for the biopolitical or zoopolitical structure, it's put forward by Aristotle, it's already there, and the debate opens there. So, a difficult question for me, because we'd really need the time for discussion. I'd hoped, but I'll come back to it next year. I can't do it now, it would take too long to read with you the two narratives from Genesis and then Noah, the Noah episode, but I'm giving up on that now. I had tried, if you'll allow me to refer you to it, to deal with the question in a text that's a fragment of a long, 2-day lecture I gave a few years back, a fragment that's included in the volume entitled El Animal Autobiographique. So there's a text of mine that proposes a reading of the Bible, of Genesis, on the subject of the mastery of man over animal. This is one of the two Genesis narratives, on the one hand, and then, as for Noah, in my little book The Gift of Death, there's also a reference to what happens at the moment God repents. Point 17. That's all. I think it would be improper of me to prevent discussion today, so I'll stop here and hand over to whoever wants to speak. Michel Liss is a researcher at the Fonds National de la Recherche Scientifique in Belgium and professor at the Université Catholique de Louvain. Marie-Louise Mallet holds the aggregation in philosophy and has been a program director at the Collège International de Philosophie. Jeanette Michaud is professor in the Département de Littératures de Langue Française at the Université de Montréal. Editorial work on the French edition of this volume was supported by a research grant under her direction from the Conseil de Recherches and Sciences Humaines du Canada. Geoffrey Bennington is a Sagi Candler Professor of Modern French Thought at Emory University.